with real momentum? This is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh Dommaraju, Vincent Keymer, Wesley So, and Alireza Firouzja. Every single round looks like a world championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keymer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Jiner, Ju Wenjun, Humpy Koneru, and Anna Muzychuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway chess starts right now.
Welcome, chat. It is Norway Chess day number 3, and the games and the tournament is just getting spicier by the day. Welcome, Sahaj bhai. आज धूम धड़ाका मचने वाला चेस बोर्ड के ऊपर because खतरनाक clashes है. Take us through the top 2 matchups of day number 3.
भाई फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एक तो मुझे ना वो लाइक कैंडिडेट्स वाले फीलिंग आ रही है बिकॉज देर इज क्लियरली समवन who is not who's let's say not 100% healthy right now, but that guy has not stopped since the first round he defeated of course Magnus, and then uske baad he defeated Pragg as well, and today he plays against Gukesh. However, he's playing with the black pieces, so some chance I think for of course the world champion. Ab white se khel rahe ho, to of course you are the one putting the pressure, and of course even bigger matchup than that, chat. I think you should know this, and maybe I should have started off with that. It's Pragg versus Magnus, the chosen one versus the GOAT. Let's go.
भाई साहब, मैग्नस कार्लसन को हराने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा इससे बेटर दोनों इंडियन प्लेयर्स को. वी हैव प्रग वर्सेस मैग्नस टुडे, गुकेश वर्सेस मैग्नस टुमारो. चैट आज और कल के लिए पॉपकॉर्न पहले से ही मंगा के रख लो, मैंने भी ऑर्डर कर दिया है. इट्स गोना बी एक्साइटिंग. एंड लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट दिव्या देशमुख इन अमेजिंग फॉर्म सहज भाई, प्लेइंग द टूर्नामेंट लीडर बिबिसारा.
Bhai, Divya Deshmukh has won both of her Armageddon matches, which itself is just very, very impressive. And the match against Bibisara, it's kind of like जो open section में Pragg और Sandarov खेलते हैं, Gukesh और Sandarov खेलते हैं. Like this is a rivalry which has maybe begun 1 or 2 years ago. It's been going on for such a long time. But एक elite level पे, they are around the same age, they're around the same level. We're gonna see these two players, play against each other for a very, very long time. So बड़ा मजा आएगा between Bibisara and Divya. We'll keep a very, very close eye on this match. And lastly, there is another Indian player, Tikku bhai. Humpy ji is playing against Anna Muzychuk with the white pieces. Humpy ji not having the best event so far, but of course she's playing with the white pieces. It's only been 2 rounds. It can only be, good news from this moment onwards.
Yep, she's been literally the stable backbone for Indian chess for more than a decade now. We expect her to strike back absolutely with the white pieces. I think momentum shift thoda bahut ho raha hai. Yesterday, first round she lost, second round she drew the classical game. Hopefully she'll come back today as well. And of course, let's jump straight to the star clash of today. Chat, ek baar ho jaye Pragg versus Magnus, aur dono nahi hai. Okay, interesting.
बेसिकली दोनों के दोनों वही टैक्टिक खेल रहे होंगे टिक्कू भाई, जहाँ पे मैग्नस कहता है मैं नहीं आ रहा, मैं भी नहीं आ रहा, जा पहले तू बैठेगा वोट पे. So it's like something because we know chat that Magnus usually shows up at the last minute. तो Pragg भी अब बोलेगा भाई we'll use the same strategy है. And टिक्कू भाई, one thing for Magnus, I want to say, don't play the Sicilian. Because last time you
हाँ.
played Sicilian against Pragg, it did not end well. And also, already Magnus एक match हार चुका है. कल का match was very, very dicey. Of course, he won, but it was very, very dicey. But yeah, avoid Sicilian bhai against Pragg.
Agreed. And ऊपर से एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट है राघव भाई का. Beware of the wounded tiger Magnus today. We saw Magnus hug his chair. Of course, he won the Armageddon afterwards. That would have helped. But कहीं ना कहीं एक बहुत पेन फील हुआ उनको कि राउंड 1 वो हारे, राउंड 2 में he missed a win. This is not something that Magnus is used to. So बहुत मजा आएगा सहज भाई देखने के लिए how Magnus navigates those thoughts. He did miss a winning advantage against Keymer yesterday. तो आज प्रग के पास मौका हो सकता है to beat the GOAT. And Magnus की रेटिंग भाई घटती जा रही है इस टूर्नामेंट में. Chat सवाल, do you think Magnus still wins this event, or do you think maybe somebody else for once wins this event ahead of Magnus? Yes or no? Does Magnus win Norway chess? Meanwhile, we see Divya and Bibisara. ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट गेम है सहज. I feel like Divya, if she wins this, she could be in the lead actually after round 3.
Yeah, but Bibisara, because she won that classical game, she has that cushion of extra 1.5 points. Because आप classical में जीतते हो तो आपको 3 point मिलते हैं chat, and अगर आप Armageddon में जीतते हो तो आपको 1.5 point मिलता है. So I think overall, Bibisara, as you can see, she's around 1.5 points above Divya, even though both of them have won their matches, and it will be very critical for Divya to win a match in classical. Now, whether that is against Bibisara, whether that is against anybody else, classical में किसी को आपने हराया तो वो जो 3 point का जो cushion होता है वो बहुत बहुत important भाई.
Agreed. And there we see Praggnanandhaa. We saw this epic match at the World Cup, Sahaj bhai and Chad, जहां पे Pragg और Magnus का final हुआ था. And then Magnus won. और दोबारा हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है. Of course, Pragg did beat Magnus with the white pieces. तभी साहिज भाई कह रहे थे कि सिसिलियन मत खेलना Magnus भाई. E4 E5 भाई स्कैंडी हो जाए आज मतलब मजा आ जाएगा. E4 D5 हो जाए भाई. If E4 D5 happens, एक बंदे को Chesscom डायमंड मेंबरशिप मेरी तरफ से आज भाई. Let's go.
Tikku bhai, speaking of this, yesterday when we had Vishy sir in the commentary,
we had Vishy sir in the commentary. सहज भाई Vishy sir से पूछने गए, सर क्या कहा था आपने? Okay, Sahaj will be back, but he'll let us know very soon. But meanwhile, Pragg adjust कर रहे हैं अपने pieces. Chat, Pragg versus Carlsen. Who do you think wins? There are no draws at Norway chess. It is going to be one winner at the end of day number 3. Pragg or Magnus, who do you think wins? Come on, chat, spam your answers. Let's see who's chat supporting today.
Bhai, sorry, I got cut off there. But basically, speaking of that Scandi thing, I was genuinely surprised when Vishy sir said that Scandi is not it's a completely playable opening. Yesterday, we were talking about which opening is very underrated, and Scandi was not on my list when Vishy sir mentioned that. So I will definitely be doing some deep work on Scandi and to understand how to operate that. But भाई विशी सर का थप्पा तो लग चुका है for Scandi. Maybe it's not as bad as we thought.
Sahi mein, and I think it would be a complete surprise if you really want to surprise your opponent. Just play 1 D5 and look at on his, the expression on his face. So that will be exciting. And meanwhile, we have a super champ Kilua gamer, GM Sahaj by and Sahil Tikku. Entire world is talking Magnus versus Pragg, but no one is noticing. If Firouzja wins the next 2 classical games, the tournament is already over. It's never over when Magnus is playing, but also we have competition. Gukesh is playing with the white pieces, and Sahaj bhai, they took your suggestion. They have flipped the script and flipped the order of people sitting. Gukesh on the right and Alireza on the left.
Bhai, yes, actually, literally, yes. Chat, have you noticed they switched the situation? Wow, that is so cool. Maybe they're watching. Yeah, bhai, पहली बार वो जो टिक्कू भाई का suggestion था, to insert a word into their press conference. That was from Tikku, and now this one as well. भाई कोई ना कोई तो देख रहा है.
भाई नॉर्वे वालों, हमें रॉयल्टी चाहिए. 1% कमीशन फी और ऑल्सो एक पैकेट उस मैंगो वाले का. भाई अब इतना दिव्या इतना मार्केटिंग कर दिया ना, अब टेस्ट करना ही पड़ेगा उसको.
मैं तो कहता हूँ बुला लो, मैंगो मैं खुद ले आऊंगा.
Let's go. It is Pragg versus Magnus. Lift off, hands have been shaken. Sahaj भाई first move क्या खेलेंगे Pragg?
भाई E4 of course, last time हराया था E4 खेल के. अब मैग्नस को देखना है भाई whether he plays for Sicilian, goes for Sicilian or not. But Pragg still thinking. kind of strange.
Right?
Maybe
Wasn't
he's
he meditating at the candidates in the first 30 seconds? This time he's not
yes, he
meditating.
was.
Very interesting.
Maybe he's trying to calm himself down. I think
Mm.
maybe you can calm yourself down, do meditation during the game as well, for like, just for half a minute, you can just pause and just get your thoughts together.
Mm.
It's also possible. By the way, look at this E4 played and Magnus सोच रहा है भाई फिर से Sicilian खेलें क्या?
मेरे को लगा
ओ
वो
नहीं नहीं
नाइट
भाई Alekhine मत करना भाई.
I literally
एडजस्ट
thought
बोला
he's
कि नहीं?
हाँ, I literally thought he's gonna play knight f6. भाई अगर उसने knight f6 खेल दिया है, scat chat, if he plays knight f6 or d5, one Chesscom. No! Let's freaking go! Why will we see the same opening as Norway Chess 2024?
भाई that wow. Okay, like I think preparation OP for okay, that's different already. उसने E6 खेला था last time. It was Sicilian Khan, I believe, but still Sicilian on the board. This narrows it down to Tiku bhai, either knight off, dragon या फिर classical. Dragon I भाई like good luck. Dragon तो नहीं होगा. Classical और knight off में से एक. क्या feel आ रहा है टिकू भाई?
भाई मेरे को खाली नाइट ऑफ आती है तो हम गोना से नाइट ऑफ मेरे को सिर्फ एक ही
भाई
सिचुएशन आती है
क्लासिकल भी खेल सकता है. क्लाइंट नाइट ऑफ में पता है आई थिंक व्हाई आई डोंट लाइक नाइट ऑफ फॉर ब्लैक, लाइक दिस इज जस्ट अ पर्सनल ओपिनियन, इट्स अ ग्रेट ओपनिंग बाय द वे चैट, बट व्हाई आई डोंट लाइक नाइट ऑफ इज बिकॉज व्हाइट हैज लाइक अ बिलियन ऑप्शंस, लिटरली अ बिलियन ऑप्शंस you have. And all those billion options have like billion variations as well. So it's like you have to remember so much theory and it can be a bit difficult. Oh, he goes for night
भाई
off.
ही
He
गोस फॉर
goes
इट.
for night off.
भाई मुझे लग रहा है कार्लसन ने कुछ 4-5 सेकंड ओवरनाइट हायर कर लिए हैं. एंड लुक एट प्राग, आई थिंक इट्स ऑलरेडी बिट ऑफ अ सरप्राइज. आई कैन गारंटी यू सहज भाई जो कह रहे हैं कि भाई इतने ऑप्शंस है, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इट्स द ट्रॉमेटिक मेमोरी राइट ऑफ लूजिंग इन दिस ओपनिंग 2 years बैक इन दिस वेरी टूर्नामेंट. एंड देन इट्स द वेरिएशंस, इतने सारे ऑप्शंस यहां अवेलेबल है. एंड देन मैग्नस नॉट इन हिज, I would say, peak form. Let's say he's not in the perfect headspace as we saw. To still play this opening is very bold from Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, because ultimately Magnus is choosing a dynamic opening, like also somewhat going against his style also, because Magnus usually is very strategic, very positional, very principled, but Naidov is known to be very dynamic. And chat, the problem here is how the game progresses from this moment. Oh, what?
What?
Okay, remember when I said white has a billion options? This was not one of the options. This is not one of the options that I had in mind when I said there's a billion options for white. So that's
Sehaj
a
bhai,
billion and one.
I have seen this somewhere recently. I don't know where. We commentated on this. I
Bhai,
don't
I'm
remember.
taking a look. I'm taking
I
a
think.
look.
हाँ देखो
No,
देखो देखो.
bhai,
Are
no
you
game
sure?
recently. No game recently. But I mean, I've
Wow.
analyzed this position, this before, but I never expected this move at this level. I have looked at this before from the black side once, but I never ever thought कि इस level पे खेला जाएगा भाई. And no games भाई.
That
Like
is insane. And chat, Sehaj bhai, I want to really ask you to go into like a 2-minute explanation ki first of all, why is this not a good move, right? Because it usually white khelta hai, f3 khelta hai in fact. Why is h4 not usually played? And before we come to that, how many minutes do you think now chat Magnus Carlsen takes? Because it
भाई
has to be a surprise.
long, of course, very, very big surprise. Even if you have looked at this in the past, like remembering what you analyzed and also thinking about कि भाई Pragg ने क्या prepare किया है, कुछ targeted है, that's also, something he has to keep in mind. And I mean, in actuality, I think with modern chess, I don't think it's really a bad move. Of course, strategically, it's a very bad move क्योंकि आपको लग रहा है भाई बिशप्स आपके बाहर नहीं है, कासल आपने किया नहीं है, and you're just pushing the pawn on h4 जहाँ पे ब्लैक ने भी कासल नहीं किया. ब्लैक क्वीन सेट कासल भी कर सकता है, then h4 you are thinking भाई h4 क्यों खेला था आपने. But I think this is a slow move, like in the sense कि you are anticipating कि ब्लैक कभी ना कभी शॉर्ट कासल जाएगा, and then you've already played h4. And on the other side, I think आप थोड़ा फ्लेक्सिबल भी रह रहे हो. इमेजिन आपने f3 खेल दिया होता तो आप f4 ना खेल पाते, मे बी आप बिशप e3 खेलते तो आप बिशप g5 ना खेल पाते, मे बी. बाय कीपिंग द बिशप्स ऑन c1 and f1, ही इज कीपिंग थिंग्स फ्लेक्सिबल. And I think Magnus is gonna think for a very, very long time here, Tiku bhai.
एंड चैट की प्रिडिक्शंस हैं 1 सेकंड से लेके 50 मिनट की. सो चैट क्लियरली यू हैव एवरीथिंग कवर्ड अनलेस मैग्नस थिंक्स फॉर एन आवर. बट नहीं, हिकारू की तरह 67 मिनट्स नहीं सोचेंगे वो. आई थिंक ही इज नॉट गोना गो हिकारू लेवल. बट आई डू थिंक कि इट्स गोना बी अ सरप्राइज. And Sehaj bhai, I think usually you play e5 here, right? You break in the center, attack the knight, bishop e7. Does something change from Magnus's perspective? And what could be Pragg's plan? Like, what is the next 2-3 moves you see for Pragg happening over the board?
So, great. I think that's a wonderful question because when I learned Naidov as a kid. So, firstly, French was the first opening that I ever learned, and Naidov was number two. Yeah, so just to introduce some dynamic lines and stuff like that. The first thing I learned in Naidov was that, of course, the d5 square is really important. And मैंने सीखा था कि जब भी आप e5 खेलते हो ना, तो white के दो placement होते हैं bishops के which you have to watch out for. One is the bishop going to g5. And the other is the bishop going to c4. And basically the idea is कि अगर white का bishop c4 पे है, white का bishop g5 पे है, तो ये d5 के square पे बहुत तगड़ा hold रहेगा white का. So this is why whenever white plays bishop e2, right, उसके बाद आप e5 खेलते हो ताकि bishop c4 में आप at least एक tempo lose कर रहे हो, right? And this is why h4 is an interesting try, at least over the board. I'll be thinking about this कि भाई अब अगर मैंने e5 खेला तो वही बिशप g5 पे जाएगा, वही बिशप c4 पे जाएगा एंड व्हाइट के पास एक एक्स्ट्रा टेम्पो रहेगा h4 का. एंड दिस इज व्हाई आई डोंट लाइक द मूव e5 सो मच. आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ दैट मेड सेंस टिको भाई, बट दैट्स माय थॉट प्रोसेस.
That's a great point because like basically कई बार white यहाँ bishop e3 bishop जो है 2 बार भी खेलना पड़ता है कई Sicilian lines में. कई बार bishop c4 you wanna play and e5 is a nice move to tempt because then you can't block the bishop with e6. So very interesting. And you know what, हमें निरंजन भाई ने एक बड़ा बढ़िया सा फोटो भेजा है of the games played. Apparently Caruana ji की favorite opening है ये, तो maybe that's where we saw it somewhere. But Caruana ji बहुत games खेल चुके हैं with this h4 idea. So अगर Caruana खेल चुके हैं मतलब it has some venom behind it. भाई मतलब है कुछ crazy hidden यहाँ पे.
But not recently, yeah. It wasn't recently,
not recently
because I'm looking at the list of players, and the strongest player that I see is Yu Yang in 2017, 2750. Then uske baad I see Yu Yang again in 2017. I mean, I'm not seeing Fabi really. Maybe
2020
pehle
में
khela
भाई. In 2020, I think maybe it might be online games. Some I don't know because but there are some games. But that means Pragg, coming up with an innovative idea. Look at Magnus already thinking for 5 minutes. So chat, anybody who made a prediction of less than 5 minutes, you're already wrong. And Magnus does not look ready, Sahaj bhai, to make the move anytime soon.
Bhai, I'm taking a look at the games of. By the way, Tikku bhai, I believe Caruana played this with Black very recently. In Title Tuesday, 28th of April, he just faced it, 2026. Oh, interesting stat. Magnus has also faced this in Title Tuesday in 2025 November. So Magnus खुद से खेला हुआ Black से. And जो Caruana खेला था वो 2025 में खेला है Title Tuesday. This way. So what I'm seeing is कि largely you are playing this in faster formats, but not really in classical.
भाई इट रिमाइंड्स मी सो मच ऑफ हाउ चैट. ध्यान रखो जैसे क्रिकेट में हम लोग सुनते हैं ना कि कई बार ऐसे जो फ्लिक शॉट्स लाइक ऐसे वियर्ड शॉट्स जो T20 में देखने को मिले थे, देन दे काइंड ऑफ ट्रांसफर टू ओडीआई एंड टेस्ट क्रिकेट एज वेल. सिमिलरली यहाँ पे ओपनिंग्स है जो यूजुअली यू वुड सी इन बुलेट एंड ब्लिट्स ऑनलाइन, नाउ आर काइंड ऑफ बीइंग ट्रांसफर्ड टू क्लासिकल चेस. सो दिस इज एक्साइटिंग. मैग्नस जी सोच रहे हैं सहज भाई, maybe could be the perfect opportunity to have a look at the Gukesh game and then quickly jump back.
Tikku bhai, sorry, just 1 second, because I'm doing actually a roundup of all the top players who have played this opening, and I'm figuring out who is the best player to play this move in classical, because Caruana के सारे games fast उसमें थे, rapid थे, blitz थे. MVL has played this, वो भी Title Tuesday था. Nepo has played this, वो blitz में था. And Yu Yang is the only player, the last player in 2017 who employed this against Lu Shanglei in Chinese championship, Chinese team championship. उसके अलावा कोई नहीं है भाई.
Did he win?
No, he drew actually his match.
चलो ड्रॉ ठीक है.
That brings me to the next question कि classical में जीता कौन है last? And
actually आज जीतेगा भाई.
Let's go.
आज जीतेगा. एंड ऑफ कोर्स चैट टॉप लेवल पे कहते हैं जो भी ओपनिंग ये लोग खेलते हैं ना सारे ओपन टूर्नामेंट्स में यू विल सी दिस h4 हैपन नाउ फॉर द नेक्स्ट फ्यू मंथ्स. इट्स वेरी कॉमन. एंड we'll go to Gukesh's game, chat. We will go to his game very soon. By the way, both players have 100% accuracy right now. So perfect chess being played. Let's go to Ukesh. And we have a Queen's Gambit decline. Bhai, take us to the starting move, Sahaj bhai.
Bhai, okay, started with knight f6, knight c3 पे खेला d5, so very very solid. Takes, bishop g5. अरे गुकेश, knight f3 h3 queen c2 खेलना था ना, डिंग को हराया था वैसे. But okay, he changes his approach there. Bishop g5 e3, very typical so far. Chat, by the way, you have a typical Carlsbad structure which I think we see so often these days at the elite level. So nothing new. White goes bishop d3 and short castle. And chat, if you were wondering कि white ने knight f3 पे क्यों नहीं निकाला, this is exactly the reason. In this scenario, knight can go to f3, but you have an additional option of going knight e2. And इससे फायदा ये होता है कि आप f3 e4 के साथ ये break through कर सकते हो king side पे, and you can get an attack on the king side very very quickly. So this is something that Alireza would have to keep in mind. Black goes rook e8, short castle, knight h5, very quickly played. Takes, queen d2. Again, kind of overprotecting this pawn ताकि f3 e4 का कुछ plan आ सके बाद में. Knight d7, rook a1. You can see Pragg is eyeing on that e4 square. Knight f8, queen c2, and now Firouzja is thinking. Oh
Bhai,
wait, this actually Pragg just played.
भाई क्वीन d2 and then queen c2, मतलब वो क्वीन थोड़ी सी, मतलब ये वो याद है, मतलब does she know the queen can move diagonally? Does she know like डायरेक्ट जा सकते थे c2 पे? ये क्या था भाई? नाच रहा queen d2 and then queen c2.
That's a very good point, Tikku bhai, and I actually missed it. Oh, could it be that knight d7 पे है तो knight a6, knight b4 नहीं आ रहा?
I think
I'm
that's
trying to think
possible.
like I'm trying to think what Pragg would think.
Yeah. That's a fair
That could
point,
be,
I
yeah.
think. It
Like
could
a5
be.
here, maybe, I don't know, rook a1 and knight a6, I don't know. Is that possible?
Very interesting. I agree. I think definitely a possibility. And the question is कि ये preparation है कि सोचा है खुद? Because this could, if this is preparation, then I am much more convinced rather than if it's an over the board inspiration. Because usually chat कहते हैं same piece को ऐसे घुमाना नहीं चाहिए, but top level players करे, suddenly it's opening novelty. So I don't know what the idea here is actually.
Bye.
Just moving.
पीसेस को ऐसे घुमाना तो नहीं चाहिए, बट देन निहाल आता है ना d4 d5 knight f3 एंड देन knight e5 खेलता है तीसरी चाल पे, लाइक, एंड देन उसके बाद जीत भी जाता है, यू नो, ब्रेकिंग ऑल द रूल्स एसेंशियली. बट या, आई थिंक इट्स अ एट द एंड भाई, मतलब वी डोंट नो वेदर दिस इज गुड और बैड. वी नो eval is fine. I don't think there is any immediate problems for Gukesh. I think queen c2 in principle, yes, you lost a move, but at the same time e4 पे आपका थोड़ा प्रेशर है, तो ये ब्रेक थ्रू कभी भी आ सकता है बोर्ड पे. Looks pretty promising for Gukesh so far, Tikku bhai.
Yeah. I think काफी अच्छा structure है, like वो c6 pawn could be a long term weakness. और ऐसी position में ना, like it's usually very hard to imagine कि white हारेगा. Basically, of course, king side पे थोड़ा pressure करके black बना सकता है, but I can always put the knight on g3 and even exchange it off, and it's very, very hard for black to create winning chances. So I think the kind of position you want against a player who's just crushing everyone right now. So very, very pragmatic choice by Gukesh, I think.
Exactly. Pragmatic choice by chat. इसीलिए कंफ्यूज किया था प्रग और गुकेश को, pragmatic बोलना था इसलिए. But sorry about that, chat. I think because we were on the Pragg game, now we're on the Gukesh game, so हो सकता है कभी वो थोड़ा सा mix up हो गया हो. But yes, this is Gukesh versus Firouzja. Firouzja is thinking, by the way, for the first time on the board, and he has lots of choices. Like, I think the choices would be to where can I put this bishop? D7, E6 और G4 तो नहीं खेलूंगा मैं, खैर D7 और E6 में. I mean, my mind says bishop D7 because at least E4 पे थोड़ी नजर है आपकी. Because and also this knight on F8 ना टिकू भाई, कभी भी आप knight G6 नहीं खेल सकते.
Yeah.
क्योंकि bishop G6 मर रहा है हमेशा. तो knight E6 का option रखना feels like good to me.
Agreed. And I think
like bishop
knight.
D7.
Agreed. I think knight e6, knight g5, knight e4, but it feels like too far-fetched right now. And also usually like white का plan I think होता है knight c1, knight b3, knight c5, b4 as well sometimes.
बाप रे.
So I think will be interesting to see how the game progresses. But I feel like यहाँ पे थोड़ा slow चल सकता है, जमाना I think इस board के ऊपर, इसलिए फिरोजा भी सोच रहे हैं, लग नहीं रहा कि ready है चलने के लिए. So very interesting position I think though. I think यहाँ पे उकेश को आराम से grind करने का मौका मिलेगा. By the way, ये कार्लसन की भी सहज भाई मुझे याद है favorite opening थी, Kasparov की favorite opening थी. The two goats love this f3 e4 setup, right? Queen's Gambit में. So I think one of the best openings you can play.
It's like basically traditionally speaking, this has been because I've played Queen's Gambit declined a lot from the black side as well, and I can tell you this setup is something I hated. Like as a kid, I absolutely hated this because जब भी f3 e4 आता है, it's not Carlsbad anymore, and you have to tactically defend the position, which is never nice. So I think थोड़ा uncomfortable तो रहेगा यहाँ पे फिरोजा and टिकू भाई, you know the game looks a bit slow, but एक बार f3 e4 आया ना उसके बाद ऐसे गेम फट सकता है जैसे वो बिशप h6 आया था ना अगेंस्ट विंसेंट,
अग्रीड।
वैसे फट सकता है ये एक सेकंड के अंदर.
एंड अगर आपकी रेटिंग 1000 से कम है ना, या 1500 से कम है, 1000 इज मे बी टू लो, आई वुड से कि ये ओपनिंग सीखो. इसमें इफ योर ओपोनेंट्स डोंट नो व्हाट टू डू, यू कैन जस्ट पुश दीज पॉन्स e5 f5, एंड ब्लैक यहाँ पे ऐसे सफोकेट होता है जैसे मतलब बोलते हैं ना कि ही हैज नथिंग टू डू बेसिकली इन द एंटायर गेम. सो डेफिनेटली लर्न दिस ओपनिंग, एंड आई एम श्योर लेवी ने वीडियो तो बनाई होगी. सो मीनवाइल सहज भाई, अगर हम मैग्नस पे जाएं, वो 15 मिनट से सोच रहे हैं. सो कहाँ है 15 मिनट की बोली, किन किन ने लगाई थी 15 मिनट? चैट कौन कौन था इसने कहा था 15 मिनट? बिकॉज 13 मिनट तो हो चुके हैं.
Exactly. And I think at this point, maybe Magnus is regretting the night of decision. Because I think,
चैट
okay,
के लिए नो
at this,
साउंड. चैट के लिए नो साउंड. तो मैं चेक करना प्लीज, लाइक इफ देयर इज साउंड और नॉट. चेसकॉम इंडिया पे कह रहे हैं
हाँ,
या फिर
Chesscom
मजे
India
मजे
पे.
ले रहे क्या वो?
I
यार
feel like
चैट
मजे ले
डोंट.
रहे हैं वो.
हाँ चैट डोंट डोंट ट्रोल अस. चैट कम ऑन
वो
यार,
एक
ये
ही बंदा
नन्हे
है
मुन्ने
भाई.
नन्हे मुन्ने बच्चे हैं हम लोग. अबे ट्रोल करोगे तो ऐसे कैसे चलेगा भाई?
Yes. True, bhai, true.
साउंड है
Bhai, वो तब.
बढ़िया.
But of course, like if you are thinking to yourself at this moment, bhai, e4, e5 खेल सकता था. You know, something that Magnus is probably, I think, a little bit more comfortable. He plays Sicilian against, goes into maybe one of the most sharpest lines, and Pragg throws something which has basically very little analyzed overall. I think
Hmm.
Magnus is definitely regretting going into this now.
I agree. I think Magnus is thinking, you know what, I've signed up for a battle which maybe is going to demand a lot from me. That's basically it. And I love this. Oh, bhai, this is like
भाई ये क्या
commitment
है?
avoidance 101. You know what? Like, are we going to get a second date? I'm not sure. I'll call you tomorrow. Like, वो वाली vibe है इसमें, like, basically. You don't want to commit to anything. Black भी कह रहा है, मैं भी wait करता हूँ अभी.
I'm trying to make transpositions in my mind because
हाँ.
now I think this is exactly the same Tikku bhai as playing Najdorf with h4 and h6, right?
हाँ.
अब अगर मुझे Najdorf की like if I know Najdorf really well, which I think Pragg and Magnus both do, I would go into some setup where h4 is a good move and h6 is a very bad move.
हाँ.
That
हाँ.
means it should be a line जहाँ पे white long castle कर रहा है because h6 hook है, right? g4 g5 एक बार
हाँ.
आ गया, आप short castle नहीं कर सकते, तो मेरे को short castle तो नहीं करना है. तो now I'm thinking how can I go into a variation जहाँ पे I can go long castle, you cannot go short castle, and I can generate the attack. And I think the answer is bishop c4 Tikku bhai. That's what I like the most. Even though the computer doesn't like it so much, I like bishop c4 because इससे क्या होता है, ये bishop b3 पे बैठ जाता है, which acts like a defender. Then you play bishop e3, queen e2, long castle, g4, g5, gg. That's what
Ooh,
I'm thinking.
I do like bishop c4, and also because Indian cheek के कह रहा है मुझे at least. But I think bishop c4 very logical choice. Also, I see a bunch of games in this position actually. So this has been played, in fact, by players like Ernesto Inarkiev ने खेला है, एक रमेश सुरेश ने भी खेला है. भाई played on the board. मतलब Pragg prepared है क्या इसके लिए? This he looks like he's prepared
No,
for
no.
h6.
Bhai, I feel he also went through the same process. Yeah, he was also thinking h4, h6 कहाँ पे खराब हो सकता है, and I think this is exactly the thought process of Pragg as well, because he knows when he goes long castle, black can never play short castle here. Bhai, Pragg is
Bye.
already much better. Like, oh, another very crazy stat. There are only 4 games after bishop c4 chat, and the result is 4-0 in white's favor. Right,
Wow.
4-0 is the score right now.
एंड चैट इस 4-0 का मतलब क्या है? इट डजंट मीन कि वाइट इज गोना विन, बट इट मींस बेसिकली कि प्रैक्टिकली वाइट का प्ले इज मच इजियर बिकॉज ये ऑनलाइन गेम्स है, एंड ऑनलाइन गेम्स में समटाइम्स प्रैक्टिकली मैटर्स अ लॉट मोर बिकॉज सब सोच नहीं सकते डेप्थ में. सो मैग्नस, सहज भाई, इट फील्स लाइक जिस सूप में वो 2024 में फंसे थे उसी सूप में फंस चुके हैं, बस टोमेटो के बदले इस बार लाइक बर्मी सूप है. मतलब वो सूप में फंस चुके हैं फिर से.
भाई सिसिलियन से ही शुरू हुआ था भाई. क्यों, मतलब क्यों पीना है सूप? मतलब बस स्किप करो ना,
हाँ
वैसे भी डाइटिंग करनी है वैसे भी.
भाई, ये
मतलब क्यों, मतलब पीना ही क्यों था? सो अब आई मीन
चाइना का.
इमेजिन टिक्कू भाई, लाइक जोक्स असाइड, ही प्लेज e6, व्हाइट गोज बिशप.
हाँ.
दिस इज टिपिकल सोजन, लाइक टिपिकल सोजन सेटअप, बट ब्लैक कासल ही नहीं कर सकता भाई.
Oof.
That's a big problem.
And you know what? Ab G6 weak hai. Because any E6, some knight D7, there might be some takes on E6 and G6 point might be weak.
Oh.
So I think this looks like a dream come true. And you know what? Indian keh raha hai, black has to play knight D7. Like that's the best move here. E6 is also apparently some level of like not inaccuracy, but like the correct move order here is knight to D7.
Knight B7 क्या आपकी तरफ से?
हाँ,
Mine is like a little bit up and down in
हाँ.
comparison. Knight, oh, actually now it kind of stabilizes. Knight B7 is good, but somehow mine is shouting E5 टिकू भाई. मैं
Oh
जिंदगी में
wow.
कभी E5 नहीं खेलूंगा यहाँ पे, जिंदगी में, like no chance.
Okay, I mean E5 is impossible. Yeah, मैंने यहाँ पे तो knight F5 even I will consider.
हाँ
Like I
वही
mean,
तो.
भाई
भाई ये तो कास्परोव की अगर वो खेल रहा हो तो वाइट तो ऑलरेडी जीत चुका है. नाइट F5 पे है.
ah. Vice. Okay, this is. I mean, just can we have it on the board एक बार? Let's say E5 खेला, knight
हम्म.
F5, black. Let's say takes. Let's make it simple for now.
भाई कौन सा
And
ये वाला टेक है, ये वाला टेक?
let's say F5 takes for now.
ओके.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, and chat ये D5 square देखो, it's completely in white's control. Bishop on C4 का मतलब इसको रोकना मुश्किल ही नहीं नामुमकिन है. मतलब this is just an absolute beast. And I think white will be strategically like close to winning here. So I think
भाई
very difficult position.
100%. And Tiku bhai, like again, I want to reiterate that this exact same position chat can happen without h4, and that's actually like a variation inside Sozin, because Sozin is something. By the way, मैंने quotes लिखा है Sozin पे, so like this is something that I've looked at very very deeply. E5 is considered to be like a worse move here. You play knight f5, bishop f5. By the way, is not the best move. Bishop e6 खेला जाता है, but bishop f5, e5 के बाद, like again, it's the same point. H6 is a huge like hole for me, because G4 G5 आते ही position एकदम dead है, and H4 is only a help. By the way, he plays E6. This is for sure bad for Magnus, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's what feels like the human move, right? And I'm very curious कि यहाँ पे how will Pragg proceed now? And you know what? Like it feels like कि ये E6 could be a soft point. For example, यहाँ पे white की best move मेरा engine A3 दिखा रहा है. Let's just kind of put that on the board कि bishop A2 square मिल रहा है. And if you play knight D7 now, I am thinking भाई काश मेरी queen यहाँ G3 पे होती, like it would be game over already. So it's
Bhai,
like
I'm sure bishop E6 works here also. It shouldn't be that bad. Like
wow,
it should be okay.
Like only single variation moves for a black, by the way, to gain like some level of equality, or you're busted.
Yeah. Basically because but yeah, I don't think I will play A3 here, Tiku bhai. I think I will go bishop B3, because still I'm in Sozin territory ना. Like bishop B3 तो like अगर मैं यहाँ से आऊँ टिक्कू भाई, A6 पे bishop C पर मैंने सीधा खेला होता, आप खेल रहे हो E6, मैं खेल रहा हूँ bishop B3, right?
I was thinking bishop B3 पे knight G4 आ रहा है. How do I defend bishop? Okay. वो भूल गया, वो E6 आ गया. E6 आ गया ना, bishop block हो गया भाई. हाँ, makes sense.
And chat, you might be wondering, why are we playing bishop B3 in this position? This is because whenever black plays E6, there is a, let's say, a tactical threat that Magnus is posing in this position, which is to take this pawn on E4. White can recapture, and then black plays D5 to target one of the pieces back. Like, इससे कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. It's not like, black is going to be completely fine, but you do simplify the position. And if you simplify the position, then Pragg's chances to attack on the king side really like drastically get reduced. So this is exactly what Magnus wants to do. That's what he's threatening, and this is why bishop B3 or even A3 or bishop E3 looks very very promising. Bhai kuch bhi khelo yahan to. H6 is bad.
And agreed. And like just look at this like random variation. Queen E2 and F4 भी एक option है. Like even that's like one of the options. Like the fact that white has so many options that give him an edge means कि Pragg could literally do anything, and ये H4 H6 is basically working in his favor, I think. So काफी interesting setup यहाँ पे Magnus ने choose किया. It feels like he's trying to get Pragg out of prep, but that's exactly what he did in 2024. He played this weird line. हमारे दिव्या थी क्या वो? बहुत कैमरा के पास से चल के गई नहीं?
And again, I just want to bring up a point here, because I see this a lot with some of my students and a lot of other people who have asked me before as well. Like, they see H4 and then you're like, bhai, ye to main bhi khelunga. But guys, a move like H4 only works if you have done the work inside Najdorf. लेट्स से आपने नाइडॉर्फ के अंदर बिशप C4, बिशप G5, जो भी जितनी भी वेरिएशंस होती हैं, उसकी अगर आपको एक बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है या थोड़ी सी डीपर अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, देन अ मूव लाइक H4 वर्क्स, बिकॉज नाउ Pragg has to basically transpose all of those variations in his head and figure out कौन सा variation उसके लिए best है. And imagine अगर Pragg ने नाइट ऑफ देखा ही नहीं होता एंड ही प्लेड H4 एनीवे, क्योंकि मेरे को सरप्राइज करना है अपोनेंट को, देन उसका कुछ वैल्यू ही नहीं है इस पोजीशन में. सो डोंट ट्राई दिस एट होम एंड ओनली ट्राई इट इफ यू हैव एक्चुअली लुक्ड एट द मेन लाइंस बिफोर. लाइक आई फील लाइक दैट्स अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट फॉर अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल हियर.
Agreed. And look at what happened when Magnus played h6. Sahaj instantly started calculating key. How can I use that h6 move in an advantage in some variation? So if you don't know the other variations, you can't compare it to anything. So I think that's very important to really go into depth and understand all the lines to really play an opening. So that if your opponent makes a different move, you can punish him for it. And that's what Pragg is thinking right now. Time pe bhi healthy lead hai. So no issue of Pragg. Right now, Magnus under slight pressure. I think we can sum it at that stage, man.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But now Pragg is thinking, I mean, he must be very, very happy with the outcome of this opening. I think against Magnus, who's known to be like a strategic god, essentially, you have a dynamic position. You did surprise him. You are slightly better. I mean, it's the best outcome that could have happened against someone like Magnus, I feel. So Pragg will be very happy. I think he's going to take his time because, of course, you don't want to spoil the advantage because it's almost like you are given a golden opportunity. So if you use it in the right way, Pragg has very good chances to score an upset today. So let's go, bhai. Let's go.
And I just want to highlight, I don't know if we can have the standings on the screen for just like 10 seconds. Even if we don't, I want to highlight that Magnus Carlsen right now is still tied last place along with Pragg. So both the players are literally in last place. You never ever see Magnus there. And when he's never had the situation in the last decade, he really wants to get out of it. So choosing one c5 could be part of that strategy that he keeps the option of winning with the black pieces alive. But we could lead into a situation where he could just be worse. And if Pragg wins, Magnus guaranteed after 1/3 of the event will be in last place. So important game for both the players. So let's head back. Super crucial game, Sahaj bhai. And maybe it's time to look at the tournament leader while Pragg thinks, what is our star Firouzja doing?
Oh, actually, he did go for Bishop D7, Tikku bhai. Yo, आज लग रहा है अच्छा दिन है मेरे लिए. Let's go. So Bishop D7, I think I would have chosen the same thing because I wanted to keep a square for this knight on E6 alive in case Tikku bhai was mentioning, knight E6, knight G5, maybe knight E4, maybe some attack on the king side. But I do like the move Bishop D7 as it keeps things flexible and black is not really, I mean, white is not really committing. Plus, F3 is not possible right now because E3 ka pawn is hanging. So let's maybe move the knight away to C1, defend this pawn, and then play F3-4. Now, as I say this, computer is not recommending this move to me. It's recommending B4 actually, which I'm not so sure if I would go for.
Oh, B4 is very interesting. Knight C1, I think, is a traditional plan. This is the best plan in the position, chat. Basically, Knight C5 is such a good square. आप B7 में pressure डाल रहे हो constantly. But B4 is very interesting because Queen takes B4 पे. I guess there is Rook B1. And ये जो B pawn का trade है, it's maybe in White's favor because B7 से C6 weak हो गया. But B4 से हमारा कोई और pawn weak नहीं हो रहा है. But of course, Black will not take. So it has to be calculated very, very well.
Exactly. Drawback principle once again, chat. Because bishop on c8 was defending d7. Bishop d7 ke baad b7 is not defended. So you target that essentially. Like, I mean, of course, it's easy when we say it, but on the board, spotting these things is extremely difficult because for Pragg, his last, let's say, 10 moves have been focused on to play e4 in this position. I mean, look at the formation of Pragg's pieces, right? Queen on c2, bishop on d3, knight here, dono rook aise ekdam saath mein e or f files pe. He's eyeing for the e4 break, but now he has to shift, he has to remember the drawback principle and shift his attention to the queen side, which is, of course, a very, very difficult decision. So let's see what Gukesh goes for.
And chat जो ये switch किया रहा है इन्होंने, like white pieces on the right, black pieces on the left, this is so rare. Like for example, it never happens, and it's very interesting to see that switch. And look at Firouzja, by the way. If we go full screen for a moment, like you really have to admire, first of all, his bravery of playing this event. He even played on in the GCT Romania event. You might think in Norway, Magnus se khelna hai. By the way, look at this B4 on the board by the world champion. The best move. He's ready to take that risk, Sahaj, by playing for the win.
Let's go, bhai. Gukesh OP. B4 was a very difficult move to play, I think, over the board. And he has played it with like 3 minutes only. Like to realize that bishop d7 was an error, and to realize b4 is possible, and to completely like go away from this whole e4 idea. Very, very mature decision from the world champion by Maza aa gaya. And
Yeah,
now I think
absolutely,
Alireza is in
Mazaria.
trouble.
Agreed, bhai. And I think you summed it up very well कि भाई 3 minute में b4 खेलना is not easy. It's not easy because you can't expect, bishop d7 always, and you are considering multiple options for black. So वो suddenly plan change करना, to play b4 is amazing. And now my question is कि सहज भाई usually ना कई बार b4 पे black can play a6 or a5 in some cases. So could you tell us like what could Gukesh do in either of those cases? मान लो चाहे a5 to open the a file या फिर a6 to stop b5.
Basically, दोनों ideas में white का plan is to play b5. So when we think about Carlsbad structure, the ideal thing for white to do is to eliminate a and b pawns, essentially. Because if you eliminate these pawns, then the pawn on c6 becomes a long-term target. The square on c5 becomes a very big weakness on the board, and this is what white hopes to achieve. And how you can do that is by simply pushing b5. So अगर black a5 खेलेगा तो will push b5. Remember chat, pawn takes b5 में of course knight takes b5 तो मर ही रहा है, knight takes d5 भी मर रहा है उसके साथ साथ. So that would be my idea. And if you play a6, then I think just by logic you should go a4, or you should go or you should go a4 at some point, even if it's not right now, to try and play b5 essentially. That's the long-term plan in this position.
That's a great plan, Sej, but I think it has been used by the goats of chess. Like, Chad, can you imagine any top player? Think about your favorite chess player in the world of all time. Like 1800 से आप उठा लो कोई भी player है. Okay, at least maybe not 1800, but in the last 50 years of chess,
नहीं
100%
2186 से कोई भी उठा लो.
yeah. But okay,
समझने
like,
वाले समझ जाएंगे.
हाँ, but कोई भी उठा लो तुम, कोई भी top player, he's played this opening, he's played this plan. When every top player plays a certain opening and this plan, it's great, yeah. इसमें कुछ inherently है which is very difficult for black to handle. And also, by the way, that after you play a move like a6 for example, जब भी वो knight c5 पे आएगा, चाहे a4 वाला है, e2 वाला है, it's very hard for black to react, right? You can't play b6 because a6 pawn might hang. So ये plan बड़ा suffocate करता है black को, and I think Gukesh right now maybe has a pleasant position even if it's not an edge.
Absolutely, bhai. And just want to add on to your point, by a6 तो weak होगा ही, but at the same time c6 भी weak होगा.
Yeah.
It's like, and this is the last thing that black wants, is to make this pawn on c6 weak, because ये weak हो गया तो like for the rest of the game you are just spending on defending this pawn. आप कुछ counter play नहीं generate कर सकते. I have lost actually a game like this, like a 5-hour long battle with the black pieces trying to defend the c6 pawn. It's not pretty. It's definitely not pretty. So Firouzja would have to be a bit careful now.
Agreed. And जो लोग कह रहे हैं 2186 का है, मेरा ATM पिन है by the way, so मैं change करूंगा उनके बाद. I'll have to change it. But anyways, I think by the way Gukesh gets up, so he's kind of satisfied with what he has over the board, and Firouzja has to take a call. How does he stop this onslaught? And why is this opening good for white? Chad, look at black's king side. This is where black is supposed to play. There is literally no play for black. There is no active play. As such by point, knight g6 possible नहीं है. Knight f6 वापस आ सकते हो, but is that really making improvements, that can harm white in any way? So I think black is basically waiting for white to create some initiative. So great position for Gukesh right now. Clock पे भी slightly ahead Sahej bhai.
But I think both of the players in the open section have a wow, look at that. Firouzja puts his leg down to focus properly on the game. Yeah, I don't think I've seen him do that in day one or day two. I think the leg was like that. So yeah, I think or maybe Firouzja feels a bit better now, since he is in recovery, and it has been a couple of days. But yeah, interesting point there regardless. Tiku bhai, as the players think, by the way, Pragg के board पे भी एक update आई है. So let's also take a look at that. And maybe we can also jump to Divya and also Humpy ji as well to see how they're doing as well. Pragg has just played a3. Your move, Tiku bhai, where you said bishop को a2 पे ऐसे safely रख दो. And then guess what? Bishop e3, queen e2, long castle, g4, g5.
भाई ये तो लग रहा है चार चाल में कुछ मतलब, एंड यू नो व्हाट, वंस G5 comes, now I'm gonna play G6 at the right moment. So it looks like
ओ
मैग्नस ने ऐसे बोलते हैं ना
भाई,
पूरा वो बुफे बना के दिया है, एंड एवरीथिंग सीम्स टू बी सिंकिंग, लाइक बहुत सारे इंग्रेडिएंट्स हैं, उनका कॉम्बिनेशन इज बिल्डिंग द परफेक्ट डिश, एंड मैं ही मास्टर शेफ जीत जाऊंगा इस बार.
but
सो
I
मुझे लग रहा
really,
है,
yeah,
हाँ भाई,
बोलिए.
लाइक आई एम गोना कुक माय ओपोनेंट. बट एनीवेज, I feel like
भाई,
the fact that Pragg found A3 Sahaj by matlab he really understands this position. Indian ki first preference hai. I have to thank Stockfish here. Pragg really playing some good chess today.
भाई, I think good chess is of course yet to be shown, but लेकिन preparation भाई, prep नंदा, let's go.
Yeah.
मजा ही आ गया भाई. आज देख. और also very strange from, I mean, you can also understand from Magnus's body language. I don't think he looks happy with what has happened since he has played the night off, and definitely he's regretting this. And जो भी हो भाई, एक चीज पक्की है, I think Pragg is definitely going to get a kingside attack. There is nothing that Magnus can do at this point which will prevent this. So big, big,
Agreed.
big problems for the goat of
Agreed.
chess.
I think time pressure is going to be a factor in this game, even though it doesn't seem like it, because Chess Sicilian में crazy opening lines होती है, and this is not some theoretical position जहाँ पे 15-20. Look at Magnus, by the way, his eyes wide open. He's feeling some pressure. He's not looking satisfied with what he has in front of him. And Pragg, by the way, using Magnus's clock to his advantage. Chat, if you suffer in time trouble, that's one of your problems. You're trying to solve it. Use your opponent's time. There's literally double, your time literally doubles, and that's what Pragg is doing right now. So, काफी interesting position. Sahaj bhai, looks like it's great. Shall we have the bird's eye view maybe for a second and look at all the games together?
Oh, absolutely. I was just gonna suggest that. There it is, all the six boards. I think we've done a deep dive on Gukesh and Firouzja. Oh, by the way, Firouzja has just played knight f6. That's an update there. So Gukesh is still thinking. He can push b5 or he can play a3 and kind of solidify and decide by kaun sa break chahiye, b5 or e4. He looks comfortable though. He should be slightly better. Pragg, I think, is a lot better right now, especially on the clock and on by clock pe bhi kitna farak hai? It is just okay, just 10 minutes for now, but I think it's going to grow bigger for sure because
Yeah,
Magnus has
yeah.
to answer a lot of dynamic questions. V- Vincent versus Wesley, it's an end game. Looks equalish for now, but a little bit more comfortable for Wesley, which is a bit strange because Wesley black se khel raha hai. But that double bishop, looking at the e4 pawn, some space on the queen side, I kind of like those. Um, nuances for black. So I'm going to choose black there, but I still think headed towards a draw. Women's section पे आते हैं टिकू भाई. What are your thoughts between Bibisara versus Divya? Because as she has just played e4, trying to do an opening break.
Oof, bhai, it's the typical break white wants to play in this position. If you take on e4, suddenly white के दो pawn है center में c4, d4. So optically, Bibisara does look like she's better, but of course, black has her own plans. At some point, e5 if allowed to, or c5, and you will counter in the center. So theoretically, I'm pretty sure Divya is okay, and she has more time on the clock, 15, 16 more minutes. So I'm gonna say Divya is comfortable, even though Bibisara with the white pieces is pushing right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think for sure. Bibisara looks more comfortable, but yeah, I think three result position. And chat, let's see कितने लोगों को याद रहता है भाई. कल एक सवाल किया था मैंने कि जो ब्लैक का जो स्ट्रक्चर आपको दिख रहा है दिव्या के बोर्ड पे, वो जो b7, c6, d5, जो जैसे एक पिरामिड की शेप में, उस स्ट्रक्चर को क्या कहा जाता है? Does anyone remember? Because it's something I think that all the players should keep in mind because you will be seeing this structure many times I think throughout
Yep.
elite chess. And of course, while the chat answers, let's take a look at Humpy versus Anna Muzychuk as well. Looks kind of equalish टिकू भाई, बहुत ही ज़्यादा symmetrical लग रही है, but maybe a little bit more comfortable for Humpy ji. What are your thoughts?
Yes, very similar structure to what we have for Gukesh, right? I think maybe वो Carlsbad structure सा लग रहा है वहाँ पे. I thought you meant Wenjun Ju. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Yes, for Humpy, I think looks a bit more interesting. I think center काफी open है, so I do see some exchanges happening. I think काफी Bishop d7, Knight d7 feels like it's closer to equality for me. Although Anna is 20 minutes ahead. So it feels like maybe, the prep went her way and Humpy couldn't really get as much as she wanted out of the opening. What's your thoughts, Said Bhai?
Yeah, true. अगर कुछ है तो बहुत ही minimal है for now. Because like everything is symmetrical, pawn same जगह पे, knight same जगह पे, एक white का knight c3 पे है, black का knight b8 पे, maybe that's an advantage for white. तो it feels like white like एक tempo ज़्यादा है और बाकी सब कुछ same है, तो बहुत minute सा advantage, but we can also say that this is almost a two result, kind of a situation. अगर ऐसा situation रहता है तो, because when everything is symmetrical, the side with an extra move always is playing risk free. So
Agreed.
yeah, that's the update. And
सहज भाई चैट करिए क्या नाम था उसका, क्योंकि कई लोग कह रहे हैं परिवार सेटअप, कोई कह रहा है ट्रायंगल सेटअप. व्हाट्स द नेम देन ऑफ दैट सेटअप वी हैव इन द Divya game?
I'm gonna take a look at the chat, and a lot of people are saying Stonewall and chat. You're not wrong, because Stonewall में सिर्फ एक ही difference होता है. The pawn that you see that is on f7, the golden pawn basically, that pawn is on f5. Basically knight के आगे, जो knight के पीछे है वो knight के आगे रहेगा. That would be a Stonewall, but this is called triangle Slav. Essentially, this is, and I saw some people actually remember it, triangular Slav. I saw some triangle. So yeah, you guys were not very very far off from that.
So सवाल सहज भाई, अगर ये ट्रायंगल सेटअप है तो इसमें हाइपोटेन्यूज कौन सी है?
वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन भाई, वेरी वेरी गुड. अभी 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 प्रग करेगा अभी हाइपोटेन्यूज, देखना आप अभी. ये हाइपोटेन्यूज ही है भाई. क्या है ये?
By the way, Gukesh game में jump करते हैं. He's just played the best move b5 on the board, and Firouzja now needs to apparently play c5. Otherwise, he could be worse.
भाई एक आज के दिन में like don't wanna like jinx anything, but like थोड़ा वो 2024 वाली फीलिंग नहीं आ रही यार. ऐसे गुकेश भी क्या ऐसे मतलब धो रहा है शुरुआत से एकदम. प्रग also getting a great position against Magnus. It feels like the good old days are back. Let's go.
Yeah, and even though Gukesh did actually lose that tiebreak, I still feel we saw that aggression from him in the classical game yesterday. बहुत aggressively खेल रहे थे, was pushing constantly, and वही आज देखने को मिल रहा है. And Firouzja takes on b5, and my question is, ये d5 pawn जितना तनहा कौन है दुनिया में? This could be a real weakness, right? My knights are set up very well to attack this pawn.
Isolated and Isolani on the board. You will take this, bring back the knight. Knight f4, bishop कभी maybe b3 से अटैक कर सकता है और f3 से अटैक कर सकता है. Queen f5 पे जा सकती है, इसको अटैक. 4 pieces in total can actually attack this for now, which is one too many. Actually like two too many, if that's a word. But yeah, I think some problems there for Firouzja. But let's see how Gukesh operates. By prediction, do you think Gukesh and Pragg both win today? आज एक नहीं पूछना भाई, दोनों पूछते हैं.
So chat, if Gukesh and Pragg both win today, I think we're gonna give out a Chesscom Diamond membership by today. I think we'll give them.
भाई अगर दोनों जीते हैं तो 5.
भाई इतना मेरी सैलरी से कट होगा
मेरी तरफ से 5. मेरी तरफ से आप अपनी तरफ से बताओ
भाई. तो प्रेशर में डाल दिया होता है ना, लाइक वो जैसे शादी में लड़की वाली कुछ अनाउंस कर देते हैं.
प्रग बीटिंग मैग्नस इज लाइक कम ऑन, दैट्स एटलीस्ट 10. या एटलीस्ट 10 तो होनी चाहिए.
सहज भाई ने वो पुल ऑफ कर दिया. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल लड़की वाले इसमें कुछ कह दिया कि भाई हमारी शादी तो भाई लाइक पेरिस में होगी, और लड़के वाले शिट यार अपने फंक्शन भी अच्छी जगह करने पड़ेंगे. ओह नो प्रेशर. बढ़िया, चलो डन भाई. चल 5 मेरी तरफ से भी भाई, अगर ऐसा हो गया तो 1 month memberships.
Let's go. 10 memberships incoming if Gukesh and Pragg both win. भाई I love this. I love touch wood भाई, मैंने भी कर दिया भाई literally. Let's go भाई, let's go.
चलो भाई डन. And meanwhile, Gukesh यहाँ पे fighting for your memberships chat. But अब वो क्या करना चाहिए? So b5 pawn अपना है, जो अपना है उसको अपने पास ले आओ सहज भाई. लेकिन किससे मारे? नाइट से पास लाएं कि बिशप से? Which one do you think is the better option?
It's a good question. But I feel QGD में ये बिशप सबसे घटिया रहता है. तो I would like to keep this bishop alive for as long as possible. That's why I would go knight. And you can say, bhai, you can go bishop takes b5 then, but that's going to be a very, very bad trade for you because it removes a very crucial defender for the d5 pawn. ये bishop अगर इस pawn को नहीं बचाएगा तो और काम क्या है इसका? It has no other purpose in this position. So if you remove that, that's like removing a defender. So I would like knight b5 more, but I think 19-20 का फर्क होगा भाई bishop b5 और knight b5 में. And what do you think? What would you take with?
I think I'm not sure I want to exchange bishops. My only reason for capturing with a knight is कि bishop trade avoid करना. I think that bishop on d7 is a bit like a bad bishop, right? Like I could get an endgame, for example, later on, जहाँ पे I could have a knight on f4 or c3 versus the bishop on c6 or e6. So maybe I would take with the knight for that reason. but I think both captures look nice. I love ki b7 could be a target. I can play rook b1, pressure that. I love ki d5 could be a target, as you pointed out. Bishop yahan b3 pe, knight f4, knight c3. So मेरे पास targets already hai. And what target does black have is my question. कुछ भी नहीं है. There is not a single target for black equivalent to b7 or d5 in the position.
Exactly. Exactly. I think you summarize it pretty well, that it is very difficult for Alireza to find counterplay. And I think that's basically where Gukesh's advantage lies. And Tikubhai, on the Chesscom India page, a lot of people are asking, how do they participate for the membership question? So if you could explain that, that would be amazing.
I think if both the players win, we can do like a contest at the end of the stream today. I think that's the simplest way to reward viewers who are there till the end. So we'll do it at the end of the stream today if both players win, because that's when we'll know. But meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, Gukesh ने सुना memberships, भाई मेरे को फ्री मिली, किसी और को क्यों मिले? भाई ये knight f4 क्या है? Because apparently this is not a good move. It looks very nice. It looks very nice. You know what? I want to win d5, not b5. But why is it not the best move? It is so good. I want to win that d5 pawn.
I mean, I can almost like predict. Yeah, chat is saying now Gukesh ki position kharab hai, but bhai, the best move here is b4. Like, you are telling me out of the b5 and the d5 pawn, you will save the b5 pawn, right? That doesn't make sense. I think maybe this is why. And I'm sure जो bar का जो fluctuation दिख रहा है आपको, maybe it's not easy to calculate, because let's actually go a bit deeper. So if you go b4, I'll take the pawn, I'm assuming. Knight takes, queen, let's go where? g5 or d6? आपके ऊपर टिकू भाई.
You choose. Maybe just, this is, by the way, the Indian talking. Queen d6 is the only move, or you're lost.
Really?
Close to lost.
Oh. Wow, that's very, very surprising, bhai, that it's already only move territory. So queen d6, and
I think maybe the b4 pawn is hanging. That's why, yeah, like you have to go.
Yeah. Of course. Yes, the queen has to keep an eye on the b4 pawn, and if I played queen b3, then I guess bishop e6 se knight pin ho jayega. So let's play e4 or bring the knight back to let's bring the knight back to f4. And
that's nice.
Why are we evaluating this as slightly better for black is my question. I have central pawns. I have better coordination of pieces. I have e4, e5, which is a very difficult threat. Why is black better?
That's like $1 million question. Maybe not million. Chess.
I think it's because of this square. This square, I think rook c8, rook c3, maybe. I think that's maybe, if you could pinpoint a reason, I think this could be it.
Maybe also because I can't play e4, right? Like, because d4 is hanging. So maybe black can just keep pressuring that pawn. Like, it's not easy to push that e4 pawn. And chat, why is Sahaj saying ki bhai central pawns are, like, as a beginner, ek baar mujhe yaad hai, Sahaj bhai, when I was trying to get my FIDE rating, I had the option of trading the central pawn for the corner pawn. I thought corner pawn le leta hu, central de deta hu, because end game mein corner pawn queen karta hai. And that's the logic I had, and I suffered in that game. Basically, the central pawn can also displace your opponent's pieces. So if there was a pawn endgame, of course, sometimes the corner pawn can be beneficial, but in the middle game, in the opening, in the starting of the endgame, these pawns can really create problems for your opponent. So I think the central pawn in most cases has more influence over the chessboard, and that's why it's valuable, and that's why I agree with you, Sahaj. I think it's very hard for Firouzja to say कि भाई मैं d5 नहीं बचाऊंगा, मैं b5 बचाऊंगा.
Yeah, I think great point. And also, would just want to add on to your point, Tikku bhai, के central pawns की value, of course, middle game में ज़्यादा होती है. Completely agreed. But I think Tikku bhai, I always think about जब भी कुछ pawn structure आता है, like, let's say queen d6, knight f4 पे छोड़ा था हमने, right? I would imagine this structure in its simplest form. That's जैसे मेरे पास king है, आपके पास king है, तो कौन जीत रहा है? And I think it's not even a question that white is completely winning that. So this is something that tells you, okay, that white has a slightly better structure on the board. Number one. Number two, I think ये जो middle game के जो आपने points बताया, भाई e4, e5 जो pieces displays हो रहे हैं, I think if he goes for b4, he would have to play very, very accurately for a long time. Like, and also, bhai, the bar is dropping now. It's no longer worse for Gukesh anymore. It's 0-0 for me.
Agreed. I think if you put this into like a supercomputer, I think evaluation will be close to zero. It might be even slightly better for white because I think वो B के जो pawns है also are doubled. So it's not really that convincing. And एक बार, I mean, if these D and E pawns start moving, it's going to be misery. Like you just lose the game on the spot. So I think Firouzja, rightly so, is taking a think here. Already almost 4.5 minutes. This is the right moment to pause because pura structure decide hoga. Do you keep D5? Do you keep B5 and Sahaj? Well, let's say Firouzja says, मुझे D5 बचाना है. How does the game look like in that case?
So after b5, cb5, knight f4, you're saying something like bishop e6 or bishop c6. Let's go maybe bishop c6 अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है क्योंकि bishop b5 के बाद then
हाँ मारना पड़ेगा.
घटिया लग रहा है c6 पे. Bishop e6 चलते हैं.
हाँ, let's go. Yeah.
Bishop e6 चलते हैं. Oh, by the way, that's a huge advantage. Yeah, bishop takes b5 के बाद rook ec8 जाएगा to put some pressure on the knight. I think let's just move the queen ताकि ये pin ना हो. Where should I put it? B3 or D2? B3 maybe, yeah? क्योंकि queen B4 आ रही है maybe. तो queen B3 रख देते हैं. And ये bishop E2 and then F3. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces will be attacking on the D5 pawn. And then of course queen, in addition, can also play rook B1 and put pressure on the B7 pawn as well.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough. And I think SC position with Gukesh will grind it out. So I have a question. What if I ignore both options and just play rook a c8 here? So basically, I am playing a third option, which maybe Gukesh has not considered as well. How does that look?
भाई उसमें भी सिर्फ क्वीन B3 एंड B4 खेलोगे तो नाइट टेक्स D5 एक पॉन तो मरेगा यहाँ पे. तो बेसिकली अगर आप B4 खेलते हो दैट्स द ओनली वे दैट ब्लैक गेट्स दैट इक्वालिटी. अदरवाइज ब्लैक इज स्टिल अ बिट वर्स. एंड now that we have broken down B4, chat, how many of you think that Alireza is going to play B4 in this position? Just say yes or no. Like, if you think he will play B4, yes. If you don't think he will play B4, no. Just want to get the chat's like view on this.
Great question.
And what do you think?
I am completely stuck because I would usually never imagine a player playing this, even considering this. But Firouzja ऐसी form में है ना. Oh, he doesn't play it. We thought about this, Sahaj. Tough choice for Firouzja and Gukesh's gamble. I think, Sahaj, we have a new term, Gukesh's gamble. It has worked. He has a better position now.
Exactly. And chat, I asked you this question because I myself didn't think that B4 was possible because human के लिए central pawn देना is an unbelievable task because your bar is saying 0 0 0 but on the board you are seeing two central pawns जिनको कोई रोकने वाला कोई है नहीं. तो he would have considered B4 but I think playing that over the board is very very difficult. And yeah, that was my point. And I think I see a lot of the people said yes, but a lot of you said no as well. So hopefully, yeah. I think now Gukesh can take on B5 or play Queen B3 and then take on B5, and then the position will be slightly better to say the least.
Yeah, agreed. And chat के पता नहीं मैंने कैसे देख लिया पहले ही B4. पता है देखा सबने. I'm pretty sure Firouzja ने देखा वो. But आप उसने 10 ऑप्शन और देखे. And choosing the right one is the main question, right? I don't know if किसी ने arrange marriage करी है, but आपने option बहुत देखे होंगे. So it's like, but he choose one at the end. It's the same thing. So I think Firouzja thought, यार ये मेरी intuition कह रही है, this is too risky. Maybe the best option is to play the solid choice. Queen D6, defend the D5 pawn, but now Gukesh can simply take on B5. Let's say with the knight, attack the queen, and black को lightly और bishop देना पड़ेगा. And then, the D5 pawn, the B7 pawn is going to be weak. So I think Gukesh has a nice, comfortable edge जहाँ पे he could be playing for 2 results.
Absolutely, bhai. मजा ही आ गया. I think all the moves you mentioned, I like Queen B3 just the most. Just because I like to keep the option of taking B5 or D5. And also by Firouzja's last move, he has kind of made it clear that he doesn't want me to take on D5. So and Queen D6 was a mistake. So if I play Queen B3, it is very likely that Firouzja will defend the D5 pawn again, which will be a mistake again. So you can play off of that, I think, somewhat. Right, Tikubhai?
Yeah, that's a very interesting actually analysis because chat again, I think just Tal कहता था कि I've never played a healthy opponent. They're all sick. And that's a great analysis कि भाई मेरा opponent ये चीज करने से कांप रहा है can I squeeze even more out of this fear? That's going to be very interesting. Ukesh could play it safe. He could take on b5, but queen b3 also a very nice choice. And then again, Firouzja has to choose the same move b4 and give that d5 pawn, which he right now doesn't feel like he's going to do.
Let's see what he goes for though. Oof. Okay. By the way, as Gukesh thinks, maybe we can take a look at Divya, because looks like she's already a bit better against Bibisara. Wait, what?
Let's go.
Bhai, she's a bit better.
Oh,
At
she
least
played
according
d5,
to
yeah?
the bar. Okay, actually equally hai. नहीं, equally hai.
She played e5 basically. She played e5 and equalized instantly basically.
तो ये सब ट्रेड्स हो गए. E5 के बाद D takes E5 नहीं मारना था, उसको रुक E1 खेलना था. Which would have kept some pressure on the board, but D takes के बाद it looks like Divya is completely. I mean, if Divya wants to draw, like knight takes F3 should just be a draw, no? फिर तो Armageddon अभी खेलना पड़ेगा भाई.
Oh, by the way, chat, we have a confessional from the goat of chess, and it would be interesting to see his thoughts about the move h4 stage. But can we go to his position once just to see the current status? And then let's have the confessional and see what does he think about this new idea h4. Let's go.
So the first day I played the Queen's Gambit as black against Alireza, and I mentioned that after white plays knight f3, knight c3, there are about 8, maybe 9 playable moves for black. And today I'm playing the Najdorf, and I played it against Georgian in Siegerman a few weeks ago, and famously lost that game. And I was a bit surprised on move 6 because he played f4, which he normally doesn't do. And so today Pragg went h4, and guess what? I was surprised again. The funny thing is that I mentioned the 8 moves in the Queen's Gambit. I think in the Najdorf there's about 20. So there's h3, h4, g3, then, well, g4 is not really a move. There's rook g1, there's f3, f4, bishop e2, bishop d3, bishop c4, bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop d2 even some people have played. There's queen f3, there's queen e2, there's queen d3, there is and then there's a3, and then a4. So that's, I think, 17 pretty decent moves. And b3 as well. So that's there's an American player, Andrew Carlsen, who used to play that. So there's at least 18 decent moves there, I think. Yet I managed to be surprised. So here we go. I decided just to do h6 because why not? It's always a question, like in all the normal lines, who does h6 and h4 benefit? I would guess an average play, maybe white a little bit, but not quite sure. He pretty confidently went bishop c4, so that any thoughts of him being completely surprised by that went out the window. But I'm just still thinking, like, how bad can it be? And at least when I went in here, he was thinking just a little bit. So we'll see.
Wah, 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 wah. Chat, I mean, what was my heat? Sahel, I did not even know there were 18, 19 options in the night of.
No, bhai. 617. There are 617 lines according to Magnus in the Najdorf. We cannot ignore that fact. He 100% did that on purpose for sure. So nice to see Magnus having some fun as well. But one thing is for sure, Tikubai, that he played h6 while not being prepared. So that was not preparation. And of course, it is clear now, looking at Magnus's time, he's half an hour below Pragg. And let me remind you, the last two games that Magnus lost was solely because of time. It's headed
Wow.
towards that. So Pragg could really try to capitalize, this time advantage here. Of course, position-wise, I think he's still fine. I see knight c6 as a very, very strong move, which would still keep things more or less balanced. But yeah, I think clockwise, this is a huge problem for Magnus already.
Bhai, this is insane. Magnus Carlsen is what, like 33 minutes behind, first of all. And he does play your move, Sahaj, by great suggestion there. So Magnus playing good moves, but he's taking so much time. ऐसा ना हो कि भाई 1 घंटा पीछे हो जब तक game equalize हो. That's already gonna be almost impossible to come back from because we know increment नहीं है. Final moves में it's gonna be do or die. ऊपर से opening भी इतनी sharp है कि he will need that time in the final 10 moves.
Exactly. And Tikubai, if memory serves me right, Magnus had less time in the 2024 match as well against Pragg. Like I remember he played Sicilian Khan, and then halfway through the game, there was a huge time difference between Pragg and Magnus. So it looks like the game is headed in a similar direction. But of course, that doesn't mean it's going to be the same result. It is still Magnus. The game still has to be played in the right way. And the best move now, most likely, is a very logical one, I feel. Bishop e3 with the idea of queen e2, long castle, and then Dhoom Dhamaka.
Yep, and that's the best part. No, white key moves are simple as a cucumber. Like bishop e3. Like, I mean, chat. Who in the chat thought bishop e3 would be a best move here? Like, who thinks bishop e3? Like, I think everybody would think bishop e3 is a good move. So white key moves are much simpler right now compared to black's moves, which are a bit more complicated. Do I put the knight on d7, c6? Do I go bishop e7 first? Do I go bishop d7 first? Do I play queen c7 to attack the bishop? Like, it's much more complicated for black to make these decisions than white. And that basically means that time paper can increase his lead even further, even if Magnus finds the best moves. So good chance for Pragg to basically defeat the GOAT. By the way, GOAT की rating 2834 आ चुकी है सहज भाई. अगर वो हारते हैं, it will be 2828.
Oof. Bye. So bad.
Too low. Too low.
Too low. Okay, for Magnus, it is too low. Magnus below 2850 feels like feels low for him, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was checking some of the variations because I see, by the way, chat, Ceci is letting us know. Ceci, jo Magnus ke games ko follow karta hai, that supercomputer is letting us know that this position is just 0-0-0. However, the follow-up for black is ridiculously difficult. Let me show you why. So white plays bishop e3, which is a logical move. Black goes bishop d7. And now you can put the queen anywhere you want. Let's say you can play queen e2, you can play queen d2. Let's say you go queen e2, right? Black plays b5, bishop a2, and you have to now not play bishop e7. You have to actually go queen c8 and queen b7, which I think is not logical
Possible.
in any sense. Because अगर आपको
Not
b4 ही
possible.
खेलना है भाई, रुक b8 खेल के b4 खेल दो ना. क्वीन को क्यों लाना है? एक चाल वेस्ट भी हो रही है.
Wow. And question says, bhai, what if I play bishop e7? What if I say I just wanna play normal moves? I don't care queen c8. Like, what does white do then?
फिर उसके बाद you go long castle and then again the computer says play queen c8, queen b7 and then play b4. This idea of queen b7 and b4 is like what's showing up a lot. And the other idea is that if you don't have the time for this, the computer is saying play b4 straight, and then after knight c6, bishop c6, pawn takes b4, you're just going to be a pawn down. I mean, you can take on e4, but okay, good luck.
Good luck, actually. Why? This is very tough, actually. If queen c8, queen b7 is needed, then even if Magnus comes up with the next two, एक तो ना दिव्या पास से आते मैं डर जाता हूँ because I think फिरोजा की टांग वहां पे रास्ते में होगी, so the players cannot walk close to the tables. I think they have to walk further away. तो मैं डर जाता हूँ कोई player सामने से आता है तो. But yeah, I think that means Sahaj bhai काफी complicated है solution if it exists actually in this position, and that means Pragg has a great chance. I think यहाँ बेस्ट मूव पे बेस्ट मूव अगर वो अगली 5 चालों में निकालेंगे, ह्यूज प्रेशर फेस करना पड़ेगा मैग्नस कार्लसन को.
100%. And we've been talking about the transpositions of the inclusion of h4 and h6. I think it's also worth noting that the moment black has played knight c6, this is not Najdorf anymore. This is classical. Najdorf make up, by the way, bishop e3, best move by Pragg played. And now it's up to Magnus to, find that crazy queen c7, queen b7 idea, which is coming back to the point. In Najdorf, you almost never play knight c6. The idea is you want to go knight d7 instead. So we are not in knight of territory. This is more classical Sicilian territory जहाँ पे knight हमेशा c6 पे आता है. But still classical में भी आप h6 नहीं खेलते हो कभी भी. If you do play h6 टिकू भाई, your idea is होता ही है कि बिशप जब g5 पे जाता है ना, तब ब्लैक h6 खेलता है, तब आप बिशप e3 पे लाते हो, फिर आप h5 खेलते हो. So if Magnus does play h5 now, Pragg would be one tempo up, essentially.
Sahej bhai, I can bring a smile to your face. Do you want a smile on your face?
बताओ भाई.
Gukesh जी गेम पे जाओ.
अरे नहीं भाई, क्या हो गया भाई? ओहो भाई, प्रेडिक्शन लेट्स गो भाई, मजा ही आ गया. क्या आज प्रेडिक्शन सही जा रही है यार. लेट्स गो. So now it's a very difficult position for Firouzja, right? Because he just defended the d5 pawn, and if he defends it again, he's in deep trouble.
I think maybe a6 is what he might play, right? I think maybe you just defend the pawn permanently. By kitni bar attack karoge, let me just play a6. Because otherwise, how do you even defend d5, Sahej, now? I just don't see an easy way, right? Because bishop c6, I will take on b5 and you will waste a move. Bishop e6 pe knight b5 is a free tempo. So I simply don't see how can you even defend d5 here.
भाई बिशप c6 और बिशप e6 ही लग रहा है. लाइक नाइट b5 टेम्पो तो आएगा, बट ओके क्वीन को आई मीन यू कैन जस्ट मूव इट एंड यू कैन कैरी ऑन. बट भाई इफ यू आई थिंक अगर आपको b पॉन बचाना है तो मे बी यू शुड एडवांस इट. लाइक मे बी प्ले b4 लाइक एंड नाइट d5 के बाद प्ले a5. लाइक इंस्टेड ऑफ हैविंग पॉन स्ट्रक्चर लाइक दिस, मे बी लाइक दिस इज ओके एक स्टेप आगे. एंड यू रिमेंबर दैट पॉइंट, वो जो रुक c3 पे आ रहा था कभी कभी. मे बी दैट कैन बी लाइक मोर पॉसिबल नाउ. At least that's the best solution that I see. But Firouzja does not play it. He goes for bishop c6 and he defends the pawn.
Wow. Okay, that is insane actually. Because now when I take, I'm assuming you're going to move the queen somewhere, right? Because queen maybe d7 or d8 is your move after knight takes b5.
So knight takes b5. और उसके बाद क्या भाई? Queen d7 maybe?
Yeah, queen d7 let's say.
भाई क्वीन d8 तो क्वीन d8 क्या रहा है कंप्यूटर? क्वीन d8 कौन जाएगा यहाँ पे भाई? d7 looks so nice. Okay, queen d7.
Yeah, queen d7. And maybe just, okay, I want to play a4, but I'm not sure. Maybe just knight c3 back. And I keep
Knight
pressuring
c3
d5.
is I think clean.
Yeah. And this is very nice, no? Like, I mean, my a pawn is far away. It's very hard for you to advance these queenside pawns because it will leave weak squares like c5. Knight on f4 is untouchable. I can always bring the rook to c1 and b1 to put pressure on these pawns. And basically and look at the bishop on c6, Iqbal. Like, what's it really doing?
The big pawn. That's what we call it. It has no purpose besides it's just acting like a pawn for now. And Tiku bhai, I just realized, and this is crazy, there is a difference between d7 and d8. And the difference is and aapne jo bola usse mere ko samajh aaya hai, which is ke knight on f4 is not untouchable. You can play knight e6. But knight e6 पे bishop f5 का threat रहेगा हमेशा, और उसमें bishop takes e6 के बाद your pawns will be weak, your dark squares will be weak. So that's why you have to play queen d8. That is so hard.
Tough. That is so tough actually. And he takes on b5. Gukesh putting on the pressure and crucial decision. Queen d8, queen d7, yeah, bishop. I don't think he'll play bishop b5 though, because then he wasted a move, right? So maybe queen d7 or queen d8 is the option, I think.
d8 d7 या b8 में से एक. d8 तो नहीं जाएगा भाई. d8 तो looks maybe but queen d8 maybe he can choose because maybe he thinks in future he can play queen f5. I mean, I don't know bhai, but queen d8 looks very very difficult for me to play. But let's see.
This is like a dream position get out of the Queen's Gambit, yeah? Like this is like a dream version. Like इससे better version बहुत कम आपको मिलेगा in the Queen's Gambit decline. Chad, if you've played this, you would agree. Like it's not easy to get such a position. You're usually hoping for a weak c6 pawn, and black can just play bishop d7 and defend it. This is like you have a d5 target. The bishop on c6 is stupid. Your queen is moving around. Rook is stuck on a8, defending the a7 pawn. It's like the knight is on f8. It's like amazing position Gukesh right now.
Absolutely. And Tiku bhai, एक बढ़िया question chat के लिए. Chat, if I asked you, would you prefer to have the position that Gukesh has right now or the position that Pragg has right now? What would you choose? You can just tell me. And by the way, जो भी आपका answer होगा ना chat, that tells you what type of player you are. Because this advantage is positional and Pragg's advantage is dynamic. And if you prefer that position, that means you're a dynamic player. If you prefer this, that means you like more strategic nuances in the position.
So I have a follow-up question कि opponent भी उस हिसाब से आ रहा है कि जो हम गेम खेल रहे हैं मतलब वो भी
नहीं वो थोड़ा एक्सेप्शन है, ओपोनेंट छोड़ो, भी पोजीशन पे डिस्कस करते हैं भाई. But yes, I'm seeing mixed sort of reactions there, and some people choosing Pragg, some choosing Gukesh. But Chad, this tells you a lot about your style, because if you prefer this, you like then you should study more, Karpov हो गया या फिर Magnus हो गया. Magnus also would love a position like this as well because that's his style. But Pragg के game में एकदम proper havoc. If you like that, then Rapport, Arjun is a big one, in that sense.
Agreed. And chat, Pragg blundered. Pragg has not blundered. He's still thinking. He's in a great position. Everything looking great for the Indian two players. And let's have that scene ready, like ready to go with both Gukesh and Pragg's games, because it's going to be very, very exciting. And by the way, time neck to neck here almost. In the Gukesh game, 9 B5 ke baad, still thinking, Firouzja, what to do. So clearly he's not happy. Yeah, because when you're thinking on every move, Sahaj bhai, you're not super satisfied with what you have. You're like, man, I'm going to think again. Do I have something better? When you have something ready, you will play it instantly because you know knight wave is coming. He could have played it beforehand.
Exactly. He could have created, but he decided to defend the d5 pawn, which was such a human decision, I think, from Firouzja. Playing that b4 move, that's very. If you don't know it, it's hard to play it because very rarely in QGD, Carlsbad type के structures do you see a scenario जहाँ पे white ने b5 फेंका और आपको c b5 मार के pawn देना हो ऐसे. It's very, very rare. So understandable from Firouzja's perspective, but I think great news from Gukesh's side. And Tikku bhai, actually, if black plays queen d8, because of this queen a5 idea, white has a very, very cute move here. It's to play just queen a3. Just controlling all the dark squares. a5, d6, everything. Knight भी आ सकता है d6 पे, फिर knight f5 पे भी आ सकता है उसके बाद. And you're controlling basically everything here.
Quite interesting. And optically ऐसे लग रहा है कि भाई मतलब I'm just suffocating here even without the king on e8. So the fact that Gukesh has so many options tells you कि black के लिए सोचना भी आसान नहीं है. So this could be another game जहाँ पे time pressure build up हो सकता है, even though at first glance ऐसा नहीं लगता. And a great question in the chat कि भाई what if I like both positions? Let's say I like the position Gukesh has. I also like the position that Pragg has. Like though both appeal to me. Then that's amazing, bhai. Maybe you're an all-rounder, Sahaj bhai. Maybe, you have that flexibility of playing both positions. Any thoughts about that, Sahaj bhai?
100%. I think you said it right. I mean, you are an extremely flexible player, but I have to say, bhai, that is a rare thing. Okay, that it's a rare thing to be able to play both positions well. Now, I understand that you might like it, but ask yourself which position do you think you can play well? I think maybe I should have rephrased my question in a different way. अगर आपको लगता है ये position आप better खेल सकते हो, then you are a positional player. If you think you can handle Pragg situation better, then you are an all-out attacker. In that sense, maybe that can help narrow it down for you.
I'll narrow it down. अगर 10,000 रुपए की bet लगी हो अगर जीतने पे फिर कौन सी position choose करोगे? आप बताओ. If you have a bet of let's say $100 or 10,000 rupees, which position would you choose? I think that will tell you what sort of position you are better at. So regardless, I think maybe it's time to also go to the Magnus position, Sahaj bhai, because we have a couple of moves. Bishop e3, bishop d7 खेला Magnus ने, as we discussed, one of the best moves in the position. And we saw queen e2 and this queen c8 idea. And by the way, healthy time lead for Pragg still. So nothing dramatic has happened, and he still seems to be maintaining every advantage he has.
Exactly. And like we said, yeah, queen e2 is looking very logical. And chat, you might be wondering why not queen d2. And in Sozin type, this is, I would say, very similar to a Sozin type of a structure. Because white ka bishop c4 pe hai. Yes, you've played a3. That's a slight difference, but black ne bhi h6 khela hai. Let's be real. So in Sozin structures, whenever you're castling on the long side, you always wonder, should I put my queen on d2 or should I put it on e2? And this is something which you can always understand by basically two different parts. So number one, queen e2 should always be played if you can play g4, like instantly. ठीक है, बट क्वीन e2 का एक डिसएडवांटेज भी है.
Our disadvantage break के बाद. But meanwhile, Sahaj bhai आ रहे वापस. But look at this move. Pragg being very pragmatic. Sahaj bhai, welcome back.
Oh, did I leave क्या?
हाँ, I think वो basically आप बोल रहे थे ये है disadvantage and वो net disconnect हो गया भाई.
डिसएडवांटेज भाई नेट ही है मेरा. But I think Pragg chose to basically be flexible in this situation. But as I was saying, between d2 and e2, the benefit of queen d2 is that after rook c8, rook takes c3 is not possible. With queen e2, the benefit is that you get to play g4, g5. And because black has played knight c6, you cannot go rook c8, rook c3 anymore. This is why queen e2 is stronger here. अगर ब्लैक का नाइट d7 पे होता ना यहाँ पे, then queen d2 could have been a stronger move. Like this has happened so many times across different positions.
Agreed. And it feels like Sahaj bhai, bishop a2 is kind of a very prophylactic move, nice move. Basically पता है कि rook c8 या queen c7 कुछ तो आने ही वाला है. Also b5 भी आने वाला है, knight e5 भी आने वाला है. And in all of those logical moves for black, there's one piece getting harassed. Bishop on c4. Let's move it back and keep all options open. So maybe not the best Indian preference, but a very, very good move nonetheless by Pragg.
हाँ भाई, बिकॉज इसके बाद वो अगेन वो जो क्वीन c8, क्वीन b7 या क्वीन c7, क्वीन b7 वाला जो प्लान था वो तो आ ही रहा है. बिकॉज बिशप a2 से कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है. लाइक इवन इफ यू हैड गॉन क्वीन e2, द मोमेंट ब्लैक प्लेज b5, you're gonna tuck your bishop to a2 anyway. So now with bishop a2, you are asking, is black gonna play b5? Of course black is gonna play b5. What black cannot castle on the king side क्योंकि वहां पे ऑलरेडी मेट होने वाली है. एंड तो आप क्वीन साइड पे खेलोगे, राइट? You'll play b5, b4 and try to create some counter play on the other side of the board. So bishop a2 I think is a nice move. And also it keeps the flexibility alive. Maybe Pragg chooses queen d2 later on. Who knows?
Agreed. And Chad, we'll go to Divya's game soon. I really want to focus on these two games. A crucial moment here. Magnus could be in a much, much worse position. In 2 moves from now, we'll go to that game. But right now, they are kind of equal. And Chad, do like the stream because let's keep in mind, day 3 of Norway chess today, we have Pragg versus Magnus. Day 4 tomorrow, it is Gukesh versus Magnus. It feels like, and Firouzja in the lead. So it feels like it's like everybody has some action going on. And of course, it's going to be exciting after the end of day tomorrow, like tomorrow's day. It's going to be something dramatic. Something dramatic will happen. And I think it's something to follow. I think jaldi se like kar do stream. Bahut logo ko game mein lao. Let's get more people in. And Sahaj bhai, I think Magnus की clock अब 1 घंटे के mark की तरफ बढ़ती जा रही है. He still has to play 31 moves. I get the feeling time pressure is already real. Like it must be in the back of his head.
Bhai, Magnus has the lowest amount of time across all formats right now.
Wow.
Magnus is the only one who has 109. The lowest is Bibisara after that, 1 hour and 11 minutes. She's also thinking, but Magnus currently has the lowest time. But also in Bibisara's game, more moves have happened. On Magnus को अभी भी, as you mentioned, 30 चालें खेलनी है. Already, if he thinks for 9, इतनी मैथ्स मेरी उतनी अच्छी नहीं है, but अगर उसके पास 1 घंटा होता ना, that's 1 move, that's 2 minutes, yeah, per move, essentially.
Damn. Why that's
on move
serious.
10 itself.
And in a position he has no idea, like of course he has an idea, but he has not seen this position before. It's a novel position. It's tough. There are holes everywhere. G6, E6, like इतने सारे hanging pawns हो सकते हैं. And attack is coming from white, right? मतलब हमने देखा कि G4 से आने वाला Queen E2 के बाद. You need that time here. You might need a moment जहाँ पे आपको 20-30 मिनट सोचना पड़े because the complication might be sharp enough.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And chat, we do know that Humpy G is in a slightly worse position. We'll check that game out as well. But I just to like give a brief there, I don't think it's that bad. It's an end game and lots of there are many ways that she could be able to equalize. So not really a big worry for now. It is a worry that Humpy G was white and now she has to defend the position. That's a worry for sure. But I don't think it's like developed into something which we have to be careful about just yet. I think it's still more or less okay. And Bibisara और दिव्या का तो भाई अभी ड्रॉ होने वाला लग रहा है. आर्मेगेडन उनका अभी होगा लग रहा है.
Oh, that's awesome. थोड़ा हमें मसाला मिलेगा गेम के अंदर because I think Armageddons are so much fun to watch. 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black. And then, of course, draw odds for black. So we've seen 5 Armageddons yesterday. Yeah? So many draws. And that's why Norway chess is so exciting. If you have a draw, come back to the board, play a game, and give us a result.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think 2 games, एक तो ये वाला, दूसरा भाई Vincent versus Wesley also looks like it's headed to a draw like immediately. Yeah. तो 2 Armageddon फटाफट आ सकते हैं by the way. ये दोनों games जो open section में of course of the Indian players, that I think could be settled in classical itself, but some other games could be Armageddon. मजा आएगा भाई बढ़िया दिन लग रहा है आज. 2024 की याद आ रही है भाई.
Agreed. And I think एक सवाल है, can Carlsen win? Of course. I think Naidov या Sicilian in general is a position जहाँ देखो, look at, by the way, did you see Magnus's face? He's not happy with what he has. He had a little disappointed look on his face, but he can win because it's a sharp opening. It will give him some chances. If Pragg makes a mistake, I think he would definitely have some chances. But right now, Pragg has played perfect chess, near perfect chess, accuracy 99 for Pragg versus 97.6 for Magnus. So it will require some support from Pragg's side if Magnus has to win this. And look at that time difference, 27 minutes with just 9 moves on the board from Magnus. This is looking very tough. Chat, by the way, where are you guys joining us from? Would love to know. It's a nice evening in India. We have, of course, Norway chess. I think it might be early. Sejal, what's the time in your place?
I'm in Budapest. It's I think it's 6, like 6:30 almost. Beautiful summer. Like today is the first day where it's hot and nice, and so yeah, very nice to be in Europe.
Yeah, bhai, India ka hot abhi is getting very hot.
I know.
Actually,
I can
so
imagine. I will also be visiting India very, very soon, so I'm preparing for that, bhai. But Budapest summer also gets pretty hot, Tiku bhai. So
yeah,
but
yeah,
right now
yeah.
it's great weather. Oh, I see lots of people are saying Adelaide. Wow, that's so cool.
That's really nice because Adelaide, it must be past midnight, no? Already, I think.
Yeah,
Way past midnight, actually.
crazy.
That's nice to
अभी
see.
तो normal answers आ रहे हैं, but धीरे धीरे करके we know where this is
हाँ,
headed towards. Yeah.
yeah, I can see. I can see. मतलब जहाँ कंट्रीज में इंटरनेट भी नहीं है वहां से भी लोग आ रहे हैं. So that's amazing.
जिस
See,
planet में इंटरनेट नहीं है वहां से भी लोग आ रहे हैं.
wow. So glad to know भाई कि तुम लोग जुपिटर के एटमॉस्फेयर में फ्लोट कर रहे हो एंड वीनस में भी जहां सल्फ्यूरिक एसिड बरसता है. क्रेजी भाई. डेडिकेशन इज क्रेजी टू फॉलो चेस फ्रॉम चैट. ये तो है. एंड
Crazy.
मीनवाइल चैट, while we wait for the game, I have a question. जहां से भी आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हो, वहां की फेवरेट डिश क्या होती है? मे बी सिटी, कंट्री, whatever. Would love to know. एंड
Favorite
जुपिटर
dish?
की बताना. बाय द वे, बिशप E7 ऑन द बोर्ड, सहज भाई.
ओ सेसी के हिसाब से दैट्स अ मिस्टेक, जस्ट सो यू नो. सेसी बोल रहा है भाई,
Ooh.
मैं नहीं बोल रहा. हमें तो लग रहा है बेटर है, बट सेसी. एंड दिस व्हाट आई वाज टेलिंग यू, बिशप ई7 इज सच अ लॉजिकल मूव. हु इज गोना प्ले क्वीन C7 विदाउट प्लेइंग बिशप ई7? सो नाउ Pragg हैज टू जस्ट स्टिक टू द प्लान. गो क्वीन E2, गो लॉन्ग castle and go G4 G5 and that's it.
Wow.
GG.
Bhai, Magnus Carlsen under pressure. So let's play Queen E2, Saj, bhai, on the board. Let's do some analysis. The Queen E2 खेला. And let's say Black कहता है, भाई मेरे को तो दिख नहीं रहा attack. I'm going to just castle on the king's side and play it very solid. How do you see the next 2-3 moves going for Pragg?
भाई गट से कासल के लिए बहुत गट से, बिकॉज ये H6 का पॉन है ना G4 G5 को इतना डेंजरस लग रहा है. बट आई थिंक राइट नाउ यू कैन जस्ट गो लॉन्ग कासल and you're just preparing for G4 G5 at some point. So let's say how do you play queen C7 maybe?
Maybe Rook C8. आपका आइडिया Rook C3 खेलने वाला हूँ. मेरा प्लान है
हाँ, Rook
at
C8.
some point Rook C3 खेलने का.
And I'm thinking G4, but I think you have takes and E5 and उसके बाद Bishop G4 मर रहा है. So I see a weird move from the computer, but I can kind of make sense. Knight C6 here, yeah, because Bishop C6 में E5 आ रहा है. भाई इसीलिए instinctively मेरा दिमाग Queen C7 पे गया था, because generally Sicilian position में जब भी आप long castle करते हो, Queen को D8 से हटाना बहुत जरूरी होता है आपके लिए. So now if you go Rook C6, which is not an ideal capture, let's say, because you wanted to capture with the Bishop, you wanted to play D5. Now White can just go Bishop D2, difficult move, with the idea of G4 G5, and this is almost like okay, clear better. One mistake and it could be losing for Magnus.
Wow.
And played.
And Black.
Queen E2 played.
Wow. And Pragg bottle भी unlock कर रहे हैं भाई. Let's go full screen भाई. Shots भी बनाने हैं हमें. But crazy man, like Pragg is already ready to maybe launch an attack. Queen E2 is a signal for that. Look at Magnus. He also opens the bottle.
Crazy.
And chat, I did see your suggestions. मुंह में पानी आ गया आपके खाने के suggestions देख के. So crazy ideas. Unfortunately, I can't order anything right now. But कल के लिए मुझे कुछ checklist items मिल चुके हैं सहज भाई. क्या क्या ऑर्डर करना है कल?
I think you were asking because to verify whether they are from that place or not. Like genuinely,
हाँ.
I thought genuinely you thought you meant that. But Budapest की होती है भाई. It's called chimney cakes. That's
Oh
like I think
wow.
one of the most. It's like this round like bread thingy, which is like very very popular here.
I love pretzels. Like Germany में जब मैं गया था बहुत सही थे. तो me and my wife cook, like baked it like a few weeks back. इट लुक्स सो नाइस. पहली बार मैं देखा इंडिया में प्रेसिडेंट जैसे एटलीस्ट, तो इट इज नाइस. तो कोई सेशन ट्राई करना चाहिए. एंड कोई बंदा कह रहा है आई एम फ्रॉम वीनस, माय फेवरेट इज कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड. ग्रेट ब्रदर, यू स्टक टू दैट लाई. You stuck to that light till the very end. Fake it till you make it. Love it, bhai.
चिमनी केक नहीं भाई, चिमनी केक, चिमनी केक. भाई भाई भाई, चैट
चिमनी
इज
केक क्या होता है भाई?
चैट इज भाई, 3 साल हो गए मेरे को, मैंने आज तक नहीं सोचा था ये, और भाई को सिर्फ 2 सेकंड लगे. भाई रिस्पेक्ट तो है, रिस्पेक्ट है भाई.
चिमनी केक क्या होता है भाई?
रिस्पेक्ट है भाई. लाइक आपका दिमाग मतलब इज क्रेजी भाई. 3 साल हो गए मेरे को, मैं हर रोज पढ़ता हूँ चिमनी केक, आज तक नहीं
तो
देखा
सहज
मैंने.
भाई, कभी मैग्नस को भी ट्राई करा है आपने चिंदी केक? आई थिंक वी शुड कभी इंडिया का तो ट्राई कराना चाहिए.
Oh, by the way, Ali Reza has made a move. Apparently, chat is
Ooh.
letting us know. Yep, it is true. He went queen to d8. So the best move by Ali Reza. And now we were discussing queen a3 was a cute move, and there is knight c3 as well. जो I think टिकू भाई की suggestion थी. And either ways, I think you are just much better, yeah?
Yeah, I mean
भाई
rook
कम से
c1
कम
also.
1.5 तो आना चाहिए आज.
हाँ, आई मीन 2 आएगा तो मेंबरशिप्स है, मेंबरशिप की
हाँ,
बारिश होगी
1.5
आज
तो
तो
मिनिमम
चैट
है
के लिए.
आज.
हाँ हाँ, अग्रीड अग्रीड. बट डेढ़ मतलब लाइक नॉट डेढ़ इन पॉइंट्स. Like ideally we need 4.5 points at least, Sahaj bhai, I'm hoping, out of 6 in
हाँ
these
हाँ
two
हाँ,
games.
एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली, दोनों मतलब क्लासिकल में बोलो 1.5 आना चाहिए.
हाँ
लाइक आई
हाँ
थिंक
हाँ,
फॉर श्योर.
agreed.
बट
And
लेट्स
meanwhile,
सी.
chat, I think lots of options. Queen a3, as Sahaj mentioned earlier, controlling the dark squares. Of course, like rook c1, getting to the open file makes a lot of sense. I think यहाँ पे Gukesh is spoiled for choice. Nothing fancy, कि भाई, he's going to win in 5 moves, but something he can use to build long-term pressure. And black, देखो ना, black का queen d8 खेलना पड़ रहा है. You're moving back to the original square. This queen went to e7, went to d6 and back to d8. ये इसके सपने नहीं थे भाई. जब घर छोड़ के निकली थी, इसके सपने थे कि मैं कुछ क्रेजी करूंगी, अब घर पे आ गई वापस. सो दैट्स नॉट आइडियल फॉर
या
ब्लैक.
यप यप, बट सपने अच्छे हैं भाई, बिकॉज क्वीन a5 का जो सपना है, एक बार वो आ गया तो इट कुड बी अ स्लाइट प्रॉब्लम, इसलिए उसको रोको अभी. बट आई थिंक थोड़ा सोचेगा यहाँ पे गुकेश, बिकॉज आई थिंक दिस इज where you have to create that strategic plan, like where should my pieces be, what does the ideal position look like for Gukesh. And I think it's somewhere around putting the knight on c3, put like rerouting this bishop to f3, maybe just throwing a4 to have some space on the queen side, and maybe a5 if your opponent allows it, put the rook on b1, the other rook on c1, and
आई
we just इसके बाद छोड़ दो भाई.
सहज भाई, मैग्नस कार्लसन की मूव देख के आई डोंट नो चेस.
I just said this, no? That h6, h5 will lose a tempo. I just
लिटरली
said
भाई,
this.
व्हाट भाई?
So
मैग्नस,
Magnus just accepted a one tempo less in a very, very sharp position, essentially. Which I mean, definitely it is saying that Magnus is accepting that he's worse in this position.
bhai, this is really good for Pragg, by the way, because now kingside castling, I mean, is out of the question, I think. And maybe the idea is knight g4. Like, I want to get the bishop on e3. But it's like very risky, Sahaj, I think, because white can just take on c6 at the right moment, play bishop d4, and you don't get the bishop. And if you play e5, then I get d5. So I don't know what exactly the next couple of moves for Magnus will be, but feels like Pragg can continue with queenside castling, and he is now clearly better.
Castle हो गया, knight g4 के बाद क्या हो रहा है भाई? You said knight takes c6, right?
Yeah, because bishop
Bishop
नहीं दे
take
देखा मैंने मेरा, and bishop
bishop
d4.
c6 and bishop d4.
And if
Oh, by the way,
e5, then I'm
bishop
very
c6
happy.
for some reason was a bad move. Bishop c6, which is also
Oh,
weird.
pawn से मारना है to open the b file, yeah? That does
Yeah,
make sense.
but अब bishop d4 में क्या हो रहा है? e5 आपके पास maybe.
Now I don't get d5, right? So this is great, I think, for white.
And now
Can do.
the next move for Pragg is a little difficult. चलो chat से question पूछते हैं. Chat, you
हाँ
can go. You know bishop d4 is bad. You have 3 other moves: bishop d2, bishop f4, or bishop g5. Which one do you choose and why? You don't have to answer why. You can just choose the move. Actually, I'm very curious if people can guess this off of instinct.
भाई,
या मेरे सवाल से.
पहला दिमाग में आता है bishop f4 खेलो because I want to attack d6 and if you play e5 then my bishop opens on a2. So I like bishop f4 by instinct. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. d2 maybe right now there's no rook c8, so that doesn't make any sense to me. What's the move, Sahaj bhai?
I am looking at the chat and so many people are saying bishop d2, which means my trickery a little bit worked, because actually the move is like, I think the move I would consider last here, which is bishop g5, the सूखा pawn देना है आपको basically.
Wow.
Bishop, and of course the idea is कि bishop जो e7 पे बैठा है, it's a very good defender for this d6 pawn and you're just removing that. So black takes. क्या हुआ क्या हुआ क्या हुआ?
Bhai, look at this line. Okay, takes with the pawn. I'm shocked. Takes, queen takes check, king
Yeah.
b1, and now d6 is hanging, right?
Yeah.
So queen c5 feels like a logical move. Chat white to play.
अरे भाई अरे भाई.
Chad white to play. What is the best move in the position? Who is gonna find it? Let's go. Let's see.
भाई.
Why this would be insane if it
This
happens.
is like the greatest tactic I have seen in this tournament so far. Greatest tactic.
Why? Yes, it is queen takes g4, and basically you sack the queen, but you wipe every single piece black has off the board. Yeah, you take everything.
Yep. It's dead loss. 2 rooks and knight for a queen. Yeah, that's 13 points versus 9 points. You're +4 essentially. Yeah, black has a couple of pawns. Maybe ये दोनों pawn मर जाएंगे. But pawns के, unless the pawns are super, far advanced, the pieces will win. Because pawns are not as dangerous. Only maybe the g4 pawn is a concern. Apart from that, everything else is fine. So this is very much possible. टिकू भाई मजा आ जाएगा अगर ये
Wow.
बोर्ड पे हुआ तो. But
भाई
for
ये
now,
हुआ तो इसकी अलग से डायमंड मेंबरशिप बनती है भाई. ये तो मतलब
अरे
insane move, like अगर ऐसा हो गया. But regardless, this shows the danger, chat, what Magnus Carlsen is facing right now. That, like bishop g5 move, like, which was a weird one, not easy for Pragg, agreed. But if you play these moves, like, the pressure is real, like d6 pawn hanging tha. The alternative was to play king e7. And that just means that you're struggling in that
I'll just go
end game
there.
somehow.
This position, yeah, queen c5 की जगह
Yeah.
आप कह रहे हो king e7 was the only move basically.
Yeah.
And now
Sahaj bhai?
f3 or something.
Yeah, and maybe just knight back. I don't know, where do you put that
And
knight?
just you play normal. I mean, ये pawn just forever weak hai, essentially. That's what you're claiming. And whenever this rook moves, you can also capture a6. And you can also look for some e5 breaks. Or queen d3 maybe as well. बहुत सारे ideas I think white के पास. But Tiku bhai, maybe it's not easy to evaluate that in this position we are sacrificing a pawn for what looks like nothing. Like, yes, there is long-term pressure, but it kind of looks like आपको कुछ immediately नहीं मिल रहा. So maybe bishop g5 is a difficult move to play.
Absolutely agree, Sahaj bhai. And एक बंदा लिखता है काहे का गोट. अरे यार.
भाई
You know,
मैग्नस
कई
भी
बार-
सेफ नहीं है अब ये समझ आ
भाई,
गया मुझे.
सही में काहे का गोट, क्या कमेंट है भाई. Hilarious. But नहीं भाई, he is definitely the goat. And हम लोग बातें कर रहे हैं, अपने fantasy world में queen sack करने को मिलेगा. Like, 20 moves from now, suddenly we could see like Magnus queen on, B2. Suddenly.
भाई चैट मत लिखो ये चीजें. उसने एक बार पढ़ लिया ना भाई, वो जाग जाएगा. एंड वी हैव सीन, इफ यू रिमेंबर वर्ल्ड रैपिड, यू रिमेंबर टेपे सेगमेंट व्हिच इज जस्ट राइट नाउ, जो अभी 2 हफ्ते पहले हुआ था.
Yeah.
एक मैच हारने के बाद 3 गेम लगातार वो जो जीता था, उसको टूर्नामेंट भी जीत गया था भाई वो. तो ही कैन वेक अप एट एनी पॉइंट. ही इज अ वेरी वेरी डेंजरस प्लेयर भाई.
Yeah, agreed. And I like this question. Like, if Magnus was a cricket player, like which cricket player would he be? Chad, I think you can let us know. Would he be Virat Kohli, Sahaj bhai? I think maybe that's a good comparison.
I
or
don't
Sachin,
really
like-
I don't really watch cricket that much भाई. I think he would be someone who is very stable. Like जो player कभी out नहीं होगा. I think that I don't know कौन है वो batsman ऐसा जो out नहीं होगा कभी भी. Like जो
But-
हमेशा end तक रहेगा. वो कौन है वो?
So I think maybe like Rahul Dravid is somebody who would be very solid, but he wasn't the
Yeah.
one who would like hit runs though. Like he would just be there supporting the other players. Magnus does hit runs. Like he does kind of attack sometimes.
That is also
So-
true. That is also true, yeah. But I think I see him more as like a, but like, I think he will only hit runs when it's needed. नहीं तो वो बैठा रहेगा वहाँ पे. Like I don't know. That's the vibe I get. But okay, I don't follow cricket as much. But someone says Steve Smith.
Oh, that's possible. That's possible. Although नहीं यार, नहीं
That's
नहीं
possible.
नहीं, Steve Smith का कुछ negative connotation भी है. So I don't think he's gonna. नहीं नहीं
Okay.
नहीं, not Steve Smith.
Really? I didn't know that. भाई
हाँ
क्रिकेट में ना थोड़ा डेंजरस है because I have no idea.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
अब NBA में पूछो, आपको मैं आंसर दे सकता हूँ इसका, and it's very easy actually.
चैट बताओ भाई, NBA का बताओ कि who do you
NBA
think
is
could be
very easy,
Magnus?
भाई. And I would be shocked if people don't guess it. I'll give you a hint. It's longevity, essentially.
Hmm. कोई कोई लिखा भाई, सुरेश नेहरा. I don't know. Oh, by the way, F3 played by Pragg. He doesn't castle, Sahaj bhai. He doesn't castle. And maybe the gamble that Pragg went for, sorry, Magnus went for, kind of had the desired result.
Bhai, I am about 90% sure that this game can convert into my course.
Ooh.
Like I'm trying to understand कि कहाँ से आ रहा है transposition, because I've seen this position before. Because Tiku bhai, the idea is knight e5,
हाँ.
long castle, and now rook c8. And now the point is I'm taking this. आप कुछ भी कर लो. I'm going to take this. And many times in this position, because you played queen e2 and you didn't go queen d2, you have to play queen e1 ताकि rook c3 के बाद आपका ये pawn structure टूटे ना. And this would be an exact copy, I think, of my course, if I'm not mistaken. तो
Wow.
भाई please Magnus do this. मजा आएगा भाई.
भाई, I as much as I want भाई, चैट जाके कोर्स ले लो सहज भाई का, ताकि ये पोजीशन पूरी गेम में ना आए. वहीं में, because rook c3 के बाद ना, like I don't know सहज भाई, I am choosing black. I see
हाँ
that pawn on c3, that double pawn on c3, that pawn on a3. I feel like suddenly we will start talking about, Magnus coming back, because that is a dream position for black compared to what he could have in the alternate universe that we just saw.
भाई, if I go king b1, like computer बोल भी नहीं रहा है, but I know this position very well. Rook takes c3. I'm sure it's working. See, it's going down now. Because I have analyzed this position very deeply before. bc3 and just queen c7, and this is not easy, bhai, for white. So hopefully
So,
Pragg does not allow this.
so offer draw.
नहीं 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 भाई, दोनों जीतने हैं भाई, 10 memberships. Let's go.
हाँ.
h4
So
खेला है
chat,
ऐसे गोड को आपने. You have half an hour difference as well. This is the moment you can take him down.
that's true. So now that we are not completely winning here, let's switch games to Gukesh quickly for a second and see wahan kya ho raha hai, because we do have a move, a couple of moves. And I think queen d8 is what we saw last. Rook c1, very logical. Knight e6, also very logical, exchanging that strong piece on f4. We had that trade. He takes with the rook. I thought maybe he'll consider with the pawn as well, but I think the g6 hole is just too much. Yeah, rook takes e6, and now rook to c2 from the world champion.
साहिल भाई, आपने दिल तोड़ दिया है. आपने बोला कि रुकी 6 was the best move, fe6 was not the best move because what do you mean g6 weak हो रहा है? I think इसका एक और रीजन है भाई, जो आपने मेंशन नहीं किया.
Huh? What is the reason?
What do you think, भाई? What do you think is the reason why you should not move this pawn? जो सोने का प्यादा है, उसको नहीं चलना था.
That's a fair.
Exact.
So लेकिन हम चल नहीं रहे, हम कैप्चर कर रहे हैं. Like मतलब maybe it's a bit different.
बैठे बैठे कैप्चर कर रहे हैं.
मतलब नहीं, हम चल नहीं रहे. E6 square हमें खींच रहा है.
No, right. आप provoke कर रहे हो. Exactly. See, chat also knows by Golden One. Thank you so much, chat, for saving me there. But Firouzja knows this. And by the way, Tiku bhai, we were also discussing this. Just want to point it out. Knight b5 के बाद अगर आप queen d7 जाते हैं ना, then again rook c1, knight e6, and here I think there was this. Sorry, knight takes e6, and now you would be forced to capture back with the pawn because rook से मारोगे तो bishop f5. It looks a bit uncomfortable. Like this is what he was trying to avoid essentially. That's why the queen is on d8.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. That makes a lot of sense. Also, you mentioned that queen a5 idea, right? Also could be like a counter-attacking move. So rook c2, I think Gukesh playing it very solid. Like it's maybe still a slight edge, Sahaj, would you, like a minor edge for Gukesh maybe?
Yeah, for sure. For slight edge, I think very, very big edge. On the Chesscom India chat, someone is saying, Sahaj, answer the NBA question. Bhai, yes, it was LeBron James, I think, in that sense. And you can kind of compare, Magnus's World Cup 2023 performance to LeBron's, let's say, 2018 or 2018 or 2020. 2020 में वो जीता था, and 2018 में he had that GOAT performance, right? Like, right, than India. So in terms of longevity, of course, Magnus has been dominating for a very, very long time, bhai. So I would compare him to uh, LeBron for sure.
Yep. On which
What?
topic? क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Why?
So-
What?
So Sahaj Bhai is just gonna explode in laughter and in happiness. So chat, Sahaj Bhai को खुश करने के लिए, सिर्फ खुश करने के लिए, we have a confessional from Magnus Carlsen himself. Let's play it. Look at Sahaj Bhai.
But like it's one thing where predictions are coming true on the board, but Magnus talking about NBA, like as we are comparing him to LeBron.
Sahaj
What
Bhai,
is
so
going
Divya क्या
on
बोलेगी
today,
आज
bhai?
confession में? ये बता दो. Maybe I can bet on it. I
हाँ
don't
भाई,
know.
आज कुछ भाई कुछ खरीदना पड़ेगा भाई. आज अच्छा दिन है भाई, बहुत अच्छा दिन है.
Let's
How
have the
long is the
confessional.
Yeah,
One
let's do
minute,
it.
1 minute. Let's see what he says.
This has absolutely nothing to do with the game, but I just thought of it and I thought I might as well say it. Whomever is responsible for the NBA app, we have one of the best series in years going on right now in the Western Conference Finals. And when people have no spoilers on in the app, they expect no spoilers. So, do better.
Wow. So that was
What?
totally, I understood everything there. I don't know, Sahaj Bhai is happy and that's what he expected, but
Bhai, what? How did Magnus speak about NBA at the exact moment we're talking about NBA?
I know, that's weird, no?
That's strange. That is so strange. भाई आज क्या
Wow.
दिन है?
भाई सहज भाई, मतलब स्टॉक प्राइस बता दे किसमें इन्वेस्ट करना है मुझे, जल्दी से अलग से प्राइवेट में व्हाट्सएप करके तो हेल्पफुल रहता भाई. आज ही मिलियनर बन जाऊंगा भाई, कल से कमेंट्री खत्म. आज ही रिटायर हो
भाई
सकते हैं हम
क्रेजी
लोग.
चैट. दिस इज प्रूफ फॉर यू भाई. एनबीए देखना शुरू करो भाई. देख लो, अब तो गोट ने भी बोल दिया. वो एनबीए की ऐप, एक्चुअली एनबीए की ऐप के बारे में उसने कुछ बोला था.
Sahaj bhai, let's jump to Magnus's game because what you said is gonna happen. 95 king and castles on the board. Rook c8 incoming. Best move for Magnus. भाई अब मुझे प्रग के लिए दिव्या बता पास से क्यों चलती है गेट्स के भाई. It feels like this is gonna be exactly your course and this is gonna be tough for Pragg.
Bhai, too many coincidences are happening today, chat. Tiku bhai, I've no, like it's happening too much. And of course, if he doesn't play Rook C8, then why did he go 95?
Yeah.
Like ये रुक का फाइल ही तो खोल रहा है वो. नाइट C4 का प्लान तो मतलब फ्यूचर में, मतलब 10 साल में भी नहीं आएगा नाइट C4 अभी. तो you have to go Rook C8, Rook takes C3 and then go Queen C7. But then the
Wow.
question is on Pragg, bhai. Rook C8 के बाद does he allow this capture? Because I would not. I would definitely not allow this, bhai.
You know, when you play Queen E1, for example, फिर आप, you're on the defensive side already, Sahaj bhai, because G4 becomes less likely. B5 is incoming, Knight C4 is incoming, and Sahaj bhai is not coming. Sahaj bhai Sahaj bhai उदास हो गया, Pragg हार रहा है. Chat, come on, Pragg, open the chat, let's go.
No, मेरा internet connection थोड़ा गया था. But yeah, please continue, bhai. Long Castle Rook C8, you were saying?
भाई मैं कह रहा था, like,
Queen
if
E1.
you're playing Queen E1, for example, like that's already like you're on the defensive side of things now. Like suddenly Knight C4, B5 आ रहा है, and you're not getting G4 anytime soon. Black is not even castle, so G4 might not even make sense right now. You can't go F4 because G4 square आपका पूरा completely black control में आ जाएगा. I feel like the tide could be turning and Magnus Carlsen might be taking over potentially in the next 5 moves.
Tiku bhai, this exact idea of Queen E2, Queen E1 is mentioned like in my course, and as well, there's many games played here with one
Wow.
exception, which is
हाँ.
H4 and H5 नहीं होता उसमें. So that's the only difference. If you remove H4, if you put the pawns on H2 and H7, I'm sure you will have like at least 50 games in this position. So this is a known thing, I think.
So question to you, Sahaj, by now, because I think you've done a course, you would really understand this well. H4, H5 के inclusion से who benefits here? White or black?
I think it's like 50-50 because black का benefit ये है कि white g4 नहीं खेल सकता. Black का benefit ये है कि white f4 नहीं खेल सकता because knight g4 में थोड़ा uncomfortable होगा. तो ये king side attack थोड़ी देर के लिए रुक गया. और white का advantage ये है कि black castle नहीं कर सकता. Like I mean, and that's a big one. And also with this h4 h5 inclusion, I can always put my bishop on g5 and where it's an outpost, and then I'll always be targeting the e7 bishop, which defends the d6 pawn here. So दोनों sides के लिए एक benefit और एक disadvantage, more or less.
Wow. So that means I think this doesn't change the position in terms of evaluation much. And iska matlab black does have some real potential. And now the crucial decision, chat, question to you. आप लोग हमारे expert है. You know, the prompt is, you are the expert in this position in Sahaj Bhai's course. Should Pragg defend queen e1 or should he just allow rook takes c3 and play the best? I'll tell you, the best move is king b1, allowing rook c3. And the third best move is queen e1, defending it. So what would you play? Prompt डाल दिया है, बताओ भाई. Defend or not defend?
Prompt में एक चीज आपने ऐड नहीं करी. You are a 2700 player with 20 years of chess experience and writing 100 books. That's where you start. But yeah.
भाई साहब, भाई क्या दुनिया में आ गए हम लोग हैं.
भाई.
Okay. Time for another discussion for another time.
Never thought we would be saying prompt डाल रहे हैं commentary में. That's the AI effect. Let's go.
And by the way, I see majority of people saying defend. And there's also this question कि हम bishop d2 क्यों नहीं खेल सकते? You can definitely play bishop d2 actually. That's one of the ways to defend the knight. The question is, again, like, कैसे defend करते हो is not really the question. The main question is, do you defend or not? So for me, it's a strategic decision. If you defend the knight, you're kind of making a passive move. You're not trying to attack white. You're accepting कि भाई my attack is not going to exist. Of course, bishop d2 के अपने drawbacks जो सहज भाई दिखा रहे हैं. Second is you're going to kind of still keep on pushing and then allow this rook takes c3 to happen. So I'm not sure what Pragg does, but Sahaj bhai, I would defend because I'm genuinely scared of opening up my king. For example, king b1 के बाद rook c3, my king is completely bare open.
And भाई king b1 के बाद मेरा कंप्यूटर तो rook c3 नहीं कह रहा है, but Sesi चीख रहा है rook c3.
Wow.
And Sesi says it's 0-0-0. So after reading Sesi, 100% मैं rook c3 allow नहीं करूंगा भाई. 100%.
Wow.
Go for queen e1 Pragg. At least black cannot castle. You still have a lot of attack on the king side. Bishop g5 is still possible. You can try for some f4 ideas, g4 ideas as well. Also rook c3 के बाद black को counter play मिल जाएगा. Like वो queen side पे वो नहीं देना है कुछ भी करके.
Agreed. And bhai, I think the crazy part is, rook c3 धीरे धीरे करके move ऊपर आती है. And also black has other options after king b1, for example. Black can play b5, also a decent move. Black can take on c3. Black can apparently even castle. So this tells me कि objectively जो ये f3 move थी, in that position was like a mistake. Like it was maybe a bit, not a mistake, but maybe a bit slow. I think वो extra tempo कहीं white को चाहिए था. And I think maybe Pragg missed that one. But okay, I mean, he's still okay. But the question is, does he allow it or not? Rook takes c3 about to happen.
हम बार बार कहते हैं कि f takes e6 नहीं मारना चाहिए था क्योंकि g6 वीक हो रहा था. f3 नहीं खेलना चाहिए क्योंकि वो टेम्पो कम हो रहा है भाई. But the crux is always the same. It's the f pawn. जब भी आप टच करते हो उसको without any particular reason, tactical reasons, it's usually a mistake भाई. I don't know, but it's like it's a thing that can be applied like 99% of the situations, which is actually very, very strange to me.
Yep. I think f pawn always kind of weakens your king because usually the king will be on e8 or g8 in majority of games. That's always risky. And एक situation मुझे knight b1 दिख रहा है. Undeveloping a piece in most cases is risky. I know हमने knight b1, knight a1 कल हमने maneuver देखे थे, but that was in the end game जहाँ पे there was no attack building up. Time was not crucial in terms of what you do right now. You had time to maneuver. But knight b1 means king अटक गया c1 पे, आपने undeveloped किया है piece, and now b5 and so on, and then suddenly it could be complete initiative transfer to black. फिर मैग्नस ही खेल रहा है, आप बस बैठे हो बस वहां पे खेलने के लिए. सो नाइट B1 डेफिनेटली नॉट अ गुड मूव.
Yeah, Queen E1, or I think Queen E1 is the only move that I think that kind of makes sense more or less. And I'm looking at Bishop G5 can also work, I think, but उसमें भी Rook C3 आ रहा है. Just the idea of Rook C3 is just very uncomfortable to me. And this is exactly where you're wishing that your queen was on D2. You're just hoping, you're just wishing कि काश मैंने Queen D2 खेल दिया होता तो ये सब ना होता बोर्ड पे.
हाँ.
और अब Queen D2 खेलोगे तो it's a waste of a move.
Saj bhai, I think it's time for the white king to step up and play king to D2. And after Rook C3,
Oh.
king takes C3. You know, let's just take up responsibility for once in his life. कब
Exactly
तक
भाई.
बाकी
Rook
पीस.
takes. भाई उसके बाद भी King C3 ब्लंडर है भाई. B3 मार
I
दिया उसके
know.
बाद.
Doesn't matter. He has to take up responsibility. You know, like he's the man of the family. Bhai. He has to take responsibility and at least for once, you know, fight in the middle game. Bhai. That's the only way now.
Bye. So out of all the options, Queen E1, Bishop D2, Knight B1, I think that's it, yeah? All the ways that you can, and King D2, of course. All the ways, King D2 is like the worst. क्योंकि उससे कुछ बच भी नहीं रहा है. Rook C3 अभी भी आ रहा है. So
King.
don't play King D2. I don't think he's gonna do that.
Yeah.
But भावनाएं आपकी अच्छी हैं भाई. भावनाओं को मैं समझ
भागना
गया
है
because
मतलब.
हाँ exactly. भावना, not भागना.
हाँ.
भाग
Sorry,
थोड़ी
sorry.
ना है. भागो मत बिल्कुल भी.
हाँ.
Yes.
बट अगर King D2 आया चैट,
धुरंधर.
आई कैन गारंटी यू तुम्हारी मेंबरशिप तो गई. दैट्स वन थिंग आई कैन गारंटी. King D2 आया तो वो मत खेलना भाई.
Pragg thinking. Pragg is I can guarantee you, chat. Pragg is right now thinking about the potential of Rook takes C3. He's thinking कि भाई आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा है. And Magnus की ना आप शक्ल देखो कि वो किस तरफ देख रहा है. क्या does anyone think Magnus is looking at any other square besides the Rook C3 square? Like look, it looks like वो वही नजर मार के बैठा है. किस moment पे I'll get to capture this basically.
I think he can pre-move this, yeah? He
Yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
pre-move Rook takes C3. And do we have the top camera setup? एक बार just for like 30 seconds, we'll have to check that out. Okay, Magnus हिल ही गया, but still we'll have to check that out. Like Rook takes C3, I think Sahaj bhai in those old games, right? Like, oh, I love this actually. Clock भी दिख रही है. It's gonna happen, chat. You cannot stop it. It's मेरे को याद है मैंने कोई बहुत पुराना कोई कोर्स देखा था. Something I saw on those old DVDs. Rook takes C3 Kasparov की कुछ recommendation थी in some Sicilian. Like it's so natural
Oh,
to
it was a
launch your
Naidorf.
attack on the White King.
It was a Kasparov course on Naidorf, जो chess
हाँ
base की DVDs थी. Like I actually
हाँ
watched that
हाँ
as well. Yes.
हाँ, exactly. I think वही था, I think. And I remember like I had it for like a decade at my home at some place. Maybe I still have it. I don't know.
I
But
still have
regardless,
it. I actually have it still. I
oh
checked.
wow,
I
nice,
actually have it still.
nice.
That's the only because I remember because that's the only opening video I have watched like from like minute 1 to like the whole thing. It's the
Oh,
only one I've
nice.
watched.
Nice. Highly recommend that, by the way, Chad. Even if its current times and theory has changed, highly recommend checking that out. But the point is, like, मतलब वो Rook C3 was like such a normal idea. Like, मुझे अब तक याद है, like, I was shocked. भाई Rook दे दिया knight के बदले. But it's so natural in the Sicilian because ये जो Rook है, आपके पास है क्या? Rook on H1 है, right? Rook on D1 है. ये कर क्या रहे हैं अभी? कुछ नहीं कर रहे. So until the end game, the difference of the knight versus Rook is not going to be materialized. तो आप Rook दे दो knight के बदले, King open करो. At some point, okay, it's not easy to play D5 here, but maybe at some point that will happen. The bishop will also open up. Rook भी आ सकता है दूसरा वाला कभी गेम में. B5 pawn आ रहा है, Queen A5 आ रहा है, and knight can come to C4, and there's enough attacking pieces in the game कि by white's life is gonna be miserable.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And I think Queen E1 is the only answer where none of that happens. So let's hope. सहज कोई पूछ रहा है चैट में, सहज भाई आपको ओरंगुटान ओपनिंग आती है? नहीं भाई. Wait a second.
ध्यान से भाई.
चेस की टेबल पे ऑरेंज जूस नहीं है ना, इसलिए. एंड इफ एनीवन गॉट दैट रेफरेंस, भाई एक मेंबरशिप मेरी तरफ से राइट नाउ.
भाई मुझे भी समझ गया है रेफरेंस.
ये थोड़ा डीप है. अगर किसी को समझ आया है तो यू आर एन ओपी भाई.
Oh wow.
इफ यू एक्चुअली गेट दिस. सोचो चैट, सोचो ओरंगुटान एंड ऑरेंज जूस कहाँ पे हो सकता है?
भाई चैट गलत गेस मत करना भाई.
I think chat is not going to be able to get this, so
हाँ.
I'll actually reveal it. It's actually in the movie Life of Pi. जो orangutan था उसका नाम था orange juice.
भाई इतना डीप तो मुश्किल है समझना
ये थोड़ा
एक्चुअली।
मुश्किल था यार, थोड़ा मुश्किल था। सॉरी,
भाई
माय
बंदे
बैड।
ने लिखा है।
क्या आप बात कर रहे हो, किसी ने लिखा है ये? भाई whoever you
वाह।
are, भाई reach out to me भाई. You can message me on Discord or Instagram. एक membership मेरी तरफ से भाई,
वाह
to you.
क्रेजी।
GG भाई, GG for making that reference. That was a good one.
And now, chat, Magnus has gotten up from the seat. Pragg has been thinking for 11 minutes. And this is a tough choice. This is a crucial choice. He knows Rook C3 is coming. So either he prepares for it or he stops it. And that choice is not easy at all, even for a player like Pragg. Sejbhai, maybe we can go to Gukesh's game for a second.
Yeah.
And we have a single move from Firouzja, that is bishop to d7. So moving the bishop back, that bishop has had a long journey, by the way, going back and forth. And now what is the plan? Is it like rook c6 or some rook transfer? Like, is that the plan for black?
I think rook c6 या rook b6 तो नहीं. I think just wanted to take the bishop away, yeah, from the d5 square, essentially. Or rook c6 I just don't like भाई. Rook b6 हो सकता है maybe. I don't know.
Pinning the knight. And it's not possible for me to unpin it actually.
हाँ, because queen a4 में भी ये bishop pin करेगा फिर. Actually, that's a good point.
Very tricky. So rook b6 is a game-winning move for Firouzja. You have to bring that knight back, yeah? Then maybe that knight... Wait, knight c7 काम नहीं कर. अच्छा, knight c7, rook b6, yeah? I'm guessing.
I think you can play knight c3,
हाँ.
black goes rook b6, and then you just go queen a3, जो हमारा ओरिजिनल प्लान था बेसिकली. भाई चैट में एक बंदा बहुत टाइम से लिख रहा है, दिव्या भाई एक गेम, एक नजर ऑन दिव्या.
Let's go. Let's check it out.
Let's take a look because I think आर्मा की तरफ बढ़ रहा है भाई ये गेम. I think within like a few moves a draw offer will be made because chat like we haven't covered a lot of Divya's game, but this is mainly because like not a lot of exciting stuff is happening here because they've just traded a bunch of pieces. वो जो e4 e5 आया था, e4 the break by Bibisara and then e5 the break by Divya, it just allowed a lot of pieces to get traded. Even जो bishop है वो भी same color का है भाई, and pawns भी एकदम same जगह पे है. तो I think this game not being a draw is like a unbelievable thing to me. So I think आर्मा यहाँ पे देखने को मिलेगा भाई, for sure.
Agreed. I think that's going to happen. So मेरे हिसाब से कुछ यहाँ पे I think we can prepare कि अगले 5 मिनट के अंदर अंदर this gonna maybe 10 minutes के अंदर ये this gonna end in a draw. So Armageddon देखने को मिलेगा, कुछ exciting chess देखने को मिलेगा. And both players have so much time on the clock कि expecting a mistake here would be unrealistic. Pawn के सामने pawn, man to man marking है. And I don't expect even Bibisara to put up any real pressure. ये होने वाला है draw. So Sejal, maybe one look at the Humpy game. Now that we are the women's section, एक बार check करते हैं. And then let's jump back to Pragg and see what's happening there.
So Humpy ji is, I mean, objectively according to the bar, it थोड़ा नीचे जा रहा है. She's a bit worse, but she has this weak pawn on c3. I'm guessing that's the main reason why the bar is sort of not being kind to Humpy ji here, because this can be pressured in the long term. Isolated pawns end game में कभी भी अच्छे नहीं होते. But on the other hand, in Humpy ji's defense, I think she does have double bishops, which at least promises some counterplay. Like in some future, she can go a4, a5 or c4, c5, maybe transfer the knight from f3 to d2, b3 to try and support one of these pawn breaks. And I think at the very least, it should be able to equalize. I don't think it's a very big problem here, Tikubai. Maybe you feel differently here, but I feel like this is like calling this worse for white is, I think, a little bit harsh.
I agree. I mean, bishop pair है भाई हमारे पास. You have so many, weak light squares. B7 दिख रहा है मुझे. Bishop B7 is right now a huge threat as well. And yeah, I think black is not castle. Will take a couple of moves to stabilize. अगर एक बार वो C pawn weakness है, I get it, but I think it's also not easy to get to it. Like I always have bishop D2 just saving everything. So I think maybe it's just equal. Yeah, वो just वो end game का element अभी कम evaluate कर रहा है engine. I would evaluate it as equal. And Humpy shouldn't face too many issues, I think, holding this game at least.
Yeah, I agreed. Like, completely agreed. Yeah, practically, chota sa minor sa chance if black plays perfect chess here, which I think is a little bit difficult because kuch na kuch simplification hoga jisme, Humpy ji should be able to equalize. And she could even press here. You never know. By the way, Anna plays the best move here, knight a5, guarding that bishop b7 wala threat and also keeping an eye on the c4 square so that you cannot play c4, c5. Ek move, do threats.
Yep. Yep, I think a nice move. So maybe if she finds the next five best moves, she could be building up real pressure. But right now, I think maybe still close to equal than any chances for Anna. And of course, Anna did replace Humpy at the candidates, so there will be some sort of pressure on both players. Humpy be thinking, I want to win this game, especially with the not so great start at the Norway chess tournament. And this is going to be a crucial game for both players actually, because both of them not having a great start. So Sehaj bhai, maybe time to jump back to the game of Pragg, जहाँ पे he's still thinking, and Magnus Carlsen looks a lot more comfortable now from his body language, at least at first glance. And Pragg looks a bit stressed. So Norway Chess 2024 mein to I think it was a one-way street, right? Pragg never gave Magnus even a sniff of an opportunity, but that's not the case now. लग रहा है कि Magnus is really fighting back.
Yeah, but I think हमारे इंजन के हिसाब से अभी भी बार काफी ऊपर है. वो सेसी just is really shattering our hopes right now with this rook takes c3 वाला idea, which I know Magnus is gonna play. So let's see भाई क्या होता है. And chat में कोई break, मतलब what do you mean by breakfast? ये कोई ये फिर से कोई Life of Pi का reference है which I'm missing. Let me
भाई
know chat. And ear gambit needed Sahil भाई. सूरज भाई ये आपने क्या लिख दिया भाई?
भाई
ये आपने
ये
क्या लिख दिया
गैम्बिट
भाई? मतलब सहज भाई से आप पूजा गैम्बिट करवाओगे आप?
नहीं यार, I think ये gambits ना I think anyway didn't work in कोई भी gambit. In fact, the only gambit that worked was Rakesh bhai's
जर्सी.
Jersey gambit. So I think 2026 has brought new gambits to the forefront. So Rakesh bhai जब आएंगे, and if anybody is under pressure, we're going to do that. But meanwhile, I think Pragg doesn't need it also actually. Like we are okay, of course we're scared. Rook c3 आ रहा है, डर लग रहा है. But objectively, he's fine. Like right now, he's not made any mistakes. And if you look at the accuracy, he still has a higher accuracy than Magnus. 97.6 for Pragg, 96.3 for Magnus. So objectively, he knows what's coming. So he's preparing for it right now. या तो वो allow करेंगे, and he will see a plan जहाँ पे Magnus has no attack, or he will simply not allow it. So maybe there's nothing to worry about for us actually.
I think only time will tell how Pragg reacts. But speaking of time, भाई 40 मिनट का डिफरेंस था बिटवीन Pragg and Magnus. अब वो सिर्फ 10 मिनट का हो गया है. But still only 13 moves have been played. So Magnus still has to play what 27 moves in 54 minutes. That's like still cutting it very, very close.
Yep.
Practically, again, Queen E1 is the best, in my opinion. Don't allow Rook C3. But if he plays King B1, bhai, the game will become super, super, super dynamic.
Yep, it's gonna be dynamic. Sicilian defense is known to be very, very sharp. And galti karne ke baad, you don't get a second opportunity sometimes. And Magnus Carlsen, of course, he prefers end games, but I think he's also a very sharp, calculator, and he can figure out all these details by intuition itself. So, Sehaj bhai, I think maybe it's time to look at the bird's eye for just 10 seconds. And would love to know how many results do you expect today in the classical section itself? क्या लग रहा है?
1, 2, 2.
2,
I would
yeah?
say 2.
So four Armageddons then.
Maybe 3. I like Ju Wenjun's position.
Hmm.
I like Ju Wenjun. क्यों Ju Wenjun ने भी वो गुकेश वाला ही सीन किया है, वो जो F3 E4 वाला जो in the Carlsbad
हाँ.
position. So that looks a bit nice. Yeah, 3 maybe. Yeah, 3. And you? What do you
Okay.
think?
I agree. I think Divya का draw हो जाएगा. Maybe Humpy also draw.
Agreed.
And
Agreed.
Pragg का result, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
Keymer draw. And Gukesh का result
Agreed.
I'm hoping for. So that's
Agreed.
what I'm going for. I think 3 maybe results. And that means 3 या आएंगे भाई. 3 या 4 tie breaks तब भी आएंगे chat. So it's going to be exciting to watch. So let's go back full screen.
ये बहुत
And
सही है बिकॉज हम फुल स्क्रीन पे थे ना, चैट में लोग लिखने लगे साहिल भाई खाना खा लो. Hey chat, you are very clever, yeah. You are very perceptive
भाई
and very clever, yeah. You don't miss anything.
भाई चैट
Crazy भाई.
खाएंगे भाई, पॉपकॉर्न भी खाएंगे. I'm just waiting for the game to become more sharp, even more sharp than this actually. And look at Pragg, by the way, the time difference जो है decrease होता जा रहा है. 8 मिनट से कम रह गया अब भाई. This is
Wow, that
getting
is.
a bit scary.
You know, the more I look at this game, the more I really want to check my code. भाई आप थोड़ा 1 मिनट के लिए कंटिन्यू करो ना. मैं एक साइड अपना कोड चेक
हाँ
कर रहा हूँ कि
करो भाई,
कहाँ पे
करो.
रेपिटेशन था.
करो करो भाई. I think if there's a repetition, I think अगर आप check करोगे, maybe the universe passes that information to Pragg as well. You know, like through his memory. Maybe he's seen it at some point as well. And Chad, I think right now, how much time has he been thinking for? 21 minutes, by the way. 21 मिनट से प्रग सोच रहे हैं इस पोजीशन में, and that tells you how difficult this decision is. For example, like in life, often like there are small decisions. मैं कल कितने बजे उठूं? Do I take a cab or do I take a bus to my, college or work? These are simple. Sometimes you make tough decisions. Do I want to choose engineering or do I want to be unemployed? Like, like you have tough decisions in life, at least the ones I took. And I think this is one of them. What does Pragg do? Gukesh game will go to chat. We'll go there. No moves there, by the way, have happened. Nothing has changed just since we looked at Bishop D7. Literally 0 moves have happened. So we'll jump to that game as soon as we have a move. But right now, Pragg game pair because it's much, much sharper. And of course, we have Magnus Carlsen in front of Pragg and he's not going to make it easy. This is a crucial game of this round. Tomorrow, of course, in round 4, we're going to have Gukesh versus Magnus. That's going to be table banging recap. But right now, it's these two guys. Let's see what happens.
Yaar, bhai, I have some bad news.
Kya hua?
So in my course, literally in this exact same position, basically what I have constantly done is without the H pawn. So the pawn was on H2 and black pawn was on H7, right, in the course. And whenever black was playing knight BD7 या knight C6 and कभी भी knight E5 का threat था ना, तो F3 की जगह मैं F4 खेल रहा हूँ हर जगह. That's what my course says. So you were right, Tiko bhai. F3 was the problem. That's what changed the things.
So that means like you knew about this threat and you were like, yeah, I have to avoid it. And now Pragg couldn't avoid it because of the change in move order and this H4 idea because G4 was weak. And that means he could be facing some drawbacks, as you mentioned. Jo black ka drawback hai, like castling na kar paane ka, it's not so prominent right now because white is not attacking. And bishop on d7 doing a great job of holding e6. So लेकिन जो white का drawback है वो दिख रहा है already stage भाई. You can't go f4 here. And इसका मतलब कि भाई मैग्नस कुर्सी से उठ के जाते हैं. Time difference less than 5 minutes now.
Bhai, crazy. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, I think in Pragg's defense, F4 would not have been possible in this position, in the position that I mentioned, because you've committed H4, H5. So knight G4 का square आपको मिल जाएगा. But still, I think besides F4, there must have been some other move that was giving an advantage. But yeah, very sharp position. But this is not part of the course, especially not with H4, H. I'm sure this position is transposing without the H2 and H7. I actually just checked it. But wo actually is not the best move order for white. So
देख लो चैट कोर्स का 1% मैं तुम्हें अभी फ्री का बता दिया ना भाई. अब जाके 90% तुम्हें लेना पड़ेगा. बट रुक C8 के बाद Pragg, by the way, still in thought. So chat, question to you. Yes or no, ठीक है? Will we see rook takes C3 on the board? Will we see it on the board?
Bhai, if we see rook takes C3 on the board, meaning that Pragg allows rook C3 on the board. And no, bhai. No, I don't want to allow rook C3, bhai.
But वही मैं कह रहा हूँ. But do you think Pragg could allow it, right? Because it's possible. So chat, do you think we'll see rook takes C3?
वो जितनी गहराई से क्वीन साइड की तरफ देख रहा है भाई, वो आई नो rook c3 एनालाइज कर रहा है. मत कर. Don't do it, Pragg. I think play queen e1. I think it's a safer option and your opponent gets little counterplay overall.
I absolutely agree, Sehaj, because chat carry, yes, they want to see rook takes c3, but I think it could be bad news for Pragg fans if rook takes c3 happens. And yeah, I think time difference now just 3 minutes. I think he doesn't play before he drops below Magnus's clock. And now I think the same time pressure issue Pragg is going to face because his position will be the one under attack for the next 10 moves or so.
Wow. And no king side pe kuch attack bhi nahi hai na. That's I guess the problem in the position.
Look at this. Chat का great suggestion.
Okay, थोड़ा आगे जाएं क्या?
हाँ, but एक चीज
आपको बढ़िया सी लाइन दिखाता हूँ. बढ़िया से एक लाइन दिखाता हूँ.
चलो बताओ, फिर मैं नेक्स्ट बताऊंगा. हाँ बताओ.
Queen e1.
हाँ.
Black plays b5. ठीक है. I know knight c4 is the best, but I think 19-20 का फर्क है overall. White goes bishop g5. लॉजिकल चाल f4 खेलना है आपको, बिशप अगर
हाँ.
बिशप e3 पे रख के f4 खेलोगे तो नाइट g4 एंड योर बिशप इज अंडर अटैक. सो
Hmm.
बिशप g5 आता है एंड नाउ ब्लैक कैन प्ले क्वीन टू b6 एंड आर यू रेडी? Bhai,
हाँ.
no, I'm not ready. Pragg just played, and it was not Queen E1. He played Bishop G5. Pragg is inviting Rook takes C3 on the board, and Magnus. And by the way, it's the best move in the position. Tikku Bhai, Rook takes C3. Pragg just played.
भाई कोई मीम है क्या वो? ओह नो, ओह नो, ओह नो 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 नो. Insert meme. I think we need the ability to insert memes with AI or something, because Bishop G5 के बाद Rook C3. I think Magnus can literally play it on intuition. He doesn't need to calculate. He knows it's the best. And Sahaj bhai, let's play Rook takes C3 on the board. Pawn takes and Queen A5. भाई मैं क्या चल रहा हूं इधर? I am not sure, because chat, look at this. King B1 only move, or Pragg is worse already.
Baapre. That is already scary. But King B1, I mean, Sicilian की position में King B1 एक वो filler move रहती है ना. But भाई, real question is King B2 क्यों नहीं?
Exactly right. King B2, because black can now castle and it's already done and dusted. Khatam bhai. Rook is
भाई
coming
क्योंकि
to C8.
D5 Queen A3 check के साथ आ रहा है, I guess.
Yeah.
Crazy. एंड चैट में कोई पूछ रहा है, सहज भाई, डोंट यू थिंक क्लासिकल में प्लेयर्स टेक अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू प्ले अ मूव? यस भाई, आई थिंक दे डू, एंड आई आल्सो थिंक बुलेट में प्लेयर्स जस्ट डोंट टेक एनी टाइम व्हाटसोएवर टू प्ले अ मूव. आई डोंट नो व्हाई. Like, I don't know why players just think in classical and they don't think in bullet. Like, I don't know what's up with that. But you are right. It's a good point, bhai.
And for more jokes, you can buy Sahaj Bhai's Chessable course.
Hey,
But
the opening course is not a joke, bhai.
any what for?
ऐसे
I
मत-
mean, not the course, like for side hustle jokes. No, like if you saw Anish's like there was this Hans's Chessable course, I think. जहाँ पे वो कहता है, our plan for the opening is we're gonna play G4. Opponent कुछ भी करे हम खेलेंगे G4. Opponent कुछ भी करे हम खेलेंगे G4. I was like, भाई G4 ही खेल दो ना first move, फिर इतना है तो. So yeah.
Yeah. Different nice observation. Yeah. I know. It's like after 25 years in chess, you like notice these like intricate details about how people and which formats players are thinking the most. Experience. Oh, bhai.
Whoa! Let's go! Bhai, is it a brilliancy? I hope it is. Wow.
यार ये नहीं देखना था यार, ये थोड़ा रिस्की हो गया. ये बहुत रिस्की हो गया, आई थिंक.
जिन
I
लोगों ने yes
genuinely
लिखा,
think Magnus can win this now. I genuinely think
भाई,
that.
he's favorite now. There's no doubt. Like he's the
Yeah,
clear
he is
winner.
favorite now. 100% Magnus is favorite now. Like, okay, this is scary.
Yep. And chat, जिन लोगों ने yes लिखा था, you are correct. It has happened over the board, and Magnus Carlsen now in the driver's seat. And कोई लोग कहेंगे the bar shows white is better or equal at least. Why is Carlsen driver's seat? Because he gets a shot at the white king. Black ka king is very safe on e8. It has no risk whatsoever right now. And the objective of the game is not to accumulate material. So checkmate the black king. You might have these extra pieces, but the rook on h1 right now is doing nothing. But the bishops and the
भाई ये
knights
भी
and the queens coming in, are dangerous.
अगर हम व्हाइट के डिफेंस की बात कर रहे हैं भाई, ठीक है, ये बिशप ऑन a2, इट्स ओनली डिफेंडिंग बिकॉज इट एग्जिस्ट्स. लाइक इट्स नॉट डूइंग सर्विंग अ पर्पस. या इट्स जस्ट देयर, तो इट्स गुड. बट नाइट डिफेंड कर रहा है, मे बी रुक, मे बी नॉट, क्वीन कुछ नहीं कर रही है. तो इट्स लाइक 1 2 3 पीसेस दैट आर डिफेंडिंग राइट नाउ. तो यू नीड टेक्निकली 1 2 3, एंड ये जो रुक आएगा अभी c8 पे, दैट्स, एंड ऑफ कोर्स द क्वीन, 1 2 3, दैट्स 5 पीसेस भाई, दैट्स टू
भाई
मच.
सारे अटैक कर रहे हैं ना बेसिकली. लाइक ब्लैक किंग भी कभी कभी आ ना जाए भाई मूड में कि भाई अब मैं भी करूंगा. एंड सहज भाई, my question is, I see queen takes c3, queen takes a3, and I feel like I should hold on to something here, because king b1 के बाद like that just feels too, like queen takes c3 के बाद क्या कर रहा हूं मैं? I'm not even sure.
Bhai, I think king b1 like looks very strange, and I'm completely with you on this. But the next move for white is what justifies it, which is bishop to c1, bishop to b2. And that's why your king shouldn't be on b2, because it will block your own pieces way. Yeah, although king b2 looks extremely natural, king b1 also looks natural if we consider the bishop c1, bishop b2. And I'm sure by Actually, now I'm thinking, why did Pragg
Why
play
did he play
Bishop
bishop
G5?
g5? Exactly same thought. Exactly. Why did he play bishop
भाई
g5
ये
then?
अलाउ करना ही था तो अभी किंग B1 खेल देता, फिर बिशप
Exactly.
C1. Oh, that means Pragg has not seen this. That means Pragg completely underestimated Queen A5 because this is wasting a tempo. King B1 पहले भी तो खेल सकता था.
Exactly. And you know what? Yeah, Levy का thumbnail बन चुका है already. That's good news for all his fans, including me, by the way. But Queen A5 के बाद, I think it's definitely huge pressure. And White has only two moves to maintain equality. One is King B1, one is Bishop B3, or you're just close to lost.
Bishop
Basically, you
E3,
can
wow,
resign.
what a move. Bishop E3.
Bishop
अभी
B3.
Bishop G5 गए.
E3 भी नहीं, Bishop B3 भाई.
Bishop B3. Oh, okay. This one
वो
I
logic
think
है.
is easier to play. This one I think Bishop E3 तो भाई जिंदगी में ना खेलूं मैं. But Bishop B3 makes sense. That's something I can go for. But I would say
Chat.
King B1 don't play because it completely goes against the idea because you just wasted a move. So
हाँ,
play Bishop B3, it
हाँ.
justifies it more at least.
And you know what, chat? I had a poll on both the channels. On the Chess24 India channel, 66% people said Pragg wins, 34% said Carlsen wins. And on the Chesscom India channel, 59% said Pragg wins, 41 said Carlsen wins. There are no draws in Norway chess. And both the channels predicted a win for Pragg, more people than, let's say a loss. But Carlsen, I think, is going to change that poll, Sahaj bhai. वो poll धीरे धीरे के नीचे जाने वाला है because the white king looks really weak. And Sahaj bhai, it's like practically अब यहां से प्रग की जो बेस्ट चालें हैं in the next 5 to 10 moves are gonna be very tough to play. That's where the real potential for Magnus lies. उनकी moves बहुत natural होंगी अब.
Yeah, for sure. And Tiku bhai, like because chess based, like because I'm screen sharing and stuff, एक चीज check कर सकते हो मेरे लिए. There is a game between Wesley So and Abhimanyu Mishra played like in 2022, 2023, which Wesley won, and it's from So's move order. I want to understand how similar that position is to this because it's very very close. Wesley played, I think it was in some US event. But the players are confirmed. यही दोनों थे. And Abhimanyu Mishra made some blunder on like move 20 or something. He messed
Found
up the
it.
move. How
Found
is the
it.
position? How different is it? उसने भी रुक C3 मारा था उधर.
Ha, it's very similar. So queen was on e2, bishop was on e3, king was on b1. The only difference was there was no knight on f6, and the
Okay.
second knight came to c4, and white just sacked the bishop for the knight. So basically, there was no knight on f6. But pawn h5 पे नहीं था. वहां white had an attack. The structure was e4, f3, g4, h5. So white genuinely had some chances to create an attack there. And यहाँ पे unfortunately that's not the case, and I think white won that game actually.
Yeah, White did. Wesley, because Abhimanyu Mishra made the wrong capture. I think it was on d5. It was a wrong capture, if I remember correctly. But it kind of looks very similar to me, but with the one difference that black ने h5 खेला हुआ है. And I wasn't sure like how better is that, or how it compares to this position. Because we have seen this idea with the Rook C3 before.
That was great recollection, by the way. Chat देखा ये होता है. If you want to become a very very strong player, maybe a title player someday, you will need these recollections. वो game का remember करना, like it's very important. And I think वो h5 difference is huge, by the way, in this position because white has no attack. वहां पे white just kept tracking king b1 on the board by Praggnanandhaa. Chat Magnus game move देखते ही will go to Gukesh's well. उन्होंने a4 खेला है, the only move in that position. Sahaj bhai जब भी आएंगे will go to the game, but King B1 best move played, and now the question is, does Magnus pick up the pawns?
आप मेरी तारीफ कर रहे थे और मेरा इंटरनेट ही चला गया भाई.
भाई मैं प्रग की पोजीशन की तारीफ नहीं कर रहा हूं अब, लेकिन कोई
वो तो
castles possible है, b takes queen takes c3 a3 possible है. I mean black has so many tempting options.
But भाई I don't understand, अगर King B1 ही खेलना था तो बिशप G5 क्यों गया? King B1 डायरेक्टली खेल देता ना. Like if I go short castle here, chat, the best move for white is to play bishop c1 now. But you could have gone king b1 and then bishop e3 से c1 आ रहा था सीधा. I think that's a big slip, I think, from Pragg.
Agreed. He's basically playing with the black pieces now, I think. He wasted a move completely.
जो basically जो black ने जो h6 h5 करके जो एक चाल वेस्ट करी थी ना, Pragg ने वापस दे दिया उसको bishop g5 bishop c1 खेल के, essentially.
Yes.
That's why it's equal, not like better for black.
Agreed. So Sahil bhai, एक काम करते हैं. Let's have like a 1 minute look at the Gukesh game, And then let's jump back to this because Magnus के लिए चाले खतरनाक होंगी. We have one move, A4, which is apparently not the best according to the bar, but it does look natural. What's your take on this move?
I think it's a nice move to put a clamp on the b5 square, and also you are showing some authority here. Yeah, the knight on b5 is definitely a problem for black because you have, as long as the knight sits in your opponent's territory, there are threats like, for example, knight c7. That's a very big threat in this position. But threats like that will always be there because the knight is, such a tricky piece in itself. On the other hand, a4 के साथ साथ आप एक a6 जैसी मूव भी आप प्रोवोक करा रहे हो अपने ओपोनेंट से. मैंने ए पॉन टच करा, आप भी अपना ए पॉन टच करो ताकि मेरा नाइट यहाँ से हटे. आई एम डिफेंडिंग माई पॉन, यू आर अटैकिंग माई पॉन. इट्स लाइक हाउ आई मीन आई वुड से लॉजिकल थिंकिंग इन दैट सेंस. But a6 is a big mistake, I feel, or at least a strategic mistake, because it creates like a hole on the b6 square, and the b7 pawn also becomes more or less weak. I think that's the idea. And lastly, Tikku bhai, I feel he wants to play queen a3, जो a4 के बाद ज्यादा अच्छी लग रही है, because आप ये it's like you are in the shade of the pawn so that the rook cannot challenge the queen in some unnecessary way.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's the plan.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think rook b6 still is the best move. And Firouzja, by the way, with a very small yawn. And also interesting, he's still wearing the name tag. Usually, I think players do take it off, but Firouzja, of course, I think might have forgotten about it. Very interesting.
भाई
And
उसको और प्रॉब्लम्स है ना अभी नेम टैग के अलावा. वो उसका फोकस कहीं और है.
exactly. So I think Gukesh is still maybe slightly better, but maybe a4 was not the best move, but still practically a decent one. As we pointed out, knight b5 creates practical problems for black. And even if it's not the best move, it basically puts pressure on black to do something about this knight. And for example, if bishop takes b5, there's a random move. After any capture, I think the position improves for white somehow because the pawn.
I
or the
like
bishop move
ab5
forward.
more.
हाँ, exactly.
ये
So
बढ़िया है.
a6 I can.
थोड़ा pawn थोड़ा they are getting more connected, I guess. A pawn पे
हाँ.
थोड़ा pressure. a6 जब भी खेलोगे ये pawn तो मर ही जाएगा बाद में.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And if a6 falls, then d5 is still weak. So it's not like you have equalized even remotely. So I think good pressure for Gukesh. And time pe bhi aa gaya 6 minutes. So still, I think playing for 2 results in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, chat में a lot of people saying knight c7, knight c7. Chat, this is why you should do puzzle rush. Knight c7 में black has I think just one move in this position that is saving the game, which is rook to b6, counter attacking the queen. And in the next move, I will move my rook to c8, and both of my rooks are safe, basically. Of course, Gukesh saw this and said, okay, okay, let's go for a4, and I'll keep the threat of knight c7 for now.
Yep. And chat, by the way, puzzle rush करना है.
That's why a6 is bad, you mean. a6 के बाद तो भाई, I mean, yeah, sure, knight c7 is there. Actually missed that, but knight c3 is also, I'm guessing, should be fine as well.
Chat, I highly recommend जाके yearly plan check करो Chesscom का. It is first of all yearly compared to monthly is already way cheaper, and then there's 50% off. I just opened that page. It's damn cheap right now, and you only have that option till tomorrow. So you have 24 hours. If you ever wanted to improve at chess, this might be the perfect opportunity to take that step and get better. Solve puzzle rush daily. You will see that difference in just a few weeks. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, look at what just happened in the the Pragg game.
Yeah, exactly. Because it may look like Magnus has made a mistake, but there is only one move for white that does not lose, which is f4 right now. Uske alawa, it's gonna be tricky. And f4 के बाद भी भाई, first of all, f4 is not a logical move whatsoever because you're giving up the g4 square. Maybe you want to play e5, that could be logical. Also, rook h3 खेल के आप c3 के pawn को भी बचा सकते हो. But f4 is tough, I think, to play over the board. Very, very tough. Also, Pragg is completely looking on the queen side, bhai. Completely. He's not looking at f4.
Bhai, f4 by default is a move you avoid because एक तो bishop block हो गया, right? We discussed how bishop c1 is one of the defensive maneuvers. You block that bishop, first of all. Second, You force the knight to move somewhere, which already has a very comfortable square on g4. Next, like what after f4 Sahaj bhai? So let's say मैंने f4 खेला. I'm guessing there must be like a deeper plan behind f4, which maybe gives white some chances. So what is the plan? Let's say f4 खेला. How can black react in different cases, and what is the real plan?
Why, like, I see the computer is yelling knight c6 in this position, but just something like एक वो light एक वो घंटी बज रही है. Like I feel I just have this urge to just play short castle here. I don't know why. Like takes के बाद I just leave the knight as it is. But maybe it's too much, yeah?
Wow. Like that's if
Is
that
that
works, that's crazy actually.
I don't know if it's working. I don't know if it's working. But it definitely looks interesting. But
Wow.
anyway, the best move is knight c6. And still your c3 pawn is under attack. So you have to find a way to defend. Maybe via rook d3 or rook h3. I think you should choose the h3 rook because this rook is already doing something. This rook has no purpose. So basically, it has more, let's say, flexibility. Black can
Also,
just go short castle, I guess. Yeah, you were saying?
also rook can come to g3 maybe, and maybe it can be used
Huh.
for an attack.
Some
Like
attack.
I can dream about it at least. A guy can dream.
भाई attack कौन
But
कर रहा है लेकिन short castle
hmm,
and rook g3 your plan. And now I think this is where Magnus starts to attack, I think, in this position. Like rook c8, knight a5, or b5, b4. I absolutely would hate playing this as white. This looks very bad, bhai. I don't know, bhai. This looks really bad.
bhai, I'm gonna show you
Like
something.
you're
So
just
in that
one
position,
bad move away from losing the game. Yeah, not even a blunder. You're just one bad move away,
in
basically.
this position, white has to find e5, which is literally the only move. And after
Here?
e5, let's
Yeah.
say d takes e5, knight to
F takes
f5, and
e5.
white is winning.
Knight f5?
Yeah, and white is winning.
No.
भाई
क्या
लगता है मैं पोजीशन गलत देख रहा हूँ क्या? हो सकता है.
भाई actually it's equal for me.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
तो ये like गलत position में भी knight f5 चल रहा है भाई. That is
भाई
okay. That
नहीं तो
gives me
सही
some
है.
hope.
I have the same position as you. How is the value so different? Why
And if I
mine
play
is showing
F,
plus?
oh wait, mine changed.
Ah! Yeah, I
Wait,
told
what?
you it's winning. It's winning.
Oh. Wait a second. So this is some deep preparation. E5, D takes E5 पे knight F5. Wow. Yeah, I wish I had remembered what the 000 line was in this scenario. Yeah, but I think
Basically,
मेरे को अपना engine change करना है. आपका light है या फिर normal वाला है?
normal है, but I think the
हाँ, मेरा
idea that
light
you
है actually.
mentioned, right? Rook h3 basically. Like how rook
Yeah.
h3 is better than rook d3 because rook d1 पे d7 bishop attack कर रहा है. That's why it's working. So rook s3, rook g3 is the plan for Pragg. It seems like if black doesn't castle, it's hard to attack, right? You need the rook on c8 to attack. So if black decides to attack with castles and rook c8, that might give Pragg like a glimmer of an opportunity if he finds rook h3. But Sahaj, by coming to the live position, he first has to find f4, which is not easy at all.
By F4 is I think the problem overall. I think F4 is the problem. But okay, I think he finds it. I just really hope he doesn't go bishop c1. Thinking कि भाई black queen c3 मार सकता है, bishop b2, and okay, my king is more or less safe. I just hope he doesn't do that and he believes in the attack overall.
Agreed. Because यहाँ defend नहीं कर सकते भाई. If you give your opponent a hockey stick to hit your pieces and you're sitting there without any weapon, at some point he's going to land a decisive blow, right? All you're doing is blocking. You need to counter in some way ताकि at least if your opponent goes wrong, you have a chance. So, and I agree with you what you said. He's looking towards the queen side, though, Sahaj. It looks like that. And that tells you maybe he's not looking at the move pawn to f4.
Yeah, I think वो bishop c1 या फिर c4 देख रहा है भाई. वो उसमें बहुत crazy tactics आ सकती हैं बोर्ड पे. I think let's see कितना टाइम लगेगा उसमें. कर लूं? Yeah, good.
By the way, look at how Magnus is relaxed now. Like he's genuinely relaxed compared to what body language he had just a few moves back, just 5 moves back. We were talking about Pragg winning this, and suddenly Magnus has taken over. And so whenever we can have Gukesh's game, we'll go
एक
to
से
it,
नहीं
I
नहीं
think.
अभी एक बार ही मेरा वो इंजन खराब होना है, रुको अभी अभी
अच्छा, हाँ,
now
this is the
I'll
engine, okay.
now I
हाँ,
will come with the real thing भाई, you'll see.
okay, real thing का मतलब
अभी
ये है
पूरी
भाई,
चेस सॉल्व होगी भाई.
chat बताएगा, but we'll have the two board setup also, Hamad bhai. We'll have it very soon for you. I think right now, because I think Gukesh game में कुछ नहीं हुआ है. यही दोनों, I think Pragg and हाँ, तो we'll do it in some time, chat, because I think right now उस game में कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. Gukesh has just played, Rook B6 एक move, आधी move है तब से.
भाई I'm
Not
done,
much
we
has
can
changed.
switch.
हाँ, let's check it once quickly, the Gukesh game set, and then let's jump back.
Gukesh, okay, so this is the current position, and Rook B6 was played with the idea of A6, and now I think more I really like Queen A3, which is something that we have been looking at for quite some time, because you want to control these dark squares. Perhaps the D6 square is the most important. And Queen A3 के बाद ब्लैक को A6 नहीं खेलना है भाई, ब्लैक को A5 खेलना है, which is difficult to say the least.
What? But why A5?
It's a bit strange actually, A5 to me. I like A6 way more.
Yeah,
Let's do actually
A5 is...
A6.
Huh.
Knight C3. And now I think I will go Rook C8 maybe. And then you play A5, yeah, basically. Oh, by the way, he played A5 anyways. Okay. And now Rook C6 is only move. Rook E6 is a blunder because of Knight C7. That's the only move in the position. So I think we'll see it in just a second.
After Rook C6, the only move for white is Rook A1. Okay, not the only move, but let's say that's the only move that's above equality. So Gukesh, I think, played the most ambitious choice, but also the riskiest choice. Because now the queen on D8 attacks the A pawn. And agar wo pawn gaya, galti se bhi, then black has two connected passed pawns on A7 and B7. So could be dangerous. Meanwhile, Pragg has played F4 Sahaj by. Let's go. Magnus Carlsen under pressure again by. He's fighting back.
Wow, F4 was, I think, a beautiful find. And we did see the follow-up. And I just want to check again. So it was Knight C6. And then you were saying Rook H3, right, Tikku bhai?
Yes.
So Rook H3. Black goes short castle. Rook G3, I guess. And this is where the tactic of E5 and Knight F5 was there. Bhai, Rook C8 ke baad, my engine is still not... Okay, now it sees it. Yeah, now it sees E5 and Knight. Okay, now it's working basically. Kind of confusing. By the way, did you look at this? E5 Knight G4 ke baad kya ho raha hai? Chat, white to play.
I did, bhai. I did. That was the line I saw first, actually, which brought me to this line. So, insane tactics on the board. I think Pragg is going to need every second he has on his clock, chat, today. I can guarantee you.
100%, yes. 100%.
Chat, any guesses? What is the move?
Any
Not Knight
guesses,
F5
but...
this time.
And not Rook. Okay, Rook G4 is a good guess, but no, not really. There is something absolutely ridiculous in this position, जो शायद सोचने के बाद भी you have to justify. वो बाय बार बढ़ते जा रहा है. It's not King F5. It's not Knight F5. By the way, a Knight को chat N लिखा जाता है because King and a Knight is both they both have the first same letter. So that's why you write N there.
Let's make it easy for chat. It's a knight move. अब बताओ chat, क्या खेलोगे?
हाँ. I don't think that made it easy for the chat.
Exactly.
I think that made it so much harder. Okay, someone has found it. Let's go. Tikku bhai, reveal it. Up to you.
It is. खांसी आगे भाई मुंह बोलते बोलते. It is knight takes E6. Okay,
Wow.
भाई.
And for some reason, भाई chat black की best move बता दो उसके बाद. आपको 5 guesses दिए each. I don't think you'd be able to guess it. And let me make it easy for you. It's not bishop E6. It's not F6. Chad is guessing. King H9 तो नहीं होगा भाई. G6 no, King H8 no.
Sejai पानी लेके आया एक second.
The weirdest move you can think of here. Yeah, bhai. Go ahead. Bishop takes G4 तो भाई Bishop takes G5 तो illegal हो गया भाई. G6 no, bhai, it's crazy. So many guesses and I still don't see the move. Okay, I see it now. Pawn chess. You are absolutely correct. It is D5. And good luck explaining this or playing this over the board, bhai. This looks absolutely impossible. This looks completely impossible to play. Firstly, knight e6 itself looks impossible. And square d5 also looks impossible. So, yeah, tough moves incoming, chat, for both sides. I think more so for Magnus, especially because Pragg has found this f4 idea. So let's see how he progresses. By short
Chat.
castle, any possibility टिको भाई या नहीं?
नहीं, I think tough लग रहा है. I think Magnus knight तो बचाएगा. And of course, यहाँ पे by the way, knight g4 also looks tempting. It's a good square. That's already really risky for Magnus after e5.
Knight किधर? G4 पे.
G4, e5, and it's already close to loss for Magnus. Like he's already almost busted.
मैं एक चीज और चेंज कर रहा हूँ अपने इंजन में समय भाई. Just one sec. और can you just switch the board and can I do it again? Because वो बहुत lag हो रहा है मेरे लिए. तो I'll just remove the. Thanks भाई.
So regardless, chat, it's gonna be an absolute nightmare. And knight g4 played. Oh my god, he plays knight g4. He played knight
Okay,
g4. Pragg
now
is
it's
better
good.
now. E5. E5.
By
That's a
E5,
mistake.
that's not a mistake. According
Sej
to
bhai.
Sesi, that's a blunder.
Wow. Sej bhai,
According
look
to
at this
Sesi,
line.
it's plus 1.5 for Pragg. He plus 1.6. He's borderline winning right now against Magnus if he
Wow.
finds E5.
Chat, look at this move. Sej bhai, you know what the best move is? Chat, I'll give you a move. What's the best move in this position? Come on, chat. Black to play.
We already
What is the
did
best
E5.
move? नहीं,
Tough,
E5 के
yeah,
बाद,
very
E5 के
tough.
बाद, black के लिए,
हाँ,
black
E5 के
after
बाद.
E5.
भाई
हाँ,
जो
black
according to
play.
Sesi वाली move है वो तो बहुत ही difficult है.
The
Did you
best
see it?
move is, yeah, it's knight to f2 after e5. After knight to f2, Saifi, can you have the board एक बार?
भाई I
Look at
think वो
this.
live board नहीं है board.
अच्छा.
समय भाई,
हाँ.
yeah, there we go.
After knight to f2, you don't take this knight, you take on f6. Knight takes d1, and now rook takes d1, and now pawn takes f6 forced, only move. And after this, bishop trapped him on a g5 pe. You don't give a shit. F5.
You play F5 just, yeah? E5 and Queen C4 and okay, the game continues, but I think you are keeping the piece. You're keeping the extra piece, I think. So that's the plus sign. And by the way, plus 1.5, according to Sesi, means it is winning, like very close to being winning. Or you will have to find some insane only moves to survive. So Pragg, objectively, we can say he's winning now.
Bye. This was, so tempting, right? Knight g4 is the human move because it feels like a very good square. That's what you've been thinking. Kabhi f4 aayega, knight g4. That's why Pragg wasn't playing f4 in the first place. So now it's just e5. But chat, keep in mind, agar f5, ye e5 nahi khela, then black is again better. So Pragg has to be on point.
Right, absolutely. But let's see what he does after knight eg4. Surely this move has maybe surprised Pragg a bit because when I'm looking at f4, maybe knight eg4 is not my first, let's say, thing that I would think about because I think knight on g4 is really far away from my king. So yeah, based on that reason, I don't think I would have looked at knight g4, but he has to take his time. By the way, जो आप line बोल रहे थे e5 के बाद knight f2 के अलावा there are other moves as well. There is also pawn takes e5. And by the way, according to Sesi, it's plus 1.8. That's objectively winning for Pragg. Just putting it out.
Wow.
And if you go d takes e5, that's just completely lost. Queen c3 is another move. जिसके बाद you have rook h3. Queen goes to c5. Pawn takes f6. gf6 and once again f5. GG.
And chat, the beauty is white का king is completely open. Black का एक piece नहीं है queen के अलावा जो attack कर सकता है उसको. So it's like he's a sitting duck there, but you have no ammunition to attack it. And Pragg genuinely has potential. And Sehaj bhai, if he beats Magnus from this position, that will be even more impressive than squeezing like side some rook endgame or something. Yeah, matlab, to allow rook take c3 and still be the one to launch an attack is something very few people in the history of chess might have done.
No, no, yeah, for sure. For sure, I think. I think this is very. Of course, both scenarios are more impressive. I mean, I don't know. Like maybe I prefer that. Of course, it's nice to see वो जो sacrifices होते हैं, combinations होते हैं. It's always nice to see those games. But I feel वो जो long जो grind होती है ना, जो Magnus हमेशा करता है, like that has a very very lasting effect
हाँ.
on your opponent. And this is one of the reasons why there is such a thing called Magnus effect, because I think he has done this so many times that people just expect it from him. तो वो भी देखना है, but I think it's all about the position and it's all about getting the point. So भाई, let's hope he finds e5
Yeah, and of course जब
and
कोई
then it's
पीस सैक
GG.
करेंगे मजा आएगा भाई. प्रग अगर पीस सैक करते हैं मैच at some point, that's always gonna be nice. And do you sense a bit of like I say, you see that eyebrow lift by Magnus? Like I think he sees some of this
भाई इसके बाद
ambition.
जीत तो नहीं पाएगा ना मैग्नस. It would be very difficult, no? Like
I mean,
he
I
would have
think
lost 2 classical games.
I mean, if you allow queen takes c3, so you mean like, okay, if he loses this, yeah, I mean, if he loses this classical game, and if Firouzja doesn't lose, it's gonna be very tough to win Norway chess actually, because you
Yeah,
can't expect him
exactly.
to go on a winning spree. I think in classical.
और जो क्लासिकल में हारना मतलब your opponent gets 3 points. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's a lot. So yeah, unless Magnus just does that 5 out of 5, in the next 5 rounds. But we'll see. By the way, +2 now for Sessi.
Wow.
E5 is
Chat.
objectively winning.
Gukesh game कुछ हुआ नहीं है chat. Only I think the rooks were traded off. If you want, we can check it like briefly for 30 seconds. But if Pragg does look confused by something in the position, maybe he sees it. Maybe he sees e5. Maybe he sees that Magnus has made a mistake.
Oh, chat is letting us know confession coming. Maybe that's why Magnus left. Yeah.
Ooh,
भाई
that will
अब
be
अब अब
so nice.
अब NBA के बाद तो नहीं करेगा भाई. Now it will be about the position, I feel.
Yeah. Sergey Bhai, I want to tell you commentaries really good. Thanks a lot, bhai. Really appreciate it. And of course, I think it's the players, the Indian stars who make this commentary easy for us, especially when they're playing so well. कि all we have to do is okay. दिव्या I think बहुत चक्कर काट रही है. सेज भाई आज आज 20 के सिर्फ गोले लगता है मुझे.
हाँ भाई, इजी इजी. बट दिव्या का कोई कन्फेशन नहीं आया ना आज. एक ही आया था.
एक भी कहाँ आया? We didn't see
नहीं
a
आया
single confession.
आज एक भी नहीं आया दिव्या का कन्फेशन. आई मीन that's a bit strange. एक तो आना
Yeah,
चाहिए, because you have to keep the routine, right? Each time you are winning the Armageddon, it is you're winning the match, and each time you're giving a confession. So let's keep this coming.
yeah, agreed. And also उसकी गेम वैसे भी ड्रॉ होने वाली है बहुत जल्दी. So I think ज़्यादा टाइम है नहीं कन्फेशन करने के लिए. So hope we hear one from her. And Bharat,
सहज
meanwhile, by
भाई,
the way,
कोई
हाँ
पूछ रहा है
continue.
सहज भाई, what is the probability of e5? I would say like 100%.
Oh wow.
It's yeah. I mean, why
Wow.
else you play f4 भाई?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Why would you play f4 if you didn't want e5? That's a good point. Because you
I
are
mean, he's
accepting
just
some weak
probably
squares.
rechecking lines. Probably that's what
Hmm.
it is. और देखो
And
उसका body language. He's looking at the center of the board. That means he's calculating e5.
and also maybe he thought कि like knight g4 is a minor error. And but Carlsen खेलता है तो you think wait Carlsen ने खेला है तो maybe I have miscalculated something. Yeah, like वो एक Magnus effect तो दिमाग में चलता ही होगा थोड़ा बहुत.
Will Sahaj be humbled is the question. Bhai. I really hope not, because chat, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but अगर Pragg e5 नहीं खेलेगा ना तो position equal भी नहीं है.
Yep.
Actually, Magnus is like minimum -0.41 with the best possible outcome. Minimum, if you
And
don't find e5 here.
I saw a comment कि these guys hate Carlsen. In fact, I think Carlsen is the pinnacle of what humans can do at chess. Like there's nobody in the world, there's nobody who's been born, who's set foot on earth, who can play better chess. Can't speak for the aliens. I mean, we have some files released recently, but humans में ऐसा कोई भी नहीं है. So beating him is a a hallmark of your year, if not of your career, actually. When Pragg defeated Magnus in 2023, the Prime Minister of India tweeted, I think, and we had Sachin Tendulkar and every single politician or celeb tweet about this. And similar when Gukesh won the world championship, it was huge. I think Magnus ko harana is basically something which is so hard. It's so hard that it should be celebrated for the opposite reason to what you think, actually. So,
Of course.
woohoo!
And there it is. There it is. There it is. E5 on the board, and now Pragg is objectively winning, but still a lot of problems to solve. We were checking the moves knight f2 and queen takes c3. Basically, both of them saying I'm going to give up the knight. Magnus takes on e5. That was not one of the moves that we looked at. And now the advantage has increased to plus 2.21. Pawn takes
Wow.
e5. By knight h7 जाना पड़ेगा आपको. What? No ways Magnus goes knight h7 here.
But our move kya hai, Sahej? Knight d5 looks risky, no? Because I will have some takes and e6. So where else do you go?
Bhai, I'm not really sure where else can he play. He plays knight h7, okay? But
Best
that
move.
didn't look very nice. It looks like a
Agreed.
bad square, yeah, for the knight. But okay,
No,
maybe the king is
100%.
safe.
100% it looks bad. Like it's like choosing between eating Karela and I don't know, like some other choice. Like you're not happy either way. But now the question is, what is White's best move, Sahaj? Because I was thinking bishop e7, but then I see queen se hi maar sakte hain. So the king doesn't really lose his castling rights. How am I attacking? Like rook f1 jaise ideas dimag mein aa rahe hain, to pressure f7 and so on. But that's not the best move. What's the best plan here for White?
Bhai, as you were talking, I was trying to make sense of why is it good now. And bhai, you will not believe me. Basically, so to understand this, we first have to simplify the position. So if we go bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, queen e4, black has to play bishop to c8. Right?
Ah,
जिससे pawn
obvious. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I understood in second way.
pawn तो बच रहा है ना भाई, pawn बचा ले. इसके बाद
हाँ,
position ठीक है, Pragg is still better.
किंग बचे ना बचे, पॉन बचा
King
लिया
नहीं बच,
हमने.
pawn बचा लिया, अब castle कर रहे हैं next move में, and okay, we are fine. I
हाँ,
mean, okay, we're not losing. ठीक है.
हाँ, fair.
However, the best move is you should play queen e4 right away, and if black plays bishop c8, does anyone want to take a guess how this is different? White to play and win, chat. That's the difference why you
Wow.
shouldn't go bishop e7 first and why you should play queen e4 first.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
people have found it. They found it. Knight takes e6. And that is GG. And this is actually a very good way to basically, train and improve your calculation. When you see an idea like knight h7, you are seeing your idea was bishop e7, queen e7, queen e4 to attack this, and black plays bishop c8. And now you can see that bishop e7 was move 1 and queen e4 was move 2. And in order to improve your calculation, you should always try to switch the order of your moves. So instead of looking at queen e4 on move 2, I started looking at queen e4 on move 1. This is how basically you can find some pattern that can work for you, essentially.
Wow. Why, this is so complicated actually. Yeah, much more complicated than I thought. And
Knight f2 triple भाई mate हो रही है पीछे. आपको रोक की पड़ी है. Queen takes b7. Queen b8 checks.
Sahaj bhai, I'm gonna show you a line थोड़ा सा मजे के लिए. मजे चैट मजे करने हैं क्या?
Of course भाई, मजे ही हैं अब तो.
हाँ. So queen e4, we play your move, Sahaj bhai. And उसके बाद black खेलता है knight takes g5. So that's the best move कि भाई knight h7 खेला है. I want to attack your queen. You take with the pawn, and now black forks the queen and rook and triple fork, right? Because queen attack,
Yes.
दोनों rook attack, एक rook तो गया. You pick up the pawn on b7 as planned. So knight d1 मार दिया, rook d1 मार दिया, and now queen to c5 is is the only move, and the idea is कि भाई queen c5, g6 and queen c8 खेलना है black को.
Oh, g6 by white and then queen c8. भाई वो भी तो
Queen
lost ही
c8
है ना.
खेलना है. How lost? Like this is what he has to find to put up the best resistance. You take on f7, king f7, queen f3 check, and now king to g6 is the move. Right?
Yeah, a bit difficult to find all of these moves.
This
Also,
is
let's not
impossible.
forget, Tiku bhai, let's not forget that both of the players are at least approaching time pressure. Pragg for
Ooh.
sure, because he has 21 moves to play in 31 minutes. Yeah, it's a bit worrying. Oh, by the way,
Agreed.
Bibisara has finished against the Bibisara and Divya have finished, by the way, officially. So and Arma is
Yeah,
incoming chat.
that'll be an exciting matchup as well. So 10 minutes for Divya, and 10 minutes for Bibisara and 7 minutes for Divya, and Divya will have draws. So एक पॉइंट तो ऐड हो गया दिव्या के स्कोर पे एंड एक पॉइंट ऐड हो गया बिबिसारा के स्कोर पे. Bibisara is on 5.5. Divya is on 4. So Bibisara is guaranteed to be the leader now, I think. Um, because nobody can even cross 5.5. Max, what they can do is tie with her. So, teen round ke baad, Dibisara will be leading the women's section. So, we'll cover that tie break. Meanwhile, sticking to this game, Sahaj, by 98% accuracy by Pragg, 94 by Magnus. That's a huge difference, actually.
Oh, wow. Yep, indeed. Because I think that one mistake, that knight EG4 kind of, brought the accuracy down for the goat of chess. But the question is, does Pragg find queen e4? Bhai, if he goes bishop takes bishop, like that would be extremely sad. Bhai. Queen e4 is just over. +3 hai, bhai.
Yep. So, एक 1 minute look at the Gukesh game. Chat kariye worse hai Gukesh. I don't see how he's worse. Maybe you have some insights on whether there could be some potential for Firouzja. I don't see it. I mean, bishop pawn on d5 looks a bit weird to me. And a5 pawn doing a good job, yeah, controlling 2 black pawns. Feels like it's equal, but if anyone's better, it's Gukesh for me at least.
Yeah, for sure. Like long-term pressure, but hard to kind of make progress because d5 का pawn is no longer a problem anymore. C file, जो only open file है वो black के control में. So yeah, I think this is probably gonna be a draw. By इसके साथ साथ memberships are that's a bit of a sad thing, but I think draw ही होगा यार. हाँ, ये वाला.
Chat, I'll give you one more option. If we reach, okay? So like, how old are you, Sahaj bhai?
30.
So if we reach 3,000 likes, so we'll do like a 3-month membership. Not 1, but 3-month membership if we reach 3K likes. So chat, your goal is to reach 3K likes. Do like the stream. Let's get more people. And we'll do a 3-month membership challenge at the end of the stream, even if both Gukesh and Pragg don't win. Meanwhile, let's jump back, Sahaj bhai, Pragg ki game mein. Because he has 29 minutes to play 21 moves.
Wow. Yeah, this is getting a bit close for comfort. I really hope he takes like even 10 more minutes and he finds queen e4 now because uske baad ki moves are not as difficult. But bishop e7 एक बार वो मतलब जल्दी जल्दी में खेल दिया आपने then उसके बाद you'll have to defend or you have to push for a long time. And we know that in such situations Magnus is so dangerous.
Yeah, agreed. Look at Magnus, by the way, focusing. He's calculating in his mind right now. And chat, if you are a decent player, you can actually play chess in your mind. You don't even need a board. In fact, till like 10 years back, there used to be like these blindfold championships where Vishisar used to play and Kramnik used to play. And I think Amber blindfold was called, no? Sahaj bhai, I think it was very common. Once a year it used to happen and you would see the top players of the world play blindfold chess. Would love to see something like that happen at some point. Gukesh and Pragg बैठे हैं without the board pieces.
भाई हमने भी तो एक वीडियो बनाई थी ना ऐसे एक blindfold chess की.
हाँ.
I remember correctly.
हाँ, जिसमें सहज भाई ने मुझे blindfold दिखा दिया था, वो भी लंदन सिस्टम में I think. So chat, if you want to check that out, do Chesscom India पे कहीं ना
That
कहीं
was
पड़ी है
not the
वो.
best thing for London system there. क्योंकि आपने वो दिव्या lost. भाई आप इतनी अच्छी अच्छी बातें क्यों लिख रहे हो भाई? और first of all, Divya has not lost. अगर आप गंदी बातें लिख भी रहे हो कम से कम सच तो बोलो.
Come on, Pragg. Queen e4 is the best move. I think there are other options. Apparently, Queen d2 is also decent, but it's a mysterious move, just saving the couple of pawns. But Sahaj bhai, like at first glance, taking the b7 pawn doesn't feel like super easy as a goal because sometimes when the b pawn is captured, it can open the b file. So if something goes wrong, like rook b8 could be working in black's favor. So maybe Pragg just does not see that as a target, yeah, like queen e4, queen b7, because he feels b7 pawn मारना ही नहीं चाहिए.
नहीं, but black castle करेगा, d7 मरेगा, and also rook b8 check is never a threat, Tiku bhai, because I have bishop b3
हाँ,
as a
that's true.
defense, or knight b3 as a defense. So, and also by like, if black has taken rook c3, then we really have to calculate everything, yeah, because there is simply no other option but to calculate. And Pragg can calculate, I think really, really well. And I think if anyone can convert this, it's him. Says, bhai,
Basically, you
explain
can't.
your... Yeah, go ahead. Tiku bhai.
जुगाड़ से नहीं कर सकते, मतलब कैलकुलेट करना पड़ेगा बेसिकली कि हाँ
हाँ,
प्रिंसिपल्स
जुगाड़
की
नहीं
बेस पे नहीं कर
चलेगा भाई.
सकते. हाँ.
Like Jugaad is basically, this is again what I was telling you, that this is something like one of the best advices I received for calculation is that whenever you look at one straight line, let's say move 1, move 2, move 3, like switch the moves. Basically, like how I showed you just now, bishop e7 ke baad we were looking at queen e4. But if that option 1 doesn't work, then switch the order. Play queen e4 first, then play. Oh, arre.
वाओ. बाय द वे सेजो, मुझे लगा राकेश भाई अगले 5 मिनट में आ जाएंगे. आई डोंट नो व्हाई आई हैव दिस हंच.
अच्छा.
हाँ, अगले 5 मिनट में आ जाएंगे राकेश सडनली. लेट्स सी.
अरे crazy. अच्छा, हाँ, एक्चुअली राइट टाइम हो गया उसका. टाइम हो गया भाई का. But yeah, queen d2 is actually also a pretty good move.
Yeah.
Also, Ceci likes it quite a bit. It's more safe in comparison. Plus, you are um, having some discover attack ideas. And as I say that, एक बड़ा ही interesting सा discover attack idea है मेरे दिमाग में. So chat, let's play the move. Which move do I want to play as black? Let's say
Castles.
black कहता है भाई, नहीं भाई, वो नहीं, knight takes c5 तो नहीं
हाँ.
चलेगा. Let's play the move b5. Black कहता है मुझे अटैक करना है भाई. क्वीन
हाँ.
साइड पे b5 b4 खेल के. एंड इसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम है चैट. कैन यू टेल मी व्हाट्स द प्रॉब्लम विद द मूव b5? ऐसे बार ने ऐसे इतनी बढ़िया सी छलांग क्यों मारी?
Puzzle rush moment, chat. Come on.
और भाई, like I know you will see the idea, but please say it in the most beautiful way.
हाँ.
There is beauty here.
Chat loves beauty, by the way. Queen sack. Yes. Actually, says, why is it the same what I'm thinking?
Exactly. Queen sack is the move. Knight f5, people have guessed, which is correct. And then the other one is knight takes b5, which I think is even more beautiful, because if you go bishop takes b5, then queen d8 check, and that's just a checkmate.
Wow. And black king never got to castle. Amazing idea. Amazing tactics. So
that's what Pragg is looking for. And bhai, Magnus ka pose dekho.
Actually, I think he also just saw that, Sej. By knowing how the stream has gone today, like when you say something, it enters Magnus's mind. I can guess that's exactly when he saw that tactic.
Crazy, bhai.
Oof, tough position. And by the way, if castles for black, Sej bhai ek bar, there's also knight f5 there. So discover attack, har variation mein hai. And it feels like even though white ka king weak lag raha hai, it's not easy for black to capitalize on it. So Magnus under huge pressure right now.
Wow, so e takes f5 में there's queen d7. Yeah, that's the problem. भाई मैं वापस switch कर रहा हूँ यार, तेरा ये वाला चल नहीं रहा है. I'll just switch it for now, and we'll figure out the rest next time. But yeah, knight f5.
Yep. You take on d7, then of course.
Gukesh.
Yep.
Still kind of equal.
Yeah, I think that's dead equal. I think उसमें कुछ crazy नहीं होने वाला अभी. This is the sharpest game for today. I think I'm बहुत wrong है भाई. यही वाला game है बस जहाँ पे result आ सकता है.
Vincent actually also is a bit better against Wesley. I don't know how Vincent is better now, but he is better somehow. By the way, दिव्या का शुरू हो क्या गया?
नहीं, not yet.
Oh yeah, it's about to be started. Tough moment for Magnus. भाई 20 चालें खेलनी है by the way दोनों को. 35 minutes for Magnus, 25 for Chat. What do you think? Is this match going to finish before move 40 or after? Because
Oh,
this time I'm gonna say before.
tough one, man. Tough one.
I think before भाई. What do you think, Tico भाई?
Tough one, man. I'm gonna say कितने moves हैं? Maybe 20. I think before. I think before.
I
क्योंकि
think
time
before
इतना
as
कम
well.
है ना. बहुत मुश्किल. Like even if it reaches 40th move, it will be about, we'll know who's winning. Like we'll know the result for sure.
I think
Wow.
before as well.
वाह मैन, जितनी मूव्स अब तक हुई हैं उतनी ही बाकी हैं. एंड प्रग का टाइम इज 25 minutes to play 20 moves. Chat, that's limited time. There is no increment, not a single second of increment till the 40th move. 20 चालें खेलनी पेंडिंग है अभी प्रग को. भाई every second matters, and he has a golden opportunity to outplay Magnus Carlsen in a a full complete mess on the board, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder if we have like a confession. Not really. None from Divya today. Uh, आज I think serious chess चल रहा है. Everybody is worried basically. Yep. Got it. And chat, मेरे हिसाब से, I think, by the way, Gukesh and Firouzja have drawn. That's a big update. Can we show that quickly? Yeah, you don't see the players. They have drawn their game. So Divya की Armageddon के बाद Gukesh का Armageddon. By entertainment guarantee today, chat. It feels like. So that is
भाई
a draw.
गुकेश
Gukesh.
फिरोजा थोड़ा डर लग रहा है भाई. फिरोजा ने का जो रैम्पेज हुआ था ना वो जीसीएल में.
हाँ.
Chat, I don't know if you remember वो. He was basically he defeated Vishy sir, Gukesh, Hikaru, and Fabi. Yeah, and there was one more
Yes.
player. Was it Vincent? एक और प्लेयर था जो 5 और जो
Hikaru,
आइकॉन बोर्ड
right?
पे जो जीसीएल में खेलते हैं ना. सॉरी,
Hikaru, right? Hikaru, I think
हिकारू
is right.
और एमवीएल था क्या लास्ट?
I don't know who it
MVL हो सकता है,
was.
I think last. But anyway,
But
it was 5, like basically 5 icon boards, and Firouzja was playing on the of course on the icon board, and basically he smashed 5 out of 5 everyone in this rapid. And यहाँ पे okay, he has 7 minutes on the clock, but still he defeated Gukesh twice there. So some rivalry there.
true, but also like it feels like कि अच्छा है, चलो ठीक है. Like we got 1 point on the scoreboard, and Firouzja had, by the way, won both his games. So I think maybe it's really like not a bad result at all. And yeah, it's gonna be exciting, and we're gonna cover that tie break. First, it will be Divya chat, which starts in around 8 minutes from now, and then it's gonna be, of course, the super exciting match between Gukesh and Firouzja. And meanwhile, this game is gonna be crucial. So whenever Divya's game starts, Samir bhai, let's have both the boards. So Divya ka board on one side and Pragg ka board on the other. And then when Divya's game finishes, we replace it by, Gukesh's board. Bhai, bada maza aane wala hai, chat. The world champion is drawn, but what's going to happen in the game between the GOAT and Praggnanandhaa? And of course, Pragg, I think, was the only one to qualify to the candidates from India, had huge hopes, but Sindarov broke the dreams of so many people in that tournament. And now for Pragg, I think it's a 2-year wait, right, for the next candidates. So I kind of feel like, what could you do in those 2 years as a goal? I think one of the goals is always to, play a good game against Magnus, potentially beat him, and at least gain some aura in the meantime. Yeah, both of them are under pressure. I think Dana, I hope I'm not pronouncing correctly, but yeah, both of them are under pressure. And by the way, Magnus now only 6 minutes ahead of Pragg. And of course, Magnus has one extra move to play. So जब तक वो नहीं खेलते, I think he is not even ahead on the clock, right? अगर Magnus इस move के लिए 5 और मिनट ले लिए, so he will have exactly the same time as Pragg. And to be honest, Magnus is now realizing कि भाई इतना आसान नहीं है position. This is definitely much tougher than I thought. And his rook takes c3 sacrifice didn't have the knight f8 played. That is a minor error again. Okay, I mean, it does make some sense positionally and tactically also. You defend the knight on, bishop on d7 pehle. This knight can now come to g6. So there are certain good factors about this. You also hold your e6 point, which was tactically a nightmare. So for example, knight f5 tactics don't work now because apne bishop defend kar liya, right? But the problem is that it avoids castling. So if white just plays normal chess, for example, rook hf1, the move I really wanted to play, I think Magnus is under pressure. Maybe his plans to take on e5. Maybe that's the goal he has, ki e5 pawn maar dunga. But it still feels very, very risky from Magnus Carlsen here, chat. He's really, really banking on Pragg not breaking through, right? Pragg ka goal hai, king e8 pe hai, I want to reach the king on e8. So black ka goal tha, I will castle. But now he's saying, I'm not going to castle. The rook on h8 is stuck. What would the rook on h8 do now? There is no hope for the rook on h8. So I think basically Pragg is now has a free hand. There is no counterplay for Magnus, at least for the time being.
Bhai,
Very
I
interesting
just went for
position.
a coffee break. I'm back now. But knight is on f8. Okay, some improvement, yeah, for Magnus.
Yeah, but how does he castle now, Sahaj bhai? Like he's basically said no to castling, yeah?
भाई कास्टलिंग के सपने तो बहुत दूर के सपने हैं अभी तो बहुत इमीडिएट प्रॉब्लम्स हैं आई थिंक मैग्नस के लिए जो 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 सॉल्व करनी है नाइट h7 पे रख के कास्टलिंग कैसे होगी भाई नाइट f5 का जो प्लान आपने दिखाया था दैट वाज टू स्कैरी
Yep.
Sessi is showing plus two. Yeah, we see it as well. But chat. I think it's good to look at Sessi to get an understanding of the evaluation, but don't rely on Sessi. Like that never ever lands well for the viewer, for the player, for anyone. So Sessi is just there for informational purposes. I think he is winning, but there will be like the precise +2. I'm not so sure.
Sahaj bhai, very interesting. So look at this chat. So he
भाई
played
राकेश भाई
knight
जान के
f8.
नहीं आए क्या
I think he must have heard our commentary,
हाँ
but
उसने सुना होगा और वो सुन जान के नहीं आ रहा वो हाँ सॉरी यू वर सेइंग समथिंग
it's something interesting. Ki knight f8, bishop d7 defend kar raha hai. So you would assume ki knight f5 doesn't work, right? Because now the bishop is defended. But you can actually still play knight f5 and it's only equal. E takes f5 and queen d5 with the idea of queen takes f7. And black's only move here is bishop takes g5. You take on f7 with check, king d8, and now queen takes g7. And it's equal, but it's complete mayhem on the board. E6
भाई
आ
मैं
रहा है,
नहीं खेल
queen
रहा है
g5.
मैं नहीं खेलूंगा ये
हाँ,
नहीं मैं नहीं खेल रहा है बिशप e7 क्वीन h8 के भाई ब्लैक ही ड्रॉ करेगा ना ये तो क्वीन c3 खेलने मतलब बिशप a3 क्वीन c3 इज लूजिंग एक्चुअली नेवर माइंड बट किंग c7 एंड आई मीन इट जस्ट लुक्स टू स्कैरी वो ट्रायंगल बनाओ भाई ओ रेक्टेंगल बनाओ यहाँ पे एंड व्हाट इज
हाँ.
आवर क्वीन वेयर इज आवर क्वीन
But damn, man, like the fact that it's possible is crazy for me. And now I think, like it might feel tempting, right? Like queen d5 RI, like he might even consider that choice for a second, Pragg, I think. So let's see what he chooses. I like rook
also actually
f1, but
Bhai, that's
huh,
actually a very clever thing you said because I think many times when you see a move before and once your opponent plays something, you are still looking at that move. That happens often, yeah. So I think that's a very smart observation from your side because Pragg could still be looking at knight f5 with the idea of this queen d5 stuff.
and I think he might refute it now. And the question is now, is the e5 pawn something I want to save? Because it is hanging. And if I want to save this, maybe rook he1 could be a move. I don't know. How do I defend this?
But by pawn तो मतलब I'll give it for free ना because rook e1 I'll play
Huh,
after you take फिर
got it.
कुछ e6 पे sack आएगा भाई बढ़िया सा तो just like in the Pragg like how we did with bishop g5 and bishop c1 play rook f1 now
अच्छा मार के फिर rook e1 खेलोगे क्या?
and if you play knight e5 then rook c1 then rook e1 just
अरे
like how we
बाप रे.
did that bishop g5 bishop c1 वाला जो pattern था पहले
अरे बाप रे. That is
I
crazy
know Bar
actually.
is saying +1, but by no chance that this is. I mean, on the board you're evaluating this as dead lost. I think
Wow.
for
Wow.
black. If
Wow. So Magnus तो board से चुप गए एक सेकंड के लिए भाई. And I think मजा आने वाला है. I hope Pragg has enough time to calculate all the subtleties though. That's the only hope I have. कि time उनके पास enough हो कि he is able to calculate everything because it does require calculation.
ooh, Bhai, we have a very crazy stat from the chat, and thank you so much, Bhai, for letting us know. Saj Bhai, in the 2024 Norway chess game where Magnus was defeated by Pragg, Magnus's rook on h8 was also stuck there and kind of
Ah.
useless in that game as well. So some similarities, Sicilian, rook on h8, some similarities there as well.
Oh wow. Why history is repeating itself. So hopefully result भी उसी direction में जाएगा. Very interesting. Come on, Pragg bhai, let's do it. And by the way, now a minute to move officially, less than a minute to move for Pragg. Beast move 19 minute.
Wow. By Pragg, thoda sa fast. Otherwise, yeah, the advantage could slip. And I think the moves, maybe what he's considering, Tiku Bhai, is what you mentioned, like whether he should give up the e5 pawn or not. Like rook e1 feels so logical, yeah? कि ठीक है, I mean, exchange अब तो मैं वैसे भी हूँ, आपका कोई अटैक नहीं है क्वीन साइड पे, I don't need to do anything fancy to prove my advantage. So let's just defend the pawn. But on the other side, he's thinking, भाई अगर if he takes on e5 and then I play rook e1, then there's so many tactical ideas there as well. He goes knight f3.
Okay.
Slight inaccuracy, but
Ooh,
I cannot believe this is an inaccuracy.
Bhai, black की move is f6. That's the move which he has to find. I don't
भाई
know
बेस्ट
how
स्ट्रेटेजी
that.
पता है क्या है?
हाँ.
मैग्नस का ना बिशप थोड़ा सा उठा के यहाँ लाइक साइड पे कर दो ताकि वो एडजस्ट करे, फिर वो बिशप मूव करना पड़ेगा उसे एंड क्वीन d8 इज मेट. लेट्स गो.
Oh wait, blue arrow आ रहा है भाई. Rook h1 only move for Pragg.
Oh,
Very
that was a
interesting.
mistake from Magnus as well. Rook e1 is now again winning for Pragg. भाई फिर से rook e1 खेलो एंड ब्लैक का बिशप हल्का सा एडजस्ट करो.
Bhai, come on, Pragg, rook h1. Basically, Chad, it seems like to somehow neutralize the pressure, black has to apparently play f6 at the right moment. And because f6 is one of the best moves, rook on e1 is well placed because e file खुल रही है. So मुझे लग रहा है कि I hope Pragg can figure out these details with 18 minutes because
So भाई सेसी is just so strong, yeah, because
हाँ.
हमें blue arrow दिख रहा है rook e1 का and that's not even the best move.
What?
Sessi is just so good, bhai. Okay, of course, it's a very, very powerful engine, but the move is actually bishop e7, queen e7, and knight g5. Tiku bhai, your plan to sack the pawn on e5 and then knight e4, knight d6 is just GG.
Bhai Saab, okay, that's tough. That's really tough, actually. I mean, because it does make sense because queen c5 हुआ है. If I take on e7, you have essentially wasted a move, right?
Yes.
Like आप दो बार में गए. So it does make sense in hindsight. But Pragna is bombarded with good options, Sahaj bhai, I feel. Like इतने सारे अच्छे option है यहाँ पे कि sometimes he's spoiled for choice. यार vanilla ice cream खाऊं, strawberry खाऊं, chocolate खाऊं. You feel like having all of them and you use up a lot of time. 17 minutes to play 19 moves
bye,
now.
sorry to cut you off, but by Bibisara versus Divya has started. Can we jump there?
Let's go. Can we have both boards or
Let's
shall we
go,
have only
bhai.
Divya? What do you think?
Let's have both, no? Let's that's amazing.
Perfect,
Thank you so much, Samay bhai. Samay bhai, OP bhai. Amazing. Love the color also on the Bibisara versus Divya board. Looks like Divya is slightly more comfortable because she has some queenside play and white has just played e4. Time is a slight problem though, I have to say. The time is a big problem here. भाई तो कलर अच्छा था, आपने चेंज ही कर दिया भाई. ओ अच्छा मेरा बोर्ड है वो, सॉरी भाई. मेरे को बताना कैसे चेंज करते हैं भाई, नेक्स्ट टाइम इसी से आएंगे. So she plays rook b8 now. And कुछ भी, first thing is that only one pair of pawns has been traded. So a lot of complications on the board. And I'm liking, okay, I was thinking d4, but there is b4 always, जिससे e4 का pawn मर जाएगा. So if you cannot play d4, maybe you should try to put this knight somewhere. Because b4 से I don't like that you can attack this here. Something like knight d1, knight e3, knight, like, e5, knight g4, ऐसे कुछ king side पे attack could be useful. Or a move like h4 just to gain space.
I love that idea because I think black के सारे major pieces queenside पे हैं and bishop on b2 looking in the right direction could have potential. But okay, both players kind of playing quickly. Divya was quickly h6 खेल लेती है because she knows time-wise she's way behind right now. And Crucial game this, chat, by the way, because we are having a match between the number 1 and the number 2 right now. So every point matters.
Okay, Ruke 1 takes Ruke 8. Bhai, if Divya wins this would be the third consecutive Armageddon match that she has won in a 10+0 format. And once again, I just want to say that there was something must have happened, prior to this, टिकू भाई. कुछ मोटिवेशन मिला होगा दिव्या को भाई. वो नॉर्वे में ही थी जब उसने हराया था मुझे. आई एम टेलिंग यू. कुछ तो है.
Sahaj bhai taking one for the team, but improving India-Norway relations to some extent. Sahaj bhai, they're crazy. But I think एक चीज है कि also the candidates prep, I think, also working for Divya now. And I think बहुत बहुत crazy होगा if she can beat Bibisara, who's had a fantastic last year. I think even won the World Blitz. So she's a very, very sharp player. Has Sindaro for her help right now as well here. So to beat her, to beat Wenjunju, to beat Humpy, back to back to back. All three, by the way, are ranked above her in the women's rankings. So she's world number 10 or something, and she's beating three players ranked above her back to back to back. That's insane.
Okay, Bishop D8. You're right though, but it's very, very impressive the fact that she's beating people left and right. I mean, this makes her a very strong contender in World Rapid, yeah? World Rapid and
Yep.
World Blitz. But this year, chat, like watch out for Divya. I'm telling you, the way she's playing, she's a huge contender for World Rapid or World Blitz.
And chat, do like the stream. Yaad rakho, 3K likes pe, it's gonna be a 3-month membership for you. We have enough people watching that if everybody likes in the second, you will confirm a membership. By the way, Rook coming to A2, Sahaj bhai.
That was a slight, which Bishop E4 उसने मारा, it was a slight inaccuracy, but okay, Bibisara also made a mistake now, and now Knight F6 completely balances the position. Maybe slight edge to Divya still.
Ooh, nice. Love that actually. What
Queen
will...
A8 offering the trade. Bhai, if you trade, then Rook A1 आ सकता है बाद में.
Oh, similar to Gukesh's game yesterday. Yeah? Very similar.
Exactly. And best move is, by the way, ये Knight और Bishop तो घर पे हैं ही, Queen को भी घर पे ले आओ. Basically, that's what you need to do.
Chad, Gukesh ka tiebreak starts in 5 minutes from now, so do not go anywhere against Firouzja. And Pragg has 13 minutes to play. I think 19 moves, getting very tricky. But okay, right now focusing on Divya, I think few exchanges. A draw means a win for Divya, Sahaj bhai. Looking great for Divya Deshmukh right now.
Oh, he took on E5. That was the best move of Sessi. Pragg just played the best move of Sessi, bhai. Rookie won to blue arrow tha. Pragg calculated more than the blue arrow. Let's go.
Bhai, 95 played. Wow. What? भाई इंडियन नॉर्वे का दिल इंडियन भाई साहब सैसे के मूव्स खेल रहा है Pragg.
Like literally, bhai, this is stronger than Stockfish. Well, our Stockfish for sure. What calculation this is, bhai. Pragg is crazy.
Come on, Pragg. And look at F7 now. देखो D7 soft है, F7 soft है. It's like every single point you see. And black ka king. Look at the black pieces, by the way. Sahaj bhai, the knight on G4 is again like Sunil Shetty from Border. I'm saying he's one-man army.
नहीं वो एयर सपोर्ट था ना जिसने बचाया था.
एयर सपोर्ट कौन लाएगा भाई? वो नई क्वीन बनेगी तब आएगा. बट द पॉइंट्स आर फार अवे राइट नाउ.
उसके लिए वो कल का वेट करना पड़ेगा ना, क्योंकि वो एयर सपोर्ट तो सुबह ही आई थी ना.
हाँ, ट्रू. By the way, Divya के पास 3 minutes का टाइम डिफरेंस है. Bibisara looking great on the clock, but Divya has a decent position. Come on. Both interesting games, and Gukesh ka game starting in 3 minutes. Chat, final prediction for Divya game. Does she hold this? Draw is a win for Divya. So who do you think wins this match? Bibisara or Divya? Sahaj bhai, final prediction.
But I think Divya will hold for sure. I think Divya will win. I mean, basically she will draw and the Arma could go her way. Gukesh, I don't know. Bhai, Firouzja se match hai yaar. Come on. It's so difficult to say anything. Bhai, Firouzja hai bhai. We have to give him that. And as we say, bhai, thoda der se aaye par durust aaye. Welcome, Rakesh bhai. Welcome.
भाई थैंक यू. सॉरी थोड़ा लेट हो गया, बट आई थिंक रिजल्ट्स बहुत ही जल्द आने वाला है अभी.
ओहो, मेरे को लगता है रिजल्ट, तो अच्छा रिजल्ट आता है ना उससे पहले राकेश भाई आते हैं भाई. लाइक इट्स लाइक अ स्नोबॉल इफेक्ट. या उनके आते ही अच्छा रिजल्ट. भाई कौन सा रिजल्ट आने वाला है भाई जो बढ़िया होगा आपके हिसाब से?
भाई दिव्या गेटिंग द विन मतलब इन द आर्मागेडन,
For
शुरुआत वहां
sure.
से होगी। और मतलब प्रग का भाई बार धीरे धीरे इंक्रीज हो रहा है। मैं देख रहा था स्ट्रीम, स्पेशली दैट नाइट E6 वाला आइडिया, नाइट F5 वाला आइडिया क्रेजी था प्रग के गेम में। एंड आई थिंक इन द नेक्स्ट 2 मिनट्स गुकेश का आर्मागेडन चालू होने वाला है चैट। सो टिकू भाई, व्हाट अ डे इट्स हीटिंग अप टू बी।
By crazy, look at that F7 point. I mean, Carlsen is thinking, but what are candidate moves here for Black? I mean, I don't see a single move. Like, I mean, Bishop C6, normal consider like Rook F1, it's done and dusted over. Like, he could lose in one move from here. Like, I
भाई
would lose in one move. There's
भाई
simply no
पोजीशन
easy
छोड़ो,
move.
मैग्नस का posture देखो, पोजीशन छोड़ो. Like you
Oh,
can tell
हाँ हाँ,
that he knows he's in deep trouble here.
या फॉर
wow.
श्योर। और भाई वो जो ऐसा ना लग रहा है कि A2 पे ना पॉन है, बट एक्चुअली वो एक जो स्नाइपर बैठा है, द बिशप, व्हाट अ जूसी पीस। रास्ते में कोई भी नहीं है उसके।
Oof. Why today could be a
पर ये देख
great
के तो
day.
लगता है ही शुड हैव प्लेड योर, मतलब आप लोग का आइडिया वो शॉर्ट कासल करके रुक C8 वाला आइडिया कुड हैव वर्कड बेटर फॉर मैगी।
Yup.
Yeah, for sure. But okay, I think because of the opening and that H4, whatever that H4 bhai was, that one move thing, it definitely worked out well for Pragg so far. And I think it completely threw off Magnus, yeah?
For
Yup.
sure, for sure. And by the way, on the right side of the board, this is another important Armageddon. Like 3 wins on a trot हो सकता है दिव्या का in Armageddons. And more importantly, टिकू भाई, she stops the leader on 5.5.
भाई बिल्कुल, आई थिंक वहां से गुकेश टॉप द लीडर, यहाँ से दिव्या कुड स्टॉप द लीडर।
Hmm.
एंड आई थिंक नॉर्वे चेस प्रॉमिसेस टू बी एन एब्सोल्यूट ट्रीट भाई आज भी।
Ooh.
और इंडियन प्लेयर्स के आर्मेगेडन देखने को ही मिल रहे हैं भाई। क्रिस दिव्या का मिलेगा, फिर
Bhai,
गुकेश का मिलेगा,
bhai, we
हम्पी
have
का भी
three
मिल
games.
सकता है।
Gukesh also began. Like, where should we
ओ
go?
माय
Where should
गॉड,
I go?
समय
Bhai, there
भाई
are
कुछ
three games. I
सोल्यूशन।
can't. Like, I want Divya. I want Pragg, and I want. Bhai, bird's eye view ही रख लें क्या? I'm not sure what to do.
Maybe we cover the two Armageddon games. दिव्या का 2 मिनट खत्म हो जाएगा, and then we
हाँ,
can
ठीक है.
replace
Correct,
Divya with,
correct.
because Carlsen is still thinking. So let's have the board of
Fair.
Gukesh on the left and Divya on the right.
Somehow if that's possible, or if you want me to switch the thing, let me know.
Hmm.
So,
Hi,
okay,
and
okay.
look at this. Sage by any chance for Bibisara here being like 3-time women's world British champion, कुछ घुमा सकती है क्या white यहाँ पे?
Yeah, for sure. Because I think there is no increment, and Divya has 2 minutes on the clock. Look, objectively
Oof.
speaking, it looks equal. But if
हाँ,
white wins the B4 pawn somehow, then थोड़ा risky हो जाएगा
okay.
भाई.
Hmm.
And good thing, chat, please note 40 moves हो गए, so Divya will get 1 second. I know it's not a lot, but at least है increment.
Bhai, Rook A8 is the best move. That is so hard to
That
play
is tough,
actually.
भाई. That is tough.
That is really
I
tough because
think
white might.
check देने का idea है होगा
भाई गुके का
white के
जाके
लिए तो।
देखे क्या? Just for
भाई
a
भाई
second.
बिल्कुल
किसका
चलते हैं
देखे
भाई।
भाई?
भाई एक सेकंड के लिए भाई, because this is Firouzja's first like Armageddon match,
Yeah,
yeah.
हाँ
Especially in the state that he is. Both of the other games he won in classical itself. So first Armageddon for him in that state, right? This is so impressive from Alireza. Like, can we appreciate this? Like, come on, this is so hard to do.
agreed.
yeah, and सहज भाई कल आप कुछ बोल रहे थे, and now again clock थोड़ा दूर है, and now it might actually matter in an Armageddon कि उसके पैर से clock थोड़ा दूर है।
भाई एक सेकंड
Actually,
का इंक्रीमेंट है ना, दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम। अगर 2 सेकंड होता है, नो के 1 सेकंड में मूव चल के दबाना ही माइट नॉट बी पॉसिबल सहज भाई। इट फील्स लाइक कि फिरोजजा हैज टू आइडियली एंड द गेम बिफोर वी रीच दैट स्टेज।
Correct, before 40 moves.
हाँ
yeah, exactly. By the way, he has 5 minutes
Oof,
only on the clock. Oh, beautiful. Loving it.
नाइस।
बढ़िया बढ़िया।
भाई दिव्या हेल्ड ऑन। Oh, she found Rook. Did she find Rook A8 there?
Yeah, she did. Wow.
या
Wow.
भाई,
Crazy. भाई
respect.
मैं दिव्या का गेम लगा देता हूँ like on my screen, so and the other game can say the same then. So
By the way,
नहीं,
knight
सही है
E3
भाई
is
ये भी
nice,
तो।
yeah. If you take that knight, suddenly black wins. So Divya even offering baits, yeah. मतलब
apparently knight c2 check and knight a3 is just a like, well, that's what she should do. She should not basically think more here, because then time
Hmm.
pressure शुरू हो जाएगा.
Oh, she gives
She
that
goes
check.
for it.
King D3, knight E1 check. So how do you even escape this? It feels like an instant draw actually. F5 check now.
Like
F5 check. Very, very
played
nice.
भाई, ऐसा लग रहा है वो आपको सुन सकती है.
भाई आज you have no idea. सहज भाई जो बोल रहे थे मैग्नस वही बोल रहा था. I feel like he was
हाँ.
controlling Magnus.
भाई like literally बोर्ड छोड़ो भाई, मैं NBA की कुछ बात कर रहा था और मैग्नस ने कन्फेशन में NBA की बात कर, मतलब it was so crazy actually.
हाँ.
What?
भाई crazy, भाई crazy.
And
So
chat
King E3 is the move.
just want to point out कि भाई this is insane chess.
Wait.
We are seeing Gukesh, by the way, in some sort of semblance of his 2024 form. वो fire दिख रही है हमें, और उनके सामने अलग fire
टिकू
बैठी
भाई,
हुई है राकेश भाई.
Sorry,
क्या
Tiku, I sorry to cut you off, but Divya has already made a draw. This is a repetition. Knight C2,
Yeah,
Knight E1
King
check
E-
is a draw.
Correct.
King
King
E3,
E5
Knight
पे
C2,
rook
King
C5
D3,
check
Knight
है.
E1. Sorry?
Correct. It's a draw. It's a draw. King
It's a dead
E5,
draw.
rook C5 check. It's a dead. It's done. It's
It's
done,
done. The
भाई.
game is over.
Let's go. Let's go.
हाँ, you see how relaxed. Can we go full screen here, because I think
Bhai,
this is
what
about
a-
to end.
Let me just show it. King E3. It's like the weirdest draw you will see. Yeah. Check, check, check. Like यहाँ भी नहीं जा सकते आप. कोई check नहीं है आपके पास. कुछ नहीं है. It's a draw
King
actually.
F4. King F4. Do I get mated?
King F4 में
check.
G5 ना.
And
Why
let's
this
show
is
King
nice.
E5 as well, Sahaj भाई. अगर
King
पूरा
E5 में तो
King
भाई Knight
धुरंधर बन
C2,
रहा
Rook C5 is a mate.
है. Checkmate. Correct.
Oh, that is so
Yep.
nice actually.
So Divya
Bhai,
will win yet another
she
Armageddon.
knows it.
Let's go Divya OP.
भाई chat
Bhai,
Divya
this
OP
is
नहीं रुकना
crazy.
चाहिए, and see both the players realize it now.
Why women's standings where Hui Fan is world number 1 doesn't play. World number 3 is Ju Wenjun. She defeated her. World number 6 is Bibisara. She defeated, not defeat her. World number 7 is Humpy. She defeated her. Like she is just kind of knocking off all the strongest players in the world one by one.
भाई बचा कौन इसके बाद? And there we see draw incoming.
Zhu Jiner, bhai, Zhu Jiner.
Oh.
That's the final boss of
That's tough.
Armageddon, bhai. Let me just put it out there.
And at least for Divya, Zhu Jiner ही for final boss है.
वही
Ah,
crypto
there we
Zhu
see
Jiner
it.
is the final boss.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Divya up in the chat defeats Bibisara in a beautiful game at the end. That rook 8 find was very, very impressive, Sahaj bhai, in time pressure.
Absolutely,
And
bhai. What a
3
game.
Armageddon wins on the trot for Divya, and this is another juicy Armageddon.
Wow.
Which Gukesh is, by the way, winning.
Whoa!
What?
क्या बात
Gukesh
कर रहे
is
हो भाई?
beating Firouzja in Armageddon, bhai. What is क्या दिन है आज यार?
भाई, is it
Crazy.
over या ऐसे better है Gukesh? Is it winning or is it better?
I mean, he's a pawn up for no compensation. Like it's just a free
Ah.
pawn. I mean, okay, not
Yeah.
winning, but okay, pawn up, yeah, and 2.5 minutes.
सोने पे सुहागा बोलूंगा, लेकिन Carlsen's king had to go to F8. It feels like it's really he's on the tip of collapsing, by the way. Can we have both maybe cameras until we reach the final moments of this game?
Correct. Good idea. As you can see, ये board पे left side of the board, chat queen side पे Gukesh has 2 pawns, Ali has 1, and it's just an extra pawn with 0 compensation.
And chat Divya OP दिख नहीं रहा है. I mean, she's won all her 3 matches. Can we have Divya OP spam in the chat once? Let's go. The only time you can spam is when Indians win, when any player wins a beautiful game. Let's go. And meanwhile, Pragg is also completely winning. Gukesh also pushing. Oof. Tense moments in the final moments. Come on.
देखो भाई, अब जिंक्स मत करना, बट सारे इंडियन विंस हो सकते हैं आज.
Oh, bhai. Oof. I hope so.
सारे?
I think
हाँ मतलब
एक थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है, but I think
हम्पी जी
others
का.
I agree with you. 3 तो लग रहे हैं. हम्पी जी का थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे. But the
हो
rest,
जाएगा,
I think
हो
I
जाएगा
agree
भाई.
with you, bhai.
but maybe classical draw and Armageddon, yeah, maybe possible still that way.
Yeah. Hi,
Let's go,
world
bhai.
champion Guki, let's go. Rook F1 played by on the left side of the board by Praggnanandhaa. F7 ka point is very tender.
Wait, is he a pawn up? Am I seeing this correctly?
Yeah, Gukesh is a pawn up.
Gukesh, हाँ वही तो बोला, लेफ्ट साइड पे एक pawn up है
अरे
सीधा
बाप
सीधा.
रे भाई, ये तो फिर खत्म ही होगी भाई. Pawn up in the end game. This is, look at Magnus'
तभी तो
pose
मैं
by the
बोला
way.
कि winning है. तभी तो लगा मुझे winning है.
अच्छा, भाई look at Magnus' pose by the way.
He's not happy, bhai. He's not happy.
He's not happy. Wow, Divya won. Can these two guys also do the same? Bishop D3 or Bishop C7. Look at that move, by the way.
Oof,
Blocking the C
beautiful.
file. Love it.
And then he wants to double rook c3, rook c1. And says, bhai, remember Karpov versus Unzicker में एक bishop a7 का idea आया था.
Oh,
Where you
yes, absolutely. In that the Spanish game where
correct.
he doubled up on the A
Yeah.
files. And yeah, same idea. And props to you, Rakesh bhai, for remembering the exact name. Yeah,
हाँ
Unzicker. Wow.
हाँ
भाई
Very
पढ़ाई
impressive
तो
that you
की है ना
knew.
भाई.
Crazy, bhai.
लेट्स गो भाई, वो जीत रहा है, वो सब छोड़ो एग्जांपल. बट एंड लुक एट दैट गैप टिकू भाई. 3.5 फॉर गुकेश, 7 फॉर फिरोजा. दिस विन इज लाइक कंपल्सरी एट दिस पॉइंट.
Yeah. And Firouzja, of course, has been on absolute domination in this tournament. हर game जीतते आ रहे हैं. And राकेश भाई, your move rook c3 on the board already. Bishop on d3, वो piece लग रहा है जो देखने में बड़ा active है. And unless the black rooks can get into the 7th and 8th ranks, वो वहीं बैठा रहेगा और हम game जीत जाएंगे पीछे से. Yeah,
करेक्ट करेक्ट. एंड यू नो रशियन स्कूल ऑफ चेस में उसको ना बिशप ऑन द 6th रैंक को पेपर टाइगर बोलते हैं. टाइगर होता है लाइक डेंजरस, बट पेपर वाला है.
That's actually a nice way to put it.
Funny.
But okay, he
Nice.
plays rook c8. And actually, a lot of people I'm seeing in the chat are saying,
भाई.
yeah, go ahead.
हम्म.
You were saying?
भाई यू गो अहेड, यू गो अहेड.
No, I was seeing that people were saying that, Divya drew, she didn't technically win. Guys, it was an Armageddon match. In an Armageddon match, black takes less time on the clock, and it is said that if you draw the game, it's considered as a win. So it is indeed a win for Divya. Like that is officially a win for Divya, even though the match is a draw. Otherwise, playing with less time on the clock with the black pieces would not have been fair for Divya.
Course,
Just wanted
3
to
मिनट कम लेके
clarify
खेल रहे हो
that.
यार. हाँ, खेलो तुम 3 मिनट कम लेके ओपोनेंट से, फिर बताना भाई कितना
हाँ, तुम
आसान है.
खेलो भाई, तुम जीत जाना भाई ब्लैक. आई नो दिव्या ने पहले राउंड में जू वेंजुन को ब्लैक से 3 मिनट कम लेके हराया था, बट दैट यू कैन नॉट एक्सपेक्ट दैट एवरी सिंगल टाइम फ्रॉम दिव्या.
हाँ.
Yeah,
Yep,
draw
Divya has
counts
won
as a
all
win
3.
in the Armageddon. And भाई वही तो ब्यूटी है नॉर्वे चेस का. There are no draws. We will have a winner.
भाई पोल में ना तीसरा ऑप्शन नहीं डालना पड़ता भाई. कितनी खुशी लगती है ना मुझे, उसको मैं बता नहीं सकता. एंड चैट, डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गेट मोर पीपल इन. दिस इज एग्जैक्टली मिडनाइट राइट नाउ. Gukesh fighting it out, Pragg fighting it out. Both of them right now are winning against Magnus and Firouzja. A dream situation to be in right now, Sahej bhai.
Absolutely. And someone in the chat is saying we should not underestimate Magnus in the end game. Luckily for us, this is not an end game. Pragg is in the middle game. So,
True.
yes, I agree with you, bhai. We are not going to underestimate Magnus. We don't even want the end game against Magnus.
भाई गुकेश ने वो मैंगो वाला गिरा दिया. एडिटर भाई, गुकेश ने मैंगो वाला गिरा दिया.
And Govinder bhai, बिल्कुल, you're absolutely right. Gukesh is completely winning on the right side of the board. भाई सहज भाई, आपका बार ना बढ़ते ही जा रहा है for Gukesh.
भाई I know it's just but Sessi ने थोड़ा lesson दे रहा है Sessi. It's 1.8 now. Is that yeah, he played the best move +2 now again. So still almost winning territory for Pragg.
Yeah, it's
Gukesh
very
also
hard.
looking very, very good.
The knight is rerouting to c5 square, rook के एक square नीचे का, and it's going to attack the black rook and the black bishop.
But practically, like you would think, if you were in Pragg or Magnus's shoes, it's worse than -2. Yeah, it looks so bad for Magnus. King
Yeah,
on f8, f7, वो knight ऐसे बस वो ऐसे पकड़ के बैठे हैं, छुपा के बैठे हैं f7 point को.
No, that was a blunder. Bishop b5 is now giving Firouzja a chance in the game. Bishop b5.
But only 90 seconds for Ali. Can Ali spot it?
Bishop
His
b5
time
is
is
a
ticking.
tough move.
No, he's not going. He's going for the bishop on b2. Says bhai.
Tough है.
Oh, he plays bishop b5.
यार
Bhai, Firouzja will never miss something like this.
Firouzja भाई क्या आदमी है यार.
Bullet beast, bhai. If he has 1 minute on the clock, that's when he becomes the most dangerous. And Gukesh, out of all people, should know that.
No, he'll win still, I feel. I think he'll still win because
so?
time situation बहुत खराब है Firouzja की. I'm still hoping he wins.
Well, you can chop the rook and play rook a7. वो a6 का pawn खा लो और black. अरे नहीं, the knight is hanging on b3. भाई.
Maybe just rook d2 back, yeah, is the best move apparently. Just back the
Yeah,
bishop on
played.
d2. Played, yeah, nice. Okay, it's still on. It's still on at least. It's not over,
It's on,
yeah.
for sure.
Mistake!
For sure.
Mistake! b5 is now winning. Bishop c5 also winning. Mistake by Firouzja.
B5, AB5, knight D4 is the idea. So
Ooh.
one of the pawns are getting taken, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Chat.
That's the
मुझे
idea.
लग रहा है ना कि Gukesh is choking. Brother, this is literally blitz or bullet chess going on right now. What do you 100% accuracy से खेलेगा क्या bullet में? 1 second increment नहीं है बेचारों के पास. मतलब what do you expect?
It's so unfair, yeah. It's normally in chess that the metric to compare perfection is a machine. We are not machines. Players are not machines, chat. Please understand that.
And he
There will
found
be
B5.
mistakes.
He found B5.
Exactly, he found the
Beautiful.
best idea. And मतलब we agree, chat. ऐसा नहीं बोल रहे कि चोक नहीं होता, कभी कभी होता है, but
हाँ, होता
respect
है.
where it's due. हाँ, credit where it's due.
And I think
भाई Firouzja has just 50 seconds टिकू भाई.
भाई Pragg has 8 minutes by the way. I don't even
ठीक है,
know.
पहले ये तो जीत जाता है ना, तो एक कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाएगा.
हाँ, true, agreed.
प्रग को भी आ जाएगा भाई, देख के. भाई तूने फिरोजा को हरा दिया. Let's go. Rook D1 now.
नहीं, रुक C2. अच्छा नहीं, हाँ बिशप तो भी अटैक्ट है. कम ऑन गुकी, प्ले क्विकली. 1 minute का एडवांटेज विद द विनिंग पोजीशन.
By the way, Magnus plays knight G4 there. Now Pragg has to play quickly. He has 8 minutes to play 13 moves.
नहीं भाई, हो गया ना उधर तो. नहीं हुआ, नहीं है 40 moves.
हाँ, उधर नहीं हुआ अभी.
हाँ, he needs the 10 second increment.
This is stressful. Chat करिए, बहुत stressful है. It is stressful
भाई
indeed.
वो कभी कभी ना नॉर्वे चेस में हार्ट रेट मॉनिटर होता था, वो बड़ा सही होता था. Like
I
players.
know. That was the best.
Gukesh chops the pawn on B5. Firouzja under 30 seconds, chat. Can we go full screen maybe?
Yeah.
By the way, just I know we are not looking at the game of Pragg versus Magnus, but Sessi is saying plus 2.6 chat. So Pragg is now
wow.
completely winning. Just putting it out there.
Firouzja had a sneak peek. Move number 36 है, मतलब 4 moves के बाद the increment of 1 second will start adding to both the clocks.
And Gukesh winning here would be huge, by the way. Firouzja, Magnus और Pragg को हरा के आ रहे हैं, by the way. Let's not forget that. Can he convert this though?
What about something like Rook B2 and just B6? Yeah, that looks simple. And oh, Knight F5 and Bishop D4 is actually even simpler. Let's
Knight
go.
F5
Hello.
forking. 97 check आ रहा है.
वो तो भाई देखा ही नहीं मैंने, but that's even better.
Come on, Cookie. Same idea, similar idea.
भाई थोड़ा कोई चक्कर तो नहीं
And the increment starts now.
Like Bishop D1, Bishop F3. Bishop D1, Bishop F3. Oh, it's a mistake!
No!
Bishop D1, Bishop F3 आ रहा है. Jeet. Oh, 96 was a blunder actually. Oh, and this is tricky now. Wait, what? He's going to lose this.
But bhai, he has 13 seconds only.
Bhai, knight D4 only move.
Knight D4, there's Bishop E5. That's the problem.
And Rook D2. He has to play Rook D2. He could lose this.
Oh my God.
Bhai, also Gukesh has 25 seconds now. This is getting very close for comfort. Bhai, what is this?
They've reached 40 moves, so 1 second starts adding. Knight D4, come on, Guki.
No, come on. Okay, Knight D4, Bishop E5 played.
Rook D2.
Okay,
Rook D2
this is exactly the moment where I think I would have preferred Firouzja's clock to be on the right side. That he's gonna lose a lot of time making that move, and he's definitely gonna lose a second.
Yeah, you see him, he's not happy.
Time. भाई वो time पे ही हार जाएगा भाई, time ही नहीं है उसके पास. 6 सेकंड, come on.
Oh, Rook attacked है, वो भूल गया क्या? Rook attacked है. अब Bishop
नहीं,
आ रहा है
देखा.
Oh, G4 खेला. Okay, thank God भाई. Oh,
G4, H4, no? H4.
H4, Rook B2. You have repetition. It's a draw. It's a draw. Oh, he had a draw. He had a repetition. He's going to lose now.
Time.
He's trying for the win, chat.
So he has to go for the win, right? He has no option.
Yeah,
right?
correct.
But this is lost. This is lost, I think.
Yeah, this is lost. The king is cut.
अरे यार. Bishop से pawn मार दो ना यार. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe this could be a draw, but draw doesn't help. Wait, what? It's gonna be.
Wait, what?
It's a draw. Wow.
And Firouzja takes it.
Wow, bhai, I don't know how he messed that up, but man,
props to Firouzja bhai for defending that. And also
Insane.
like being able to play like split second moves while
सहज
being in
भाई,
the condition that he is.
Pragg has made a mistake as well. भाई ये
अरे
क्या हो, किसकी
भाई,
नजर लग गई है हम लोगों को? Knight takes b7 was a mistake. Okay, it's tough one for Magnus to spot, but bishop
No.
b5 gives Magnus some level of comeback.
Yep, Sesi also confirms it. Knight b7 was an inaccuracy, but okay, like the time pressure is approaching for both of them. They have to make 12 moves, but 13 for Magnus, and not enough time.
Oof, this is so tough. Chat now. Basically, two Indians have finished their games. Divya won. That was very impressive play. But Gukesh at the end missed out, and draw, of course, wasn't enough with the white pieces. He does get 1 point on the scoreboard, but Firouzja ends up winning the match in general. And now, Humpy, of course, is still playing, but Pragg fighting it out under crunch moments. What does he do now? He has 7 minutes to make 12 moves. How tough is that, Rakesh bhai?
God, it is so sad for Gukesh, no?
Yeah, it is. It is.
It is
Yeah.
actually
Plus-
very, very sad. Like so close. So close.
he played a really good game.
Yeah, he did. He actually did.
I think Sejbhai, it again comes down to bullet skills, no? That you mentioned. Like you were on point. He bullets jab chata hai, like Firouzja is a goat. He crushed Nihal with like 2x the score. You remember from that bullet chess
plus 10
championship.
का भाई 10 point का difference था दोनों में, like between
हाँ.
Nihal and Firouzja. Like Firouzja is
So
very
it's-
very, and also we can agree bullet is not Gukesh's like best strength. So like, but still I think with fast chess I think he's managing it really well. Let's go. Let's keep going.
Yep. And now what does Magnus do? Rakesh bhai, does he find bishop b5? इतना आसान नहीं है because you're giving up control of the d8 square, right? इतना आसान नहीं है move निकालना.
Yeah. I don't, but it's the perfect time for Magnus to, invest some time. Because 12, he has 1 minute for one move, basically.
Magnus bro, I trust you. कह रहे हैं Nirav bhai. I mean, if anybody can come back from this, it is Magnus Carlsen. He's the best chess player who has ever lived. And he did not have a great start, Sahej bhai, but yesterday he came back in the jaws of defeat or whatever. I think he was sad about that missed opportunity in the classical. But now he has a chance to win in the classical itself. 3 points up for grabs, like if he comes back somehow. And it will be hard for Pragg to handle that change in momentum.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But that is if Magnus finds bishop. Actually, Rakesh bhai, would love to get your thoughts on this. Is bishop b5 like the most natural move here for you?
By double attack, hai na? So the queen attacks the
d8 check
knight
and
and...
queen d8 check. And the queens are getting traded. And it's an endgame. And you're down in exchange.
Okay, queen d8 check. I can block it with the knight. I have to block it with the knight, rather.
Then I take the queen, and that's a difficult thing to assess as being okay for black. I mean, I know it is because the engine is not saying queen d8 check, so I'm assuming it's a bad move.
Apparently, you have to give up the rook because bishop, you pick up the rook on f1. Knight d8 was a blunder, Rakesh bhai. That's what I thought. Knight d8 is the best move.
Oh, okay.
So it's easy for Magnus to also go wrong because it's again a Sicilian defense, a crazy opening jahan pe black has so many options. White has so many options. And look at Magnus. He's not convinced. He's not happy with what he has right now. He's not found bishop b5. At least he's not convinced that it's kind of equalizing to some respect.
Yeah.
Let's see what Magnus goes for.
Pragg will lose. Dekho, Divya won. Gukesh lost. Now Pragg has to kind of pull it in our favor. Yeah, he has to win
literally,
this one.
We have Armageddon time control in front of us. Literally.
Actually,
तो आर्मा अभी खेल लो भाई. अभी खेल लो.
उल्टा आर्मा.
उल्टा आर्मा, हाँ.
Shawarma. चलो, come on भाई. अरे ऐसी lame joke भाई. To ease the situation because tension बहुत बढ़ रही है दिमाग में. About to play Magnus. I think his hand is shaking. You can see about to play. Finds it! Wow! Bye. Now c4 and queen d8. Only 2 moves for Pragg. Anything else and he's lost.
c4 तो फोर्स दें तो डबल अटैक है ना भाई, नहीं तो नाइट b7 का मर जाएगा.
Sej bhai, I feel like queen d8 feels more natural though, nahi? like something you
I
might
would play
consider.
queen d8 100% here.
Ha, वही ना, like it feels like it's more tempting and scary, but
So can
I
we
don't know.
show that line while Pragg thinks?
हाँ,
Queen d8. Knight e8 एक तो blunder क्यों है टिको भाई? Like what's the tactic?
There's a blunder.
अभी अब
Oh,
वो
I didn't
सहज
even
भाई
know that.
बताएंगे. Sorry भाई.
हाँ
Oh!
सहज, that's your department सहज भाई.
Sorry.
No, I'm still calculating because there's bishop e6, king f6 is there. Then I don't know what is there. कोई check नहीं है ना rook f1 पे. Wait, knight
भाई दिखा
e8.
दो ना,
I'm sure it's rook
हमको ही नहीं
f7.
समझ रहा है.
It's not rook f7. भाई, it's not a blunder. क्या अब गलत info दे रहे हो भाई? It's not a
नहीं,
blunder.
it's a mistake in the end game. You can take on e7 apparently and play c4, and the bishop is kind of stuck on a4, which makes it very tough for Magnus. Oh, Humpy has drawn, so एक और Armageddon incoming भाई लोग.
भाई आर्मा पे आर्मा चल रहा है, बट पहले यहाँ रहते हैं भाई. ये मैच ना थोड़ा ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे कि फर्स्टली हमारे पास 12 मूव्स हैं 5 मिनट के लिए, एंड गेम थोड़ा सा हाथ से गया है. ठीक
Check
है,
played.
हाँ, agreed.
थोड़ा सा हाथ से गया है गेम, पर मेंटालिटी अभी भी वही है कि मैं जीत रहा था. एंड एंड गेम में है और मैग्नस कार्लसन है सामने भाई, तो दिस इज नॉट लुकिंग वेरी प्रॉमिसिंग. आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर ये आर्मा में जाएगा.
भाई मतलब आप जो कह रहे हो अगर मैं समझ रहा हूँ
हाँ जी, मैं
तो
वही
मैं
कह रहा हूँ भाई.
रोने की तैयारी कर लूं फिर.
भाई आई एम जेन्युइनली सेइंग दिस.
No, I know you are genuinely saying this. That's why
I
I'm saying.
genuinely because I think I know I know from my own experience many times that I have lost like this many times and I've won like this many times as well. This is a tough situations for Pragg.
सहज भाई आ जाओ, पांच पांच मैगी मैगी के रिजल्ट पे.
क्या 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 है भाई?
आप बोल रहे हो जीत रहा है ना, मैं बोल रहा हूँ नहीं जीतेगा क्लासिकल में.
You think Pragg will win in classical?
नहीं, आपने बोला कि मैग्नस पक्का जीतेगा. मैं ड्रॉ और प्रग का विन
मैंने
दे रहा हूँ.
पक्का तो नहीं बोला भाई, मैंने कहा दिस इज व्हाट इट लुक्स लाइक टू मी. बट
अच्छा,
अगर यहाँ
okay.
देखो ऑब्वियसली
98 played.
Oh,
That's a mistake.
That's
Is it
definitely
though?
an error on Magnus's part. But c4 निकाल पाएंगे वो?
But is it a
Thank
mistake
you.
really? I don't really know why it's a mistake. I would have
No, I
played
mean,
the same actually.
हाँ, it's not a mistake.
I
Mistake.
think,
It's like
but I think Pragg is gonna go queen e7 now, no? And then king e7 के बाद you'll just get a great end game like out of it. Like why you will never play c4 by queen takes b7, queen takes b5 is a check. You will never ever do that.
भाई, you know what the idea is? अगर जब भी c4 आता है, whenever it happens after the queen trade, bishop c6 पे knight d8 है, winning on the spot.
Oh.
F7 is hanging. Correct.
So there is potential for Pragg still, but does he have the time? He takes
See,
the
he
queen.
takes on e7. And now c4.
C4 Pragg. C4.
So can we quickly show that Sahaj by c4, bishop c6, knight d8 is a brilliant move. Attacking the bishop. आप मान लो bishop into g2 pawn मारोगे मेरा, तो it's bye bye because rook f7 beauty.
Checkmate.
Why c4 played?
Played. Let's go. Pragg is still on. He's still in chat. He's still in it.
Magnus is wondering ये क्यों खेला इसने? He's I think he just
हाँ.
spotted knight d8. Magnus just spotted knight d8, I feel. So bishop a4 will be played.
Sahaj bhai, moment of truth. What is Sese Bhabhi saying? Sorry, Sese saying.
Sesi कह रहा है भाई कि 1.89 in favor of Pragg.
Oh!
He is objectively winning again.
Wow. And Magnus shook his head. He again shook his head.
He missed knight d8. Sahaj bhai, you were right. And the point is that you can't even go bishop d7, मतलब king के बाजू में, because rook can chop that bishop off. And फिर दूसरा rook आएगा 7th rank पे, and Pragg is completely winning that one.
Wow.
So in a way, टिको भाई, bishop a4 is like only move ना, blue arrow आना चाहिए.
And bishop a4 के बाद rook d8 is the move. You tie down the knight and don't allow black to develop. Even give, like, that's the only way for Pragg to progress. And Sahaj bhai, we talked about Norway Chess 2024. Rook h8 पे अटका था and 38 moves में game खत्म हुई थी. That could still happen again. 31 हुई अब तक.
Correct, yeah.
Bye, but I just really hope that Pragg is able to manage his time well. That's the only problem. I think he's winning. Like everything is working in his favor. The game was amazing. Opening was amazing. The conversion was, I think, very good as well. But just the time, that's the only problem.
Oh, Magnus does not look happy. He finds bishop a4. The best move. If you have to beat the goat, you have to battle maximum resistance. And now rook d8. Sahej bhai, how easy is rook d8 here?
Rook d8, I think, is a simple move.
Hmm.
Because you're pinning the knight essentially, no?
Wow. By the way, there is 15 minutes to Humpy's tiebreak. I think we potentially could have a result in this one. Till then, Rakesh bhai.
Why, but rook d... Oh, wait. Rook d8 में bishop c2 है ना? Knight e3 check.
What?
Isn't that... He
Played
plays
rook
rook
d8 on the
d8.
board. Wow.
But isn't the bishop c2?
नहीं.
Knight e3 check, knight f1 मर रहा है ना?
Sahej
ये
bhai.
क्या है नहीं?
It is the move. It is the move.
अरे but
And white
I
just
start
pushed-
promote. Yeah,
हाँ.
c pawn.
Wow.
Okay.
भाई that is so hard to see for Pragg, no? कि मैं रुक दे के सी पॉन प्रमोट कर लूंगा.
Yeah.
भाई बोल दो भाई.
भाई मुझे तो लग रहा है आज गोट हारेगा भाई. सहेज भाई.
So
The
एक
goat
काम
is in
करते हैं.
danger
देख लो.
today.
देखो एक काम
एक
करते
बार
हैं. टीम
पंचलाइन
कमेंटेटर
पढ़ लेना स्टिकू भाई, अप्रूव करने से पहले.
नहीं मैं कुछ मैं I don't know what to say actually.
भाई
अरे
टिकू भाई सीधा मैं करने लग गए.
नहीं
what
बोल
I
रहे
mean
देखो
is
भाई.
Crazy.
we
हाँ,
have
हाँ.
3 commentators, 3 results. एक पकड़ लेते सब. एक मैगी की bet. Simple.
Wait. Bishop
नहीं
c6,
नहीं
rook
अरे भाई ये
b8
तो
on the
गलती कर
board.
दी. ये तो गलती कर दी प्रज्ञ ने भाई. 95 से बच रहा है मैगी. Also 7 more moves भाई. 7 more moves in 3 minutes.
भाई मैंने ड्रॉ ले लिया भाई. आप लोग चूज कर लो कौन सा
नहीं
रिजल्ट
नहीं
लेना है
भाई मैं कोई रिजल्ट नहीं ले रहा भाई. You know
नहीं,
what?
टिकू
जो
भाई.
भी रिजल्ट होगा मैं तुम में से एक को मैगी जरूर दूंगा. ठीक है? That let's just put it like that. Bishop g2
Wait,
played.
what?
Wait,
Ooh.
what?
भाई मैगी can
Not
win this.
95.
भाई मैगी can
भाई.
win this.
Rook g1
No, but
is the only move for Pragg. That's the only move for Pragg. He needs the tempo to push c5 or he's busted. भाई मैगी जीत सकता है भाई.
he's about to play. खेलेगा भाई rook g1. And but then the c pawn starts running. भाई
भाई
double
G5.
है अभी भी.
g5 आ रहा है. h pawn will start running.
Oh भाई, and the h8 rook is like working from its birth square.
भाई वो कहीं पिछले गेम का बदला ना ले ले. सहज भाई मुझे डर लग रहा है. Oh
अरे
damn.
भाई. But let's see. भाई 3 minutes for Pragg officially. भाई थोड़ा जल्दी खेलो.
Play.
Rook g1.
Yes.
भाई मैं तो
Yes.
कहता हूँ रिपीट कर लो.
Best move.
कैसे रिपीट भाई?
नहीं भाई बेस्ट मूव नहीं थी. सेसी ने कुछ और कहा था भाई. अभी थोड़ा और कम हो गया. 0.28 हो गया भाई.
सेसे ने क्या कहा था?
सेसी ने रुक e1 कहा था. आई थिंक उसने शायद. आई
अरे
डिडंट.
बाप
इट
रे.
वाजंट रुक g1 फॉर श्योर. आई नो दिस.
ओ बाप रे.
कोई नहीं,
0.25 हो
नहीं.
गया भाई सेसी के हिसाब से. तो दिस इज नाउ कंप्लीटली इक्वल एंड दिस इज एग्जैक्टली द मोमेंट वेयर मैग्नस बिकम्स बेसिकली लाइक अ गॉड. या
भाई प्रग भाई c5 प्री मूव कर दो भाई बस. मतलब कुछ भी हो c5 बस. दैट्स द ओनली मूव ही हैज बाय द वे.
तो भाई आप कह रहे थे आज गोट हारेगा, क्यों ऐसा?
I can beat Magnus. I am the goat. ऐसे चाय समोसा बोल रहे भाई. चाय समोसे थोड़े दे दो प्रग
पर
को.
गोट
because
क्यों
he
हारेगा
needs.
राकेश भाई?
भाई ऐसा फीलिंग है ना मुझे.
अच्छा फीलिंग है आपको ऐसा. अच्छा.
Bishop
चैट में कुछ लिख रहा था
f3.
कोई. चेसकॉम इंडिया वाले चैट में कुछ आंसर्स आए थे. इफ यू वांटेड टू रीड दैट.
नहीं भाई. c5 let's go.
By the way, one of the only moves here. In fact, the only move to gain an edge. Otherwise, it's at least equal for Magnus. And endgame में सहज भाई, I'm absolutely with you. अगर खाली endgame battle करेंगे ना, I think Black wins. And let's not forget, Black के पास 3 potential pass pawn है king side पे. The only reason why White is better is because he has that c pawn, the knight on e8 is pinned. But वो problem solve हो गई ना, like it's just completely lost for White. So he needs to push that pawn now. Come on. 2 मिनट 6 चाल खेलने के लिए चैट. He has to play 6 more moves in 2 minutes.
0 increment. Wait, what?
Is that a blunder? Oh, that's a mistake.
Nahin.
95 and it's equal
That's
now.
it now. Yeah, 0-0-0. But by it's not 0-0-0. We know this because Magnus can now start to take over.
पर भाई मैग्नस के पोस्चर से लग नहीं रहा इज लुकिंग टू टेक ओवर.
भाई उसके लिए टेक ओवर करना नॉर्मल है ना भाई, लाइक इट्स लाइक सेकंड नेचर फॉर हिम.
Let's see 95.
Chat, keep the chat clean. Come on, let's go. This is the moment जहां पे सब डिसाइड होगा.
भाई
Magnus about
संजय
to
इज
play.
एक्चुअली राइट. संजय बोल रहे कि मैग्नस इज लुकिंग वेरी चिल्ड एंड आई एग्री भाई.
भाई
प्रग के मुंह पे टेंशन देखो.
he finds 95 and now
Oh,
G5 से Magnus is
G5.
better. He
Oh
is
my God,
better.
G5 is crazy. Absolutely crazy. G5 is such a
भाई
beautiful move.
वेट,
राकेश
इज
भाई
दैट अ
G5?
फ्री पॉन?
But रुक
फ्री
G5?
हाँ वही. हाँ.
ये कैसी चाल है?
भाई 97 is winning then. Okay, that's impossible to see. That's
No,
impossible to see
that's
actually. I don't think
Yeah,
he
the
finds it.
knight coming backwards is always tough to see. भाई.
Bhai, because basically G5 is relieving the bishop, the attack on the bishop. Oh my God! What? What? Pragg has not seen
भाई
this edge,
उठ
bhai,
गया
Rakesh bhai.
भाई. The goat has awoken.
Khatam.
I
Khatam.
called this, bhai. I called this like 10 moves ago because this is what happens when you still think that you're winning and you're not winning. That's the
Hmm.
most dangerous situation for any chess player because your sense of danger is just completely gone because
Wow.
अभी आप 2 घंटे से जीत रहे थे.
और अभी 1.5 मिनट ही बचा है क्लॉक पे.
अब तो गई भाई
Bhai,
पोजीशन.
this is over. This is over
भाई वो
actually,
रुक
chat.
H8 का ही बदला ले रहा है. देखो H8 पे बैठ के हरा
Actually.
रहा है वो H
And
pawn जो
chat.
पुश होगा इसी की वजह से हो रहा है.
And Rook G5 is resigns, by the way. He has to take with the pawn. Rook G5 is officially lost for Pragg because Knight D7 ke baad, you will lose the piece. He blunders, I
Oh,
think. And G4 ke baad, Magnus is now completely winning. Only
Yep.
move for Magnus is G4.
I played in a second.
Wow. Wow. It's over. राकेश भाई आपको बेट लगा लेनी चाहिए थी.
सच्ची भाई.
भाई मैं तो लगा लेता ना for Magnus winning I think. This is now deadless.
Oh no,
भाई
man.
मशीन है भाई मशीन. Impossible.
अप डाउन अप डाउन. बैल बार बैल बार.
How does an induction motor start?
भाई एक बंदा के लिखता कैप्स में ऑल इंडियंस आर विनिंग. भाई ये कैसे हो गया राकेश भाई? हाउ डिड दिस इवन हैपन? आई हैव नो आइडिया. Yeah, man. I mean, Pragg ke liye this will be very hard to digest actually. Very, very hard to digest because he was so winning.
Yeah, भाई, he has 34 seconds with two
भाई
moves
दो
to
चालें
play.
खेलनी है.
भाई सैड हो गया यार. बहुत सैड हो
बहुत
गया.
सैड हो गया. Yeah.
भाई मुझे इतना सैड लग रहा है. इमेजिन प्रग को कितना सैड लग रहा होगा यार.
But you know, somebody said Magnus isn't human. I think he showed his human side. He made mistakes. I think
No,
Pragg
no,
just
he's
played
human for
captain.
sure. He's just
Yeah.
a great human. He's just an
पुरुष
unbelievable
नहीं,
human.
महापुरुष है. महापुरुष है.
You know,
Mahapurush, exactly.
but you know, the thing is, queen d8, queen trade, if you have to go for it, already you made a mistake somewhere, like basically. Like you made that mistake beforehand. So I feel like,
Hmm.
unfortunately, Pragg has himself to blame for this. Like Magnus definitely made, it wasn't like peak Magnus today. Like it was B Magnus, which is enough to win most events anyways, but he had a genuine chance. He got the opportunities. I think he can only blame himself, unfortunately, this time. Like he genuinely had. I mean, we talked about this. भाई black के pieces ऐसे फंसे हुए हैं, कोई piece नहीं निकल रहा था. Suddenly, look at the black pieces. Every piece is active. Knight on e8 doing a defensive job, and बाकी ये G pawn protected pass pawn. Look at the rook on G3 now. No future.
Hi, and Magnus would love to win this in the classical. 3 point मिलेंगे उनको, and he'll be back in the tournament as well.
Yeah. And it's completely winning.
And
Two
now
moves
King
for
E7
Magnus.
again, just to repeat.
Yeah. Oh, he has to find bishop c6, by the way. Yeah? चाहे repeat करने के बाद ही हो. He has to find bishop c6, only move to be cleanly winning, by the way, for Magnus. Otherwise, it gets a bit
Oh.
tricky.
And वो रुक का ना थोड़ा रास्ता खुल जाता है G3 का. तो yeah, Magnus not as I fully convinced.
Plan पता क्या है?
90
Bishop
seconds for the
C6,
goat.
Bishop C6, Knight F3 is the plan basically.
Oh, H4 का pawn मार दो.
Yep. And that should be curtains. 2 connected pass pawns. You will sack a piece potentially for the C pawn as well. Doesn't matter. And though pass pawn should be enough. How this happened? Good question, brother. I think it's just time pressure. Mein Carlsen played the better chess. और कोई इसमें explanation है नहीं. Same for Firouzja against Gukesh actually.
भाई प्रग को भी नहीं पता how did this happen. हम क्या बोले?
Actually.
59 seconds, by the way, for the goat. Oh, wait.
Wait.
What was that?
Wait a minute.
What was that? Magnus,
Bhai.
what was that?
Another twist in the kahani, bhai. Rook G1 played. It's now better for Magnus, but not winning anymore.
Bhai, this is not. Bhai, there is a twist in the tail.
Practically the winning है भाई.
But
Practically
92 आ
the
रहा है ना
winning
भाई.
हाँ.
How
And
do you
then
stop the
G2.
pawn?
This
Yeah.
pawn cannot be stopped. So I think practically it was a great decision.
I'm still not sure how do you stop the pawn.
Rook F1 is the move ताकि G3 को ना मैं मार दूं और C6 pawn ढकलना चालू करूं.
That could. Oh, bhai, G3 पे Rook G8 is winning for white actually. If Rook F1 G3, that's a blunder. भाई
One
G3
Pragg
खेलते
Rook F,
Magnus.
yes played. भाई
Magnus.
सहज भाई लग रहा है ना एक और twist बाकी है गेम में. I don't know. It's a
भाई,
feeling.
Only
भाई
move is
10
Knight
second का
F4.
increment तो है कम से कम. So we have that at least
एक
going
से
on.
हाँ 10 सेकंड सॉरी हाँ मैं भूल गया था भाई Knight
हाँ,
F4
हाँ.
only move for Magnus. Knight G3 is a repetition so he can play it but Knight F4 is the only winning move. बाकी सब में Pragg is back.
Pragg is winning या Pragg is back?
Knight G3 is equal roughly. Knight F4 is -1. Anything else is winning for Pragg.
G3 played. G3 played. No way.
Let's
He's
go,
winning.
bhai. Come on.
No, bhai. Still 0,
Bhai,
0, 0.
He blundered. Rook G8 was winning. Rook G8 was winning.
Exactly.
Rook G8
He
was
was
winning.
बोला था एक twist आएगा.
Bhai, 30 seconds like for each time. Yeah, each player having very little
Bhai.
time on the clock. Bhai.
G2 only move for Magnus or he can resign by the way. G2 is the... Are we gonna have both people make a queen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Both of them.
Yes.
Oh my god! What? Are you kidding me? दोनों रानी बनाएंगे अभी.
इसकी
हाँ,
queen
हिंदी
यहाँ
में
पे
पूछा
queen and
करोगी.
no queen. I think it's forced on. Oh, 20
What?
seconds. Wait,
He blundered. He blundered. He blundered. He blundered.
C7 is losing. C7. Just king h8 queen. That's a check.
Queen.
Push the pawn. Push the pawn, Pragg. C7,
Bhai,
you're winning.
come
Let's
on.
go full screen.
Let's go full screen.
Like
And
on
G2
a
doesn't
silver
work because you
platter.
play Rook.
This is on a
You
silver
play Rook
platter.
G8 check.
Let's
Sahej,
go.
you play Rook G8. Yes.
Let's go queen. New queen on the board. Rook
Bhai,
a1
G2.
or anywhere. Rook e1. Whatever.
हाँ रुके one.
No
Rook
one
B1.
can
कुछ
stop
भी
that
winning है.
queen.
He's winning.
Pragg is
He's
about to
completely-
defeat Magnussen.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yes. Pragg defeats Magnus Carlsen.
The goat is beaten. What a day. Praggnanandhaa beats world champion Magnus Carlsen. Look at that reaction. Magnus can't believe it on home soil. What a win. A win for the ages by Praggnanandhaa.
Bhai,
Magnus cannot. Look at him. He
in
cannot
Sicilian. In Sicilian, Rook h8 pe 2-0. Let's go. Norway chess pe. Let's go.
Wow.
Wow.
भाई
What a day.
भाई absolute cinema. Are you not entertained, Chad? भाई क्या ही मैच था भाई.
Look at Pragg. Bhai, water gambit is back. भाई देखो भाई सही बोला था और एक ट्विस्ट आएगा ये गेम में. इतना बड़ा ट्विस्ट नहीं सोचा था.
सही में.
भाई एकदम वो गुकेश भाई किसी को गुकेश और मैग्नस वाला गेम याद आया क्या जब वहां पे भी मैग्नस ने एक अननेसेसरी सैक्रिफाइस किया था मुझे याद है दोनों पॉन बढ़ रहे थे उसके
Correct.
आगे एंड देन गुकेश फाउंड दैट नाइट मूवमेंट टू सेव द डे बेसिकली सेम फीलिंग आई भाई सेम और सेम इवेंट भी
भाई
कलर भी
Pragg is now ranked second in the standings behind Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen is in so last place. That is unbelievable. Can we show the standings? Then we have Humpy's tiebreak to go to. But can we have the standings once? You will not believe the standings actually. Oh my God.
What?
Chat, screenshot ले लो because you will never get this ever again.
Actually.
भाई like कल से जो मैग्नस जागेगा ना भाई I'm just
और भाई बेस्ट पार्ट, कल है गुकेश वर्सेस मैग्नस.
Oof, that's gonna be insane. Tomorrow is Gukesh Magnus chat. That's gonna be crazy. So iska matlab ki if we come back to the board, Sahaj bhai, show that moment first before we jump to Humpy's tiebreak. Ki hua kya? Where did Magnus lose the trail of the game? What happened?
Bhai, it was this position. Okay, firstly, I think like at this point, knight takes d6 is so unnecessary. Like
Yeah.
rook h8 ka, I think king e7 is I think an easier. Knight d7 ke baad he was completely winning. But I'm guessing Magnus thought in time pressure that knight takes d6 rook sack karne ke baad ye pawn ruk nahi raha hai. But then rook g1 happened and okay some tactical problem. He saw g3. But I'm guessing he missed this whole plan with c6, c7, c8 and he couldn't calculate in time. Bhai, the same thing happened with Gukesh as well, where he was in time pressure. Magnus made a sacrifice which was not working, and then Gukesh could calculate better than Magnus when there was less time on the clock. Similar thing here as well. Pragg just was a little bit faster.
Bhai.
That's it.
Imagine if they had gotten more time on the 40th move. Bhai, I mean, it would have killed the
Of
game in
course.
its tracks. Kya
Yeah.
entertainment tha,
Magnus
bhai.
would have won easy.
Two-
अगर 40 साल के बाद
100%.
you give him 10 minutes more, Magnus would have won easy.
Organizers, remove the extra time, brother. Remove it. It's so much fun, man. And Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, we still have one more game. Humpy's tiebreak is starting.
Yeah,
अरे
yeah. By the
भाई,
way,
भाई,
super
भाई.
chat by the 7 Sura. मेरे को ज्यादा कुछ नहीं समझा बट देख लेकिन अच्छा लगा. बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल सेम भाई. वाओ.
भाई 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 मजा ही आ गया भाई.
Nice.
What a game. What a topsy-turvy game. So many ups and downs.
Praggnanandhaa.
Bhai,
Bhai,
this is-
again, I will just say this. Magnus just really should come back to classical chess. भाई जब वो खेलता है भाई कुछ अलग
भाई.
फील आती है, अलग मजा आता है.
Magnus Carlsen is losing 12.3 rating in 3 games and is now 2827. That is
Wait, did
crazy.
Humpy just play b3?
Yeah.
She did.
And is Anna Muzychuk sinking on the first move despite having 7 minutes on the clock?
हाँ, 3
I'm not
मिनट
sure
कम
if
है
that's a
chat
good
उसके.
idea.
And also I think
भाई 6 मिनट है.
हाँ, clock गलत है. Clock गलत है.
Okay, got it. I was a
but
bit
30
confused there.
seconds on the first move, Sahaj bhai.
That's what I'm saying.
Shit.
भाई पहली चाल पे 26 सेकंड क्यों सोच रहे हो आप? Like just play.
And chat, let's not forget, tomorrow it is Gukesh versus Magnus. Magnus is in last place right now. Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, 1/3 of the tournament is over essentially, and Magnus in last place. Tomorrow, Magnus is gonna come all guns blazing. There's a hidden opportunity for Gukesh. If he wins tomorrow, that is gonna be huge.
And remember, it's Gukesh ka birthday है 29th को, so tomorrow he doesn't want to lose just before his birthday.
Yeah.
By the way, did everyone catch Magnus's reaction afterwards? Like he was just
Yeah.
standing on the table like this, and he
Yeah.
was looked very visibly very very upset.
Oh, we have Magnus Carlsen's
भाई,
interview. We
Arma
can play
के
it after
बाद
the
ना
game,
भाई.
yeah? After the game, we can
Arma
play
के
it,
बाद
chat.
करते हैं ना.
So do not go anywhere. We have both Gukesh and Magnus. Wait, chat will show it to
Let's
you.
go, let's go.
Okay, f5 and I'm really thinking e3.
Wow. भाई अब तक हाई
तो
पे
Sahaj bhai, I think
भाई तो
वो,
आपने क्या कहा था वो गोट को हारना जरूरी क्यों था आज? आपने जो प्रिडिक्शन मारी भाई एकदम परफेक्ट मारी है आपने.
भाई क्या प्रेडिक्शन
कुछ
था.
आज कुछ दिन
फीलिंग था
है
भाई.
या कुछ हो रहा है ऐसा कुछ what
फीलिंग भाई, फीलिंग
feeling
ऐसा. But bhai, what a day. And we know, like, Humpy ji was being helped by Kushagar, जो हमारे अच्छे दोस्त है. So some interesting ideas with the B3 first move, Sahaj bhai.
भाई ये पता था ना लोगों को कि she was helped by Kushagar.
हाँ हाँ,
पता reveal
of
अच्छा,
course, of course.
फिर ठीक
भाई
है.
ऐसे रिवील थोड़ी
ये
करेंगे.
भाई ये Chess24 इंडिया पे लोग मुझे क्यों हेट दे रहे हैं?
क्यों?
And the type of stuff that I'm seeing, chat, guys, like, come on.
Wait, what?
नहीं, chat, come on भाई. देखो, we are
this-
supporting. Let's go, chat, come on. भाई
Like, chat, थोड़ा सोचा करो भाई लिखने से पहले. Like, commentators are also reading your chats and we are also responding to it and we also have to support the players, yeah?
Yep.
And
chat,
भाई जैसे
focus.
Wow.
we concluded that Magnus human है, हम भी तो human है भाई, मतलब.
And focus on the game
हाँ
chat.
लिटरली भाई लाइक थोड़ा
Chat.
सोचा करो भाई लिखने से पहले कि कोई कोई इंसान पढ़ रहा है उसको.
Bye. Humpy's playing.
What the
Focus
hell?
on the game chat. Okay, let's go full screen into Humpy's Armageddon chat because why does she have 8 minutes? She lost most of her edge, Sahaj bhai. What is happening there?
I think it's because the pawn is on f5 and e4 and there is a space advantage. रुक भाई इस बंदे को बैन करने दो एक सेकंड. वो लिख के जा रहा है बार बार. क्या हुआ सहज भाई? कुछ नहीं हुआ भाई. अब लिखो भाई भाई.
Relax, bhai, relax.
Like why it's like Pragg wins and then something like this happens. Yeah, crazy. But okay, anyways,
By the way,
let's carry on with the game. So
mistake.
knight g3, knight c6.
I think dc5 is now forced, right? d5 there is 95. That's crazy.
Mod your chess. Yeah, we know. Yeah. Okay, we'll address that later. But yeah, d5 played and that was a mistake by the way.
Big mistake actually, I think. Now knight on e5 looks like a beast. Coming to g4,
Yeah.
coming to d3. This is gonna be a strong attack. Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, looks like
Big mistake. Tiku bhai, मुझे लग रहा है more leave the position. Look at the time situation. Humpy has lost her 3-minute advantages now down to just a minute.
Yep. You know, a6. Oh, look at this.
And
You
can I
prepare queenside
play?
castle.
Wait, can I play a4 here just to not allow b5 and then go long castle, baby?
I like a4, but फिर king side जाना पड़ेगा, right? या queen side जाओगे तब भी?
भाई सहज भाई तो आज पार्टी के मूड में. Long castle full on attack.
Bye. I want to go like just h3 g4 or just h4 h5 some. I mean, Humpy has to win, right? Like that's the only way.
हाँ, मैं भूल ही गया था. हम्पी को जीतना है भाई. ड्रॉ भी नहीं चलेगा. Oh damn, that is
Exactly.
so tough, man. That is so tough.
Bye. Also, time is getting balanced out as well. Only not even a 1 minute difference.
Oof,
Exactly.
This is really tough. And Humpy needs that win, chat. Sometimes one win is all it takes. But this is
And
very...
exactly. Just imagine Pragg ka confidence will be through the roof tonight. Like
क्या राकेश भाई?
one win is all it takes.
समय अटक गया क्या?
भाई कौन समय भाई कौन अटका? देखो
And
भाई.
now we go. Should we go g4 now or no?
भाई डाल दो भाई. आप draw is
इतना
equal to a
attack किया है,
loss.
इतना कुछ किया है
Correct.
भाई तो g4 let's go also, no?
भाई I like your move long castle सहज भाई. फेको किंग इस तरफ लेफ्ट में और पॉन्स फेको सीधे. A4 played on the queens. भाई मैं अकेला ही हूँ क्या? समय भाई.
No, I'm also here, bhai.
अच्छा आप है.
Bishop
by the way,
d7.
Sahaj bhai,
A5 maybe?
Anna is donning the Norway chess sweater. Really cool.
Sorry?
Anna,
I actually
very
didn't
cool.
notice that earlier, but yeah,
हाँ, very cool merch.
absolutely. But yeah, this doesn't look very promising for Humpy ji, actually, I have to say. Also, time एकदम बराबर हो गया भाई. So white का advantage or like Armageddon का advantage is completely gone. Not sure if this goes Humpy ji's way.
We have Divya winning the Armageddon, Pragg winning in Classical, Gukesh lost in Armageddon. So the fourth and last Indian player, Humpy, can she pull off a win?
भाई सॉरी डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गया था.
हाँ
Even my
भाई,
internet is...
पिछले 15 मिनट से मैं भी वैसे distracted हूँ भाई.
भाई भाई
It's like it's way too much भाई.
भाई ये खत्म कैसे हो गया पोजीशन यार? वेट e3 इतना वीक क्यों है भाई? दिस लुक्स ओवर, नो?
भाई ये तो wait,
Knight
what?
h5 now maybe.
ओफ.
सहज भाई गोल्डन पॉन मूव करना पड़ रहा है. इट्स ऑलरेडी बैड ना, मतलब व्हाइट का पोजीशन.
Yeah. Apparently knight h5 and queen h4 is just GG here भाई. क्योंकि f4 आप खेल नहीं सकते because queen h4 check, knight g3 just happens with a tempo.
Probably knight h5, she has to go long castles there.
Oh, that is... But I feel like it's like, sure, the king can escape, but it's like leaving your, tribe behind. Like e3 is gonna fall at some point. Bishop h6, rook e8. I mean, queen coming in. I really can't imagine how do you stop e3, f3 from falling long term. It's just very tough. And b5 is in the air, by the way.
Played.
In the air, नहीं भाई, in reality board पे आ चुका है. But that's a mistake apparently, yeah?
भाई टिको भाई आप सजेस्ट करो मूव्स एना एना को शायद हम पीजी का कोई चांस बन जाए.
But okay,
By at least this is a very good progress, I think, overall. Because now I think Humpy has a good chance.
हाँ, she played it before White Castles. I think that's the problem. White Castle करने का wait करना था, right? But she played it beforehand, I think. That's the problem.
Let's
Because now I can just
go.
take with the
Come
c pawn and
on.
take with the bishop. By the way, Wesley So has won the Armageddon as well against Vincent Keymer. So that's a
भाई
big
साहब
win.
Wesley is too strong here.
Really strong.
Which is kind of good news because Pragg plays Vincent tomorrow. And Wesley also plays Alireza. So everything to play for actually in the open section. Tomorrow will be a juicy fighting round, I think.
Agreed. And anybody joining in right now, Pragg ended up defeating the GOAT of chess, Magnus Carlsen, in an absolute cinematic game. Like nothing sums it up better than that. So beautiful game today. Highly suggest going back in the stream at some point, watching it. Kya hi maza aaya bhai. राकेश भाई
बोलो बोलो
क्या लग रहा है भाई मतलब ये फाइल खुल चुकी है आई थिंक नाउ क्वीन साइड तो नहीं आ सकते किंग साइड भी वेयर डू आई पुट द किंग आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर
भाई और ऑल्सो डोंट बी फुल लुक एट दैट हम्पी जी का 1 मिनट अचानक से कम हो गया क्योंकि ब्रॉडकास्टिंग एरर था सो शी हैज 3 minutes 15 seconds not 4 minutes.
Oh, this is tough chat. Yes, Pragg won.
भाई we were there.
Still can't believe it happened, but it happened.
Yeah, we also even I think Pragg also can't believe.
And Chad, I think in general, I think Indian players, I think थोड़े special में रहे हैं पिछले 6 महीने से 1 साल से, and it's so nice to see Pragg win. And of course, Magnus did make a mistake at the end, but that's what time pressure does. If Magnus had 10 more minutes, he would have easily converted that end game at the end. But if Pragg had 10 more minutes, Rakesh bhai, maybe he would have not made that mistake. Yeah, so it's very hard to compare, I think.
Yeah, for sure. भाई if and then तो बहुत बार हुआ है ना, but अभी result matters in the end.
Yep. And meanwhile,
but can Humpy ji pull off, this win because opening and middle game so far has not gone her way at all, Tikku bhai.
The tournament hasn't gone her way actually so far. Look at this check coming from h4. Wait.
Oh,
that's a blunder, yeah?
What? Why? King, bishop takes bishop. Bhai, Humpy is getting in the game because knight f3 aa raha hai, and then you get the rook to the half open d file in the center.
Wow.
Yeah, she's going for that. Let's go, Tikku bhai.
Bhai, chances hai. Golden opportunity, I think. Let's push the h pawn, h4, h5. Pura king g2 pe safe lag raha hai, bhai. That is crazy. And if Humpy can win, 3 Indians would have 1 out of 4 today, Rakesh bhai. So that would be a very, very good day for Indian players.
Let's go. Chat, please.
Let's go.
One last push. There we go. Rook has come to the half open d file. The d6 pawn is tender. Can she get the win here? Sehaj bhai, क्या लग रहा है?
भाई मैं नहीं बोल रहा कुछ. I'll just stay quiet out of after this one.
नहीं सच भाई एक चीज है लेकिन टाइम 15 चालें खेलनी है 2.5 मिनट में 15 चालें 2.5 that's gonna be
2.5 मिनट में 15 चालें अन्ना को भी तो खेलनी है.
हाँ, that's true. Oh, g4. Wait, g4 looks strong because queen h4.
Yeah, the king is getting blown open. She goes for it. Humpy misses her chance yet again.
It's anyone's game.
Anyone's game indeed. Although Humpy is, at least should be happy. What she has is much better than what she had at the start. I feel like there's potential here for her because that B pawn is a nice distraction to have throughout the entire game.
Push it.
By the way, King G3 is the best move.
No way that is happening. No way Queen King G3 is happening.
200 साल में नहीं होगा शायद भाई King G3.
भाई 200 साल का थिंकिंग टाइम दोगे तो भी नहीं वाइट खेलेगा.
भाई ऐसे मत बोलो भाई. मत बोलो भाई ऐसे.
Wait,
Queen
look at
G2
this
logical move.
Bishop c8 is the best move. Very hard again. Okay, knight s3 is logical.
h3,
You
knight
wanna...
h3. Oh, but still knight g4, queen h4 is there. So still some hope for Anna.
Oh,
Yeah, but Humpy's knight can also get into the g5 square. Probably that's the counterplay. Now I think king g3 is possible.
you wanna put it on f3, kya?
I want to stop queen.
she plays
she
it.
stops queen h4. Exactly.
Wow.
Let's go.
Nice move.
Bhai, knight g5, rook h1, rook h7, checkmate. Come on, Humpy. Bhai,
I think if
times
Magnus didn't win
are...
tomorrow,
I think...
कोई chat में कह रहा है, if Magnus doesn't win tomorrow, he might leave Norway chess. Not really. I think if he loses tomorrow, I think he's gonna, of course, be sad. But I think it might inspire him to take chess more seriously and play more, to be honest. Like, I think it will create some change in how he thinks about classical chess. So, and of course, it's not about Magnus. I just want to see Gukesh win tomorrow. It will be a nice victory.
h6, okay.
I agreed. I don't think he'll give up, but Tiku bhai, I don't think Humpy ji is giving up either.
Why she's fighting like a lion, and 1 minute, by the way, to play 9 moves, and almost 2 minutes to play 9 moves. Humpy under pressure on the clock. The knight on g5 has to move. You could pin it, by the way, with the queen moving to
goes for
h5.
it.
Wait, does it have to move though? Because h5 पे भी rook h1 check था ना, and fg5 would have taken the piece.
True.
That's
true.
nice. That's true.
1 minute, 2 seconds.
Bye. Bishop f6. Oh wait, no, doesn't matter because there was queen h3, queen g4 plan, and rook h6 was.
Rook h6 is winning.
Rook h6.
Queen b2 check. Queen b2 check आ रहा है.
Queen b2. अरे. Oh, that was sad. That was sad.
That was a puzzle rush moment and
Heartbreaking, bhai.
Hi, what a
Tough
tactic,
one.
chat. That's why you have to solve your tactics. Rook h6, what a beautiful tactic.
There's a famous quote.
Humpy.
Chess is 99% tactics. That is a famous quote, chat, and that's kind of, that shows you exactly why it is. And now it's again equal.
Wow, I can't believe it's equal. Pin and win there by Anna. 45 seconds, 6 moves
Now
to
queen
go for.
Oh wait, knight d7. Okay, queen f6. Just simple.
She wants to attack it again with knight d5.
हाँ, टाइम गेन कर लो भाई, रिपीट कर लो. इट्स नाइस टू गेन सम टाइम, गेट अ कपल ऑफ मूव्स. वो 1 सेकंड इंक्रीमेंट मिल जाए बस. अरे क्वीन g6 पे
भाई,
b6 आ रहा है.
Anna can take. Anna is happy with the draw. That gives her a win.
Yeah, b6 now maybe.
She repeats.
But knight e7 खेलना जरूरी नहीं है ना भाई. You can also just play b6.
हाँ, exactly. Just push the pawn.
Correct.
And bishop c6 के बाद knight e7 आ रहा है क्योंकि knight g6 is a check.
Wait.
Oh wow. Wait, what?
Okay.
Once she plays.
Wait, h5 नहीं मर रहा है क्या पे? h5 मर रहा है.
It's a free piece.
What? But rook e8 में तो
14
आ रहा है.
seconds for Anna.
Queen
The knight
check,
is pinned,
bishop,
right?
Bishop h6.
Oh, the knight is pinned, bhai. The knight is pinned.
Oh, so
no,
she has to repeat, yeah? She has to repeat. I think
She
this
can
is
take
a
on
draw now.
e8. The knight is pinned. Oh,
But-
she has.
But no. Bhai, bishop e8 के बाद queen h1 and king g8 is not possible because of knight e7 check. So
queen
knight is not pinned. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wait, it's winning. It's winning.
Push b6. On the
Let's go. It can happen again. फिर से repeat.
नहीं,
Knight
queen-
d5.
अरे यार. Okay, she has
Bhai,
knight
you know
f5.
what?
She has
Humpy
knight
ji
f5.
played knight e7 because b6 के बाद bishop c6 नहीं आएगा. That was her plan. But queen straight नहीं हो रही है यार. Bishop h6
अरे,
है.
she blundered. She didn't realize
Yeah.
bishop controls h5. She didn't realize queen h5. Bishop control कर रहा है h5 को. It's over.
Yeah.
Oh, what a move. King
Oh,
f3,
bishop h5
queen
check.
f5.
Bishop
Khatam.
h5.
Khatam.
Game
Khatam.
over.
That's it. Wow. So Anna wins. I think Humpy had that winning move for a second, rook h6 and other opportunities, but time pressure, it was very tough. So overall, 4 Indians, Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, 2-1, 2 lost. I think it's in the balance, but क्योंकि Magnus को हराया, it still becomes like a good day overall, I think.
नहीं balance नहीं है भाई. Classical था तो +3 हुआ वो.
Also
I
fair,
think
also
today
fair,
was more or less a very, very good day. I think for the. I think Gukesh का just वो थोड़ा सा sad लग रहा है because he had such good chances overall, and also in the opening phase it felt like he was playing for, I mean he was pushing throughout, but Firouzja, I mean, handled the pressure I think much better there. But yeah, Pragg OP bhai, what a win against the
win.
GOAT of chess.
Exactly, by what a win. And of course Indians के लिए much better day, but दो Indian जीते दो Indian है, which is like 50% win ratio, which is very similar to our 50% offer that's happening right now on memberships. Please buy it today and tomorrow. कल खत्म हो जाएगा चैट, फिर मत बोलना कि प्लीज डिस्काउंट दे दो, because this
भाई
is your
today
last
है
2 days.
20th
भाई
आ
कल
गया
भी
भाई,
है.
आज ही है लास्ट डे. हाँ, it's the last day
बट
now in India.
अरे आप,
And
हाँ हाँ, वैसे वैसे लास्ट है,
हाँ,
करेक्ट.
by the way, Samay bhai, can we play the interview for Pragg after he defeated the GOAT Magnus Carlsen? Let's play both Pragg and Magnus. Let's see what they said.
Yeah, chat interview.
With us, what happened those last moments of the game?
Yeah, I felt like it was pretty much a repeat of the game against Gukesh last year. I missed one thing, and then I kind of panicked and lost within a few moves.
Wish you best of luck to recover next games.
Thanks.
Pragg, that was one of the craziest finishes I've seen in a while. How did it feel on your side?
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow I think I was just lucky. I just missed the rook f1 c6 idea. But yeah, I should be lost. I think if not for that, I don't think he needs to take on d6. So yeah, at some point I was like, I lost control and I was not happy. I was also low on time, but yeah, somehow things turned around for me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, I think Pragg ka to more was analysis, but Magnus ka reaction, that, lift movement of, oh man, like he was in real pain, Rakesh bhai. And I feel like tomorrow is going to be make or break for Magnus. If he does not win tomorrow, like we could reach a stage jahan pe, like we see like I don't know what's the correct word, but in Magnus in a new shape, jahan pe like he's never seen the situation before, jahan pe he's really struggling, right? He's known to come back after a loss.
For sure. And what we were discussing on the broadcast chat, Magnus, the same cheese bully. It feels like a very similar game that he lost to Gukesh last year. So Magnus Carlsen echoing our thoughts there, chat. But what a win for Pragg. And I think this one is always going to be sweeter than those online wins, Pragg ke liye. And this will be a day to remember for Pragg.
For sure, right? Again, it felt like a repeat of like, वो भी Norway chess में हुआ था, वो भी same color से हुआ था, वो भी, Magnus was pressing throughout and time pressure में जाके, something happened and Gukesh was just a little bit faster. Same with Pragg as well. So I mean, you don't know how it happened, but I'm sure Pragg is very happy that it happened.
And somebody said that us game mein Gukesh was losing throughout. Yahan Pragg was better and winning. But I think what Magnus means is emotionally it felt the same for him. That pain of losing that game, jahan pe he was at one point winning, it hit him the same, even though the table did not get hit the same, Rakesh bhai.
Of course. But this reminds me, what about the pairings? Can we have a sneak peek? Because bhai, you said make or break hai Tiku bhai, but it's Gukesh with the white pieces against a ghayal Magnus Carlsen.
Bhai, Sahaj bhai, kal, it's that one board. We can basically forget about anything else in the world.
भाई.
कल वो एक बोर्ड वो मतलब चिपका दो हर जगह पे, like, because that is gonna be the game of Norway chess potentially, because Magnus का वो मुझे वो कोट करना पड़ेगा, घायल है, बहुत घायल है एक्चुअली, बहुत ज्यादा घायल है, तो उतना ही घातक भी हो सकते हैं.
100% भाई. I think एक बोर्ड रहेगा जो भी बोर्ड स्विच करे वो बोर्ड परमानेंट रहना चाहिए. Because this will be a and of course Gukesh having defeated Magnus last time, I mean एक वो echo तो होता है ना भाई ये कि ये दोबारा ना हो जाए type. So tomorrow Magnus will be very dangerous and बहुत मजा आएगा भाई देखने में.
And bhai, and of course rivalry है, but don't forget it's still the reigning world champion Gukesh versus the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. So what a juicy matchup there. Praggnanandhaa will be playing Vincent Keymer, जो अभी हारे. So Pragg can maybe make another rise in the ranks there, as we see he's on 4.5, 3 points behind Alireza Firouzja. Sej bhai, kal Alireza plays Wesley So, a solid Wesley So. Do you think he derails a little bit?
I'm guessing it could be like a solid game overall, but okay, hard to make predictions. Alireza I think is very unpredictable in this event. Like कभी भी कुछ भी कर देता है वो. कल Alireza के black है कि white है? Because that depends a lot. Yeah, he has
Black,
Wesley
black.
is white.
हाँ.
Wesley is white.
Wesley is white. Okay, so I think yeah, it's still a bit of an unpredictable pairing, but I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. But what's really shocking to me is to see Magnus at the bottom of the leaderboard. By that is shocking.
Yeah, and even if you combine the pairings of both sections, Magnus is still at the bottom actually. So that's just so surprising. And of course, you could see that pain in the interview he did. And Divya Deshmukh, by the way, in second place, Pragg in second place in the open section. So by the way, Divya has been super impressive. Even though she didn't convert in the classical, she's showing why she won the World Cup essentially. Draws the classical, beats in the rapid.
Very well said, Dingo bhai. Like Divya is on fire. 3 Armageddon wins. Hoping she gets another win tomorrow. And by the way, I don't know if you saw, but women's section में भी Sahaj bhai, Ju Wenjun is second last. मतलब दोनों ही world number ones in a way are struggling.
Oh, that's a great point actually. I did not notice that. But yeah, you're right. Both of them struggling. But okay, the tournament is not over. We know for sure for Magnus the tournament is not over, and he's gonna find some way to claw his way back, to the top. At least in the top 2. I mean, we'll see how the event unfolds. But for now, it's very interesting. And I think Magnus definitely would be looking to make a comeback.
Chat, this was the final game. Rakesh bhai, कल Indian flag जरूर लेके आना भाई और jersey जो है, if you have it. If you don't have it, I think we'll prepare a graphic. I don't know if we can do that somehow, Samay bhai. But I really want to thank you all for joining today. Rakesh bhai, आपके आते ही drama बढ़ जाता है भाई. You really have that key जहाँ पे हमारे heart का rate ऊपर नीचे. I'm wearing a watch. I had a look बीच में. It was jumping around the corner. Sahaj bhai, you were absolutely on point today. Sahaj bhai, मतलब could have predicted कि market का fall कब होने वाला है और कब अगला war होने वाला है. He was like on point so much today कि it was amazing. एक बार Sahaj bhai OP in the chat हो जाए. Great analysis overall. And एक बार Rakesh bhai OP for giving the drama. एक बार Samay bhai OP. I think what a beautiful broadcast. सब कुछ perfect था. And एक बार chat OP भी for being so kind and also for supporting Indian players. That's very important. Chat, thank you for joining. Tomorrow it is Gukesh versus Magnus. कल फर्क ही नहीं पहनता दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है. कल तो ये मैच देखना ही है. टेबल समाज डरा हुआ है. इंसान देखने आएंगे. So thank you for joining. See you tomorrow. Take care and good night. For the first time in 13 years, Norway chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh Dommaraju, Vincent Keymer, Wesley So, and Alireza Firouzja. Every single round looks like a world championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keymer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Jiner, Ju Wenjun, Koneru, and Anna Muzychuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway chess starts right now.